There's other ways they could have went.
Well, we sent out the message to the Juice. I don't know where he's at, but I sent it out. Crazy Beach says, in my opinion, they are not searching because they know who did it and don't want the person or people involved exposed because it could be family involved. A lot of people in the chat still feel like family did this, despite them being cleared. Many people. Thank you for the comment, Crazy Beach.
Tons of people.
You know, Flicker Fade, she's local. Everyone knows her being local. The timeline by the family makes 0 sense. It really blows my mind, the time between arriving and 911 call. Why the gap? If you want to go with, you know, the time, there's 2 timelines on that. It's either 11:56 or, you know, 11 o'clock. But a lot of people think it's 11 o'clock.
It took the sheriffs 12 minutes to get there. It took them 2 minutes to get there for me. You know what I'm saying? They call a 911 call of someone missing. It took them 12 minutes to get there. All that time. It's just weird. Yeah.
It's wild. It's just a big craziness. Tina, I appreciate you stopping in.
No, thank you guys for having me. I appreciate it.
Thank you. You have a good night.
And Alex, I so support you going after everybody and calling people out. And like you said, you weren't going to stop with Nanos and let him just stop here. He needs to be held accountable, as so as some others on Twitter. They need to, somebody at some point has to take that bullet and set them straight and call them out. I don't want my great nieces on the internet on YouTube because they think it's cool, YouTube, and I don't want them seeing crap like that either. So I support you 100%.
Awesome. Thank you, Tina. We love you always.
Thank you, guys. I love you guys too. Bye.
Yeah.
Bye.
Now, here's the one thing that I want to bring up is basically, I'm here to echo.
Are you there?
There you are. So we were, I mean, us 3 were there. I don't know, Alex, you were there pretty early on. Every day, covering the case. And then what happened? Nanos put the ordinance in, so everybody went away, right? And then we said, well, we still have the right to be there. And then Nanos ratcheted it up again. And now everybody's scared to report on this case. And so to me, I think, I mean, we need to go back and report like we should. I mean, I know JLR, you got to plan out your schedule, but let me know when you want to come out and we go out there like we have the right to, and maybe not 1 or 2, but maybe, you know, we do a day, 3-4 hours and just practice our rights. I mean,
I am very contemplating that idea. Yeah, I'm thinking about going out maybe next weekend in support of Alex, and then just continue to cover the case.
Get arrested out here.
Exactly what they want. They wanted to scare us, so we stopped talking about the case. They want to scare us away from the neighborhood, bring it, you know, off that house for some reason, and it has died down. The case has significantly died down in the last week or so.
Why would Nanos push people away who are just trying to get answers? It just adds more to him not allowing the FBI in right away and not allowing EquiSearch and not allowing us volunteer searchers. Everything he does is just the opposite of what you think he would do. I don't know who's dangling these strings or why someone isn't telling him. Like, listen to yourself. Look at yourself. Look what you've done. I didn't even see it.
Well, in my opinion, he's winning because listen, like right now, I'm hesitant to go report in front of the house.
Yeah, I agree.
So to me, that's not America. Everybody's told me even after, hey, you did nothing wrong. You know, you guys are allowed to be there. People, even civil rights lawyers, you know, people that study this stuff for their life. And so to me, it's kind of like, do we let them, you know, just trample over our rights, or how do we fight back in a sense legally, not to be like, you know, we're going to stand here just like they do on these First Amendment auditors, you know, hey, we're going to stand here with our camera and hey, is that allowed? Are we nuisance because we got a camera?
Yeah.
Flicker Fade goes back to Cameron. Cameron has military experience, military friends with tactical experience. They aren't searching for Nancy, but in my opinion, he's suspect number 1 in staging a kidnapping and having helped to do it. Flicker Fade, a local, feels like Cameron, suspect number one.
I don't think you would take that chance, me personally.
But where was he on the 31st and
Yeah,
the first?
I agree.
Because
There's a lot of
how's he at that
questions.
house? How's he at
Was
the
he at
house?
game night? Was he there on game night? Was he there on her birthday?
Birthday.
The 27th?
Many people speculated that he's been there living in the casita. I don't have any proof of that. I don't know. Only he can answer that. Someone close to them.
I mean, I thought he was married and like with kids and everything. I mean, I could see him like staying there, like when he comes into town to save some money and he's close to his mom. But like, do we have any, I thought he flew in after they found out, but it's still conflicting.
Before Savannah, I think. We do know that he was here before Savannah, but I don't know like how jail. We don't know if he was here days before. None of us really, right?
Hi, Gladys.
Hi, guys. How are you?
Hi, Gladys.
Hey, Gladys.
Gladys used to be a newspaper. We worked with newspapers back in the day.
Nice.
You don't work for KVOA, do you?
KVOA.
Did you work with Nancy?
Strictly newspaper. No, she was a society columnist. I had nothing to do with those people.
Oh,
Nancy was never a journalist. She wrote about people who have tea parties and that stuff. But I was the guy who was on a couple of people ago, who was a Marine and a retired detective, I think.
Sequoia.
Yeah, Sequoia. So he was talking about exactly everything I've been wondering. Like the more I watch that clip of Savannah with Hoda,
Hold up.
it's like the more I watch it, the more I see through. It's so scripted. But what I don't understand, if you've ever known a compulsive liar, a really good one, if you notice, they always throw in a lot of detail that is really unnecessary. Like when she talks about she gave her husband this trip for Christmas. Why do we need to know that? I mean, he was away, she was away, but she goes into all this detail. She was at Carson's. She came back after the gift. I mean, she goes into great detail on the gift she gave her husband. Why do we need to know that? That seems odd to me. Especially,
You're saying
yeah.
TMI.
Well, at a time like that, and I don't know if she was trying to add color to make it interesting, but this isn't that kind of a story. You know, she wants us to focus on things that are not relevant to what we need to know.
How come we haven't seen her? She's been going through all this stuff. How come we haven't seen any pictures of her and her husband? Weren't they going through some issues too, or no? I don't know. I'm just.
I have no idea. I mean, as a couple, they might keep a pretty low profile. Well, I don't know, actually. I never knew about him until all of this, but he's the law firm that sent you that lovely letter, right?
So Gladys, you're saying that Savannah's behavior with her explaining the timeline to Hoda is strange to you.
Yeah.
That whole interview was strange to me.
yeah,
Well,
it was.
All the overacting and I don't know. I mean, she's somebody who knows the camera. She knows how to act on a camera to get the reaction she wants. But I just don't.
When it comes to, TV work, she's the best in the biz. That's why she's there on that show.
Yeah. Super season. But
Well, exactly. And I mean, she wrote that too, but it's just strange. All the details that she brings in that really are not relevant to what's going on.
why
And
does
it
she have
doesn't,
to- why does she have to speak for her own siblings that are smart? That's weird to me. I don't know. Why does she have
Well-
to be? Is it said Dear Savannah? Or
no, I kind of get that though, because they're not camera people. I mean, I'm not a camera person. I hate the camera. And
that makes sense.
I would be like Annie. I would just be like frozen, probably.
Yeah, that makes sense.
And I would probably look really guilty too, just because, I'm not used to the camera. But I get that she speaks for them, but it still is weird that Tommaso was never in that interview. Not the interview, the Instagram post.
Yeah, he wasn't in the. Well,
He hasn't been in anything except for that walk to the flowers.
right.
The only time I've heard him talk is when Mark the Shark heard him yell, get out of here. That's the only time I've ever heard him talk.
Me too. Yeah, that was weird, right? I mean,
you don't see any pictures of him and Cameron together either. I'm not saying that there's any rift there, but.
Well, and Cameron wasn't in on that stroll down to the flowers either. That was kind of odd. I mean,
it's odd.
He was in the Instagram posts, but not.
Did he have to get back to do something in Vermont or something, or where was he? You know?
Well, no, because he was still around.
We kept seeing him.
Yeah.
Afterward, we would see him. Afterward, we'd see them take the car out, take Nancy's car out multiple times. I don't know where. I guess I was told he was staying in an Airbnb on Rudiso, between Annie and Tommaso's on Rudiso, a long driveway there. I'm not going to say the address, but County's there now. But he was on like an Airbnb back there. So that's where the blue car would go to, a long driveway on Rudiso between First and Orkle.
Well, and what's weird too, if you went to visit your mother in a huge house, why would you stay in the guest house? Wouldn't you stay in the home with her?
Yeah, it is a big house.
Because there's multiple rooms in that house for sure.
Yeah.
Well, he didn't grow up in that house, but I mean,
Childhood
he did.
room is probably still there.
Caesar.
Whoa!
Caesar got dropped
I got an
off.
intruder.
Maybe.
Maybe.
When the grandkid got dropped off. Oh, Caesar's a good boy.
But Gladys, you raised some interesting points, though. I mean, many people in my email, I get emails all the time. I'm at 21,833 emails centered around this case. In just what 160 days about not all Nancy Guthrie, but I would say 95% Nancy Guthrie. Many people are just saying the family just acts weird, just the whole entire family.
The family dynamics, yeah, great.
Stuff, trying to find Nancy at all. They're trying their best to make this go away.
You know who they remind me of, the way they're acting? Remember how the Landrys acted?
The Laundries?
Or Laundries, yeah. Weren't they kind of acting like that too?
Misty wants to know, just
Hi,
join.
Misty.
Give me a quick recap to catch me up. Charges dropped, Misty. Charges dropped. Well, charge or a ticket dropped. Juice charge appears to be dropped. One charge. Question is, will the other charges get dropped on the Juice? And Alex has remaining charges in a court
They're
hearing.
looking for new ones for me.
And we're having a conversation about just this case in general. I feel like it's getting cold. What can we do to stop it from being cold? What can we do as streamers to keep this case going?
Yeah.
I think somebody talked about a protest. I think it was last week, about just gathering a lot of people. And I've told you about this case in Colorado where the mom kept picketing. She was by herself. She had a bullhorn and a poster, and she would stand in front of the police station and just all day long protest all by herself. And I mean, she drove 2 or 3 hours to do that, to find her daughter was missing, and they wouldn't do anything. And then people finally started joining her, and then the police department miraculously did something.
They didn't arrest him.
Well, no, they did. They found the guy. He's actually in prison now.
Oh,
And they discovered that, and he admitted that he murdered her daughter. It was awful. It was an awful story. A young girl too, really like a college student. But anyway, they still haven't found her body. They dug up his entire yard to find it, but I don't think they have found her body to this day. But my point is, her protesting, even though she was all by herself and she did it, I don't know for how long, but I mean, it took a year or two of protesting to get them to do anything. I just think, I don't know. I think these cases are hard and they're a lot of work, and there are other things that have to be done maybe first or that are easier. I don't know. But there's an interesting, I don't know if you guys have ever heard of Thornbridge.
Yeah, they're awesome.
They're kind of new, I think.
Yeah, they're
But
awesome.
one of their streams, he had a really interesting show on the tips that come in and how are they categorized and organized. And it was really interesting because he raised some really good points, I think, that are probably very realistic. Just shuffling, they may have a tip they're sitting on and they don't even know it. But who knows?
What is Thornbridge? I don't. Is that like a? What do they do?
It's a couple, and they have a stream that they just started. I found them from Patriot Pride.
Yeah. Well,
Okay.
They're awesome. It's
Yeah,
Thornbridge Unfiltered. Thornbridge X Unfiltered on YouTube.
Yeah, that's the name. Yeah, it's the first one I had seen, but yeah, it was really interesting. But I think there are just so many tips, and does the sheriff's department know what the FBI tips are and vice versa? We don't know, and they don't answer. They don't say anything. They don't tell us. So I don't know. This is like by far the best crime mystery in my lifetime. I've got to say, it's a mystery everywhere you turn. There's no answer anywhere. But I think it's being covered up for a reason. I don't know what the reason is. But one really interesting part too is Nanos's reality show. Was he trying to cover this up because he wanted to save it for his reality show? Who knows?
It's just so many parts here, just so many different things,
It's
from
wild.
Nanos is, like you said, his program that he was doing and featuring the Pima County Sheriff's Department, to Savannah's coverage of Epstein, and Savannah being a morning show host, and just the secret behaviors of Annie and Tommaso, and covering and the concealment, and just this press conference and the handling, and Nanos pushing the FBI away at the beginning stages, and them apprehending 2 people only to let them go, and the rest of streamers simply for covering and standing in front of Nancy Guthrie homes. Just so much stuff.
And they wonder why we ask questions, because we can't figure. Nobody can figure any of this out.
Well, I wonder too, in that radio interview he did last week with Buckhorn or Buckwheat or whoever it was. Buckmaster. Thank you. He said that there were 2 or 3 arrests, he thought. I was wondering at the time, I thought, is he talking about the SWATs where they didn't arrest him? What did they call him? They questioned him.
That's what I thought. He said 2 or 3. So Colella's 1. I thought the 2 other ones, make 3, could have been the ones he detained originally. But there weren't SWATs, or there weren't notes, ransom notes, though. He was talking
about arrested either, right?
Well,
Luke and Carlos weren't arrested either.
No, they weren't arrested, but I mean, would Nanos know the difference?
Right.
But
True.
I mean, the notes had come out by then, right? Like that day before.
The notes came out the 2nd and the 6th.
The 2nd, yeah.
And the SWAT was the 10th, right?
10th and the 13th. 10th and the 13th.
13th. Okay. So it was after the notes. So maybe there was something related to the notes that we don't know about. And maybe that did slip. Maybe those were the 2 detained, but he called them arrests because he was so vague about how he said it anyways. 2 or 3, I think.
Yeah, when you look up Kayla Day, she was arrested in the Nancy Guthrie investigation. If that makes any sense, why would they word that on all public? In other words,
I thought they arrested her for drugs.
If you remember when the case broke, her name for whatever reason was getting pushed out there heavily. So I'm sure that for whatever reason they had to look into her,
But I didn't realize on the arrest it said in connection with the Guthrie case.
Look at it. If you look it up, that's what you'll see on all on.
Wow.
So
Yeah, that.
What if that was one of the arrests? And remember, she didn't even go to court the first time, and then
Right.
I don't know. She was arrested on the 12th, day before Luke was raided.
And she's still in jail, isn't she?
In prison now. Yeah, they shipped her already.
To when?
Did you say till when or to where?
Yeah, like what's her out date?
Oh, I don't know. Actually, I don't know the outdate.
But
Have fun in the Arizona Department of Corrections.
But that was, didn't they put her away on drug charges though, right?
I'm pretty sure that's what they worked it out. But when you look it up, why she was ever arrested, it was with the Guthrie case. And someone.
That's really interesting. Yeah.
But it could have been someone had tipped. But why would they say arrested? Because remember, Luke and Carlos never got arrested. They were just detained.
Right.
Gladys,
that's wild.
what do you think we should do next? What's the next strategy here?
I say organize a protest. I mean, you saw how people rallied to Juice and Alex and 857's cause like a few weeks ago. Imagine if you put the word out, and I mean, people would come, I think, to Tucson just to be with you guys. If you had to somehow organize.
We've done the sign waving, and I think we could do that again. And I do want to do that again.
Right.
But even then,
with more, but I think with like that was not spur of the moment, but I think if you did like a campaign ahead of time, like a big blanket, rally or protest or whatever you want to call it. I mean, I don't know what else to do. I mean, I don't know. I hope that we're not going to wait until September before we hear anything more. That's what I'm worried about.
Why September? Why do you say September?
Well, because of Kalela's date.
Oh, okay. Sentencing.
And if that is the case, then maybe they really do have somebody already that they're just waiting to compile and gather stuff. But I don't know. That's putting a lot of trust in two departments that I don't really have a lot of trust in right now.
Yeah. Well, I appreciate you stopping by, Gladys.
Well, thank you guys. Good luck with everything.
See you, Gladys.
I'll be watching. Bye-bye.
Good night. Thank you, Misty. I appreciate that. Thank you. Misty's in the house. Misty.
Shout out, Misty.
We don't really have anybody else in the pipeline. I don't know how much longer we're staying on tonight, but I just wanted to kind of, emphasize that, Juanita's charge got dropped and Tucson. There you go, Tucson. And just kind of just keep Nancy's name out there and see how everyone is doing and see everyone's familiar face and a lot of people in the chat. To see a lot of people still care and stuff. I wish we had more information to share. We just don't have anything else like right now. So I want to keep her name going. So I have to back out there. For me.
Well, I think the side story of it is, they basically chased everybody away. We don't have any more free will as far as like how we want to cover the case, because we're kind of living in fear. Like, even though, I don't think anything will happen if we just go and stand on the road and report, because
we feel uncomfortable. We're all born here in this country, man. We shouldn't be uncomfortable being out there in just a neighborhood here, and then just to me it's nuts.
But like if it was like, for instance, my family member at the 6-month point, I would do like a candlelight vigil somewhere, things like this. We could do that.
Yeah, I like that idea.
Dom C says, I'm conflicted about a protest. Nancy deserves justice, but the family members doesn't seem to care.
True.
JLR Army. And that's another thing, too, a factor here. It's like we're not getting any support from the family. Matter of fact, let's be honest. I don't think the family likes us.
The main thing is as much as this happened to the Guthrie family, this actually happened to the Pima County, Tucson community as well. We are victim. I'm a victim right now.
Feeling it.
Because I'm posting about Nancy Guthrie as the suspect watching me. I'm not saying he is, but you know, as Nano said, he's loose, you know, so this affected this. And see, if they left the city, they're not even worried because they're not around the perp, so they don't care. You know, I mean, I guarantee you where Savannah lives, there's security guards and probably got to get. So to me, we got to stand up for the community as much as we're here for the family. And, you know, that's just my kind of stance on it.
I think we just stand up for Nancy, you know, like for a lot of times.
I'm team Nancy. I'm not Guthrie family. I'm team Nancy.
That's it.
Until we get answers, I'm here for
100%.
Nancy. I'm here to find out what happened to Nancy.
They don't seem to want answers. So we're not gonna. We can't figure out why they don't want answers, but we're gonna keep looking for answers. Simple as that.
Tucson, what do you think the KVOA banner? How long do you think that's going to stay up for? Do you know? Did they ever say?
You know, I think they're probably on eggshells because they know if they take it down, they're gonna get crap. So if it's not bothering anybody and it's doesn't seem to be bothering them, and it
Nanos would take it down probably.
You know, I would say like at the 1 year point, you know, they might sneak it down, but you know, she's got her beautiful rock garden going there. And so, you know,
are there fresh flowers out there still? Fresh flowers?
Well, they don't last that long in the sun. They'll be, yeah.
They got the little rock garden, Lawrence rock garden. They got those. Dad's going live. Put the candles. They're still out there.
The candles, yeah.
Yeah, and so that's kind of where, you know, as far as if, you know, they're winning, not, you know, Nanos is winning, so we got to figure out how to cover the case, even if it's, he said, hey, come to the sheriff's department. He invited us.
He's not gonna, he is winning. You're right, hey, Damien, but he's not going to win, dude.
No, it's just he got a couple jabs in. And I mean, but the thing is we got to stick up for the people, because a lot of people are like, you know, they look at us and they're like, hey, that could be me. You know what I mean?
Thank you, Disney girl.
Might be for sure. That's a good idea.
Disney girl, thank you. Love your channel. Thank you. And Natalie says, streamers unite with a different approach. Why not a visual? Invite your fellow streamers to stream it live, flood YouTube, the family, the community, make it a huge deal. It will bring back awareness and expose others.
Jacob, it did do a video.
Invite everybody. Nanos, come to the visual. Guthrie family, come to it. Everybody come to it. Annie and Tommaso, come. Annie and Tommaso, come. And I guess like who doesn't come? Oh, what do we got going on here? Look at this. Oh!
What's that?
Beautiful.
What's the dog's name?
Caesar.
Caesar sat on my lap.
And now Bear's jealous. He's coming up here.
Matter of fact, hold on, Alex. Hold on a second. Caesar up there. I want to show you something. I don't know if you're aware of this.
Why are you holding him up there?
Hold on, let me see. Get my glasses on.
You're a good boy.
I might have something for you, Alex.
You want a treat? You hungry?
See if I got something for you, Alex.
Well, what's going on in October? I didn't get the invite. I saw you guys are going to Florida.
Yeah. So yeah. I mean, if you want to come to Florida.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, I want to. That's one of the states I haven't been to. I want to check that off the list.
You know, I thought I had a photo of Tucson. You can come.
What's going on? Are you guys just doing a cruise? Are you doing the cruise?
We got some stuff going on. We'll let you know offline.
Okay.
Yeah, not the cruise, just the trip.
Well, what about the cruise, to change the subject? I mean, people are emailing me, when's the cruise? When's the cruise? And I'm like, you know, I mean, we could plan it for next year, right? Because you can do like installments where people just pay monthly.
It gives everybody time to plan, though. I like that idea. Yeah.
Yeah, like next year, like you know, I don't know when the best time, but you can probably save money if you book ahead too. And I think it would be fun.
Something that would match true crime. What's a perfect date? And I don't know.
Alex, I had a picture with Caesar kissing Caesar. in your house. I was looking for the pic. Yeah, me and Caesar kissing each other. But I can't find it. I wish I had it here.
That's
I was
what
looking for it. Maybe I still have it somewhere. I swear I have it somewhere here.
If you go to photos, you can search and just type dog, and it'll pull up all your photos of dogs, or even on the Android probably.
But I erased a lot of photos. I cleaned out my phone. I don't think I have it anymore, but I gave Caesar a kiss. No, I don't have it anymore.
he warmed up.
Here's me.
Uh,
That's OJ when OJ was like 3 months old.
I kept saying Oreo earlier. How old is OJ anyway?
OJ is 8.
8.
She's 8 years old.
Like I should have talking to you. Her mouth was there.
OJ's over there chilling right now. OJ's good. It's not like a dog because OJ will can survive by herself.
Yeah.
At the house. You know, she gets taken care of, but you know, she's not like a dog.
Cats allow us to take care of them, really. This is what they do.
Does OJ go outside?
Out in the lanai. She sneaks out sometimes, but she don't go far. She's scared to go out. So yeah, Tucson, you can come out. Man, I wish I had that photo with. Sorry, I don't have it. Sorry. I kissed your dog. I don't know if you saw it, but I took some selfies and kissed your dog.
Remember I was telling you, most people don't warm, like he doesn't warm up to people, but it's like he already knew you kind of when you came the first time you came.
It's beyond sad that Nanos has made this like a competition. And as I said on Patriot Pride, I give up. I have no idea what happened or if anyone else will ever know. You guys tell me. Well, we're trying to figure it out. That's the thing.
We're not giving up.
I just don't want to abandon this case and go away. And you know, we started something. I want to finish.
Even like when Damien said about a year, that's scary to even think about.
I mean, it's almost 6 months.
Yeah. So, yeah. That's nuts.
Yeah, like, 6 months.
In 20 days almost. 21 days, 3 weeks. It'll be 6 months. 6 months. Time flies, man. That's crazy.
What's crazy is you got, 3 different channels out here. Cold, K-Gun 9, and then KVOA. And not one of them is doing any sort of like they're trying to find an angle or anything. It's all just
nothing. Yeah.
So, I don't know. I think we're a lot of the communities looking to us to, even if
the last of the Mohicans.
Pretty much. I didn't cover the John Benet Ramsey case, but that case, where's 2020 out here doing their Dateline NBC or any of these, they do like, so to me, Savannah gave everybody like the memo, like, don't cover me, or somebody said something.
Or they're just scared or something. They're scared for some reason. They're scared to question things. And I don't get it. I don't get it.
So, JLR, did it make sense? What if they were threatened? I'm not saying they were, but if they were, then maybe that's why they'd be acting like this. But I don't think that happened. So them acting like this is even stranger, I don't know.
It's sad. And, Nancy, wherever she's at, she deserves to be found.
She deserves better than this.
Deserves the truth, exposure. Want to know what happened? Who did this crime?
Whatever happened to Dr. Q? Does he ever reach back out, or did he kind of go AWOL? Because he was like really, constant.
I haven't heard from him. I'll have to reach
out.
He's not
a scientist, is he? I hope he's not a scientist. Dr. Q, because those.
No, I don't think so.
Quentin Schultz.
Yeah, he would be good to get an update because some people have been saying the parasocial thing coming back. Now, here's the reason is because even though everybody in the world who's following this case is putting multiple suspects on scene, we only have video of one suspect. So everybody's, if you think there's more, that's just you creating that in your head. So if you're like Jim Clemente, if you're an FBI profiler, you're not going to put things at the scenes that aren't there. So
it's the only guy we got.
technically we have to go at this case as being a solo lone wolf, possibly a parasocial. And, you know, that's, I mean, it's something to think about, because even though we all think there's multiple people, we only have one.
One more
Yeah,
guess.
it's very tough.
Hi, Gigi.
Gigi,
Hi,
Gigi.
fellas. How are you all?
good. How are you?
How are you, Gigi?
I'm doing well, blessed and highly favored.
Hey, Gigi.
I am going to always come into the room and say the most unpopular, craziest thing. You know me.
Don't hold back.
Fortunately, when you sit down, think about it, a lot of roads lead there. And I'm going to say it again. I never believed Savannah in her interview. She's a bad actor, in my humble opinion.
You hated Hoda.
And I said that I don't know what the heck Hoda thought was so funny with her little smirk on her face. But if somebody's sitting up there talking about their mom being missing, I can't find one simple thing that's funny. So that was very, very suspicious to me. The fact that you know, Savannah gave that money to the child organization in the midst of your mom being missing. You never gave no money to the elderly group of people. You never donated none of that. You gave it to missing and exploited children, which is very suspicious. Why would you do that? I mean, I just don't understand that. Okay, that could possibly go back to the you know what files. Okay, but I feel like this is bigger than anything that we can think of. Okay. I feel like this has, the family members are completely involved. They are. And when I say involved, I'm not saying that they took that lady and harmed her physically. I mean involved knowing what's going on, you know, involved with the cover-up story, involved in that sense. And I also believe, unfortunately, I feel like, because I said it, I even called JLR too and said it, that if this lady turns up with her own talk show, and what do you know, 2 weeks later, she's on getting wordled. Okay? I just feel like they sacrificed Nancy. And everybody's going to get it in the end. I do. I feel like Nanos knows, because everybody has a part to play. That's why, and if you study the art of confusion, that's what they have done the whole way through this, is intentionally create confusion. That's what his job was to do, Nanos. And he did it. He did a very good job at it. Now, he started getting loose when he started locking folks up for illegally. You know, he messed up there. But, that's what happened here. And I don't believe you're ever going to get to the bottom of it. They might have some old crazy patsy dude. I don't believe the video on the patio that day out front, the porch guy. I don't believe that. I believe that's something they made up and came up with. I don't think it's a real person. That's why you ain't never gonna have no DNA. You ain't gonna never probably find that person. I think the day that in question that they're having everybody look at is what I consider a production. Just like how they create productions for what we call psyops. Yeah, same type of idea. But I feel like this has been going days. Not the day they told us, put it that way.
Well, I mean, you were skeptical from the beginning, Gigi.
Yep, I remember Gigi.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
I just don't trust none of it, because, you know, you can't have a case like this, of this high profile, and these people mess it up like this.
Right.
I mean, you can go to a little town where they got a 4-man police department and they'll do a better job than this. And I'm not joking. Because if they care, they're going to take concern and care at a crime scene, and they're going to do it in a different manner. Even if they're not super highly educated, they're going to do the baseline things better than they did. And now, even if they do have somebody, how you going to make a case with this? Even if they come up with somebody, good luck. Good luck,
Well, that's another difficult challenge, in my opinion, too. I mean, even if you got somebody and arrest somebody, if that person's not confessing, you got big problems, prosecuting this case if person doesn't confess, because it's just a lot of things, just the handling of the crime scene itself, detaining two other people, who knows, DNA and chain of command, what else? I mean, there's gonna be some big problems here.
This case remind me of the time when I think of a time back when Jim Carrey was going through some things, and his girlfriend or fiance turned up dead, and they tried to pin it on him, and all this crazy wild stuff went on in that man's life. This kind of gives me that same vibe a little bit, But I know it sounds crazy. People don't want to have to believe it, but we don't move, us regular folks, we don't move around in their world. Their world is different than our world.
Yeah.
The sacrifices we make every day just to get to the next day, to take care of our families, things that sometimes maybe you would be so proud that you had to do, take care of your family, okay? Just think about that on their level. Decisions that they have to make that they don't want to have to make. Choices that you have to do it because of the life you living in the folks you're in. And yes, I do think these two down in the corner are involved in a sense of trying to act out that stupid day, that production day, and messing it all up. You know what I mean? You did too much. You did too much. People who kidnapping folks don't do all that touching flower pots and leaving doors open. They take people and get up out of there. They don't hang around for 4 minutes spreading DNA all over the lady house. But now they can't find no DNA. Come on. I mean, these people I think we're all morons. That's what they think.
Good point. Yep. They want to control the narrative. That's the whole goal of the Nanos and the local government. I made a post today. Has anyone heard anything from Steve Hines?
No. Listen, he's not going to say nothing no more. He did his part, and he tried to object in the situation, and he knew it wasn't going to go nowhere like it always never does. And unfortunately, Nanos ain't going nowhere. He is way too well connected, and he has a part to play in Pima County. He is
exactly.
Right, and y'all need to think about what I mean when I say he's right at that border. Okay.
Oh, that's all I've been talking about. I mean, that's one of the reasons why, when this came out, this is just a small, view of a bigger picture of what he's been doing for years.
Yes.
I mean, everyone's been covering it. Alex, you pulled up a lot of those old stories and the FBI with the RICO funds. And I mean, there's so many things.
He's gotten away with so much. It's crazy.
He doesn't want you to go down his rabbit hole, so to speak, because when you just touch the little sprinkles on the top of his dirt pile, he went haywire, sent the goons out. The whole thing shifted and went nuts. The moment we start talking about properties and this, that, and the other, and connections. So that's telling. People don't have to use words in life to tell you that they're guilty. Their actions will tell you oftentimes as well. So, his behavior that day was very telling to me.
Behavior is important, man. Behavior is super important in everything we do.
Absolutely. So I just, I know that I'm out of my mind, but I'm not. You know what I mean? I'm just a person who sees things differently. I'm not a person who's inside the box. I always think outside the box.
Gigi hasn't wavered, right, JLR? She hasn't wavered.
I'm not going to.
Annie, Tommaso, and all the way from the beginning. I remember, Gigi. You're one of our first callers.
I'm going to stand it unless they come up with somebody and they legitimately got some proof. You understand? Not know who the man. I will get up here and just like my big old mouth is saying what I'm saying, I will apologize to each and every one of you that I was told. But not until then. And I really don't apologize to nobody because of what they did to my peoples over here, falsely accusing them and trying to ruin their character, assassinate their characters. That's some dirty work that they did. But that's all right because you know what? Good-hearted people going to prevail. Y'all going to come out on top. Don't worry about it.
That's right. That's bully tactics. You know what I mean?
Thanks
Yep.
for stopping by, Gigi.
You're welcome, and y'all
We
stay
love
blessed.
you, Gigi.
Stay out of trouble.
Take care.
Love
Gigi
Bye-bye.
has the bar uncut.
Gigi in the house. Remember this guy right here? We got Liam. Remember Liam?
Liam,
Yeah, I have
Yeah.
a shirt on.
good. We love it.
Shirt on. Yeah, it came to my mind. Oh, it's amazing. I had a big breakthrough. First thing came to my mind. Say, I'm going on. I like to go on JLRs. I better put a shirt on. See, I'm getting conditioned. It's okay, brother. I love you, man. Alex, how you doing?
Good, brother.
857, how you doing?
Good. How you doing?
I'm doing fine. Thank you very much. Well, besides my canine's got a possibility of having a heart murmur, so I'm dealing with that. So it's kind of not too cool. But now tonight I wanted to come in from a different angle. So if you just bear with me for a second, I want to cover something here because JLR, do you remember one time I was on and I said, I like to find things that sets things at precedent. In other words, has been brought up before, and you find like, your loophole, you find a little niche. The next thing you know, you slide right on there and you get it set up to where things are cool, and I'm talking from the legal perspective now. I'm not an attorney, but I do see a thing here that's a very good possibility, because if I was in the situation that you guys are in, I'd be really thinking about this. Okay. And no offense with, you guys getting together, and because what I'm going to share with you, you guys are going to have to get together online and probably maybe a couple of times one-on-one. And this is what I want to bring up, is that from the behavior of Nanos, and we look at him, he's not going to come out unless something directly points at him and says, sir, you must go out because that is your thing to do. And if not, you're going to raise more questions pointing back at him. And he doesn't want that. So he's staying quiet. Okay. The other thing is that he already has, and Nanos, I hope you're listening to this because, dude, I am right on your tail. Okay. Is that he has his people already in place through that county. And if you look back, you can see everything. Yeah, slap him, Alex, slap it. Everything that's been going on. You look at the signs. You look at the manipulation and entrapment of the police. You look at all these signals, letting Sue Ellen go ahead and throw her poo-poo and have her little agave and rock throwing toss over to the side of the easement, where the county should be cleaning it up in the first place. So Nanos has all this stuff, that he has people in place and he has control of. All he's got to do is once it's quickly done, make a phone call. They're going to pick up because they know that guy's number. You know what I mean? So with that being said, is that, and then now all the pressures right now is on the YouTubers, trying to make you guys look like you don't count. Looks like you're not in the times. No, we are in the times. And that's the reason I want to bring this one point up. Okay. Now, I read the chats, a lot of them. Okay. And I've shared with you before, I don't bring up a hypothesis or bring things up if I'm really not, if I don't get that jolt in my heart and in my mind, they match up. I don't do that. I don't work that way. So I don't run on my emotions. I know I'm ampy and I talk a lot, but when I'm behind the scenes, I'm deeply in thought, believe me. So, but with this case, is that Nanos, he is trying to set, now look what he's doing. He's trying to set precedent that YouTubers have no place in the media. That's why you got the Miss Lopez, what's her name? The reporter, the wannabe reporter. She wants to get kicked out from Tucson to go to New York major network. That's probably where she wants to go. Okay, everybody's got inspirations. But what I'm saying is that because of the way that things are acting, is that they're pointing more at the YouTubers more than they are of putting energy into solving the disappearance. And I'm going to put this in a broad perspective of the person. Okay. And so with that being said, with you guys can go ahead and do your own work, your research and law if you like. That's cool. More the better. But what's going to be needed, for what I see on this end, is a civil law attorney. Now, there's been people, as I mentioned, there's been people who've been saying a lot of stuff in the chat, and that's okay. But let's take this into a bigger picture, peeps. Listen up. If you take the extra money that's there and put that into getting an attorney so you can put a foothold in Tucson and Pima County, okay, and get yourself an attorney so you're able to go ahead and walk in with your head straightened up, because you don't got to worry about the legal stuff. All you got to make sure is you got a halfway decent attorney. And so what if you got to go ahead and on here online is to go ahead and have more opportunities where people can call in to give, have a goal set up there. No, we got to get this straightened out, because you YouTuber, or if you want to be a YouTuber, if you want to go ahead and do something, they may go ahead and try to stop you because of their shenanigans that they play. Does that make sense?
Yep.
So if that gets established, okay, then you got a foothold. And you get that foothold there where energy, is put right there in Pima County, you got your number one. You got right where Nancy's at. So you're doing a couple of things. You're setting precedent. You're right there at the top case, and you guys are putting a lot of other people too, the chatters, has been putting a lot of time and energy into it. And that's what I say.
Just so you know, Liam, we're like, me personally, I'm looking into civil attorney, but it's like what JLR said earlier, is that me and Juice still have charges. So
right.
We're in time, but yeah, but Damien's already, I think we're all looking into it already.
No, absolutely not, Alex. I see. To me, it's 100% go. If like I said, if I was in your shoes right now, you guys, either one of you, it'd be 100% go. And maybe if I wasn't, but I wanted to become a YouTuber, and I said, hey, I don't want to deal with this, but I got ways to go ahead and get some funds up to go ahead and tackle this, even before I would go in to become a YouTuber, it would go that far too, probably. So I'm just trying to impact how much this means for future YouTubers. It's going to solve a lot of problems, because these people don't even know the law. They got uniforms on, but they don't even know what free speech is. They don't know to somebody the value of it. They know it, but they don't go ahead and just step it all over it because nobody's called them on their shot. No one says, hey, cease and desist, no more. And it just goes stamp, boom, that's right.
You think the oath is important. You think the oath is important. That the cops wouldn't even cross the line, even if the boss tells them to do that. You know what I mean? We're like,
yeah, exactly. I watched that. I watched many of the episodes of the police there. I watched Sue Ellen's behavior and what they allowed her to do. Well, why did they got stuff on video on her? How come she's not up on charges? Hello, click, click, click. I know you. Yeah, something's going on. Yeah, so this goes out like a cotton picking a web. I'm going to compare it to the Veterans Administration, because that's what it's like. They get like a web, to get you all wrapped up as much as they possibly can. Hey, start getting some stuff to help you go ahead and clear it away a little bit. Let me get this fluff out of my face. You know what I mean? So I can move on. Nothing wrong with it. Nothing wrong with it at all. I'm calling you guys to go ahead and encourage it too. I'm 70 years old. Okay, I am a research biologist, and that is my forte. I love doing that. I could be up 4 or 5 o'clock in the morning and doing nothing but just reading papers and just finding the things I need to find. I don't even got to read the whole paper. I read the intro and I read the conclusion. And if that interests me, then I'm digging more into it. So I filter out, and I don't touch any papers that are usually more than 3 years old. So I go ahead. Now, if it comes across something that's hot, and I may need to go past 3 years old, I may do that. But I cut it at 3, and some people cut it even at 2. But I think you guys have a real good shot here to make a good imprint on these people's thick-headed minds. That hey, you got authority, yes, but as far as power goes, that's a whole nother ball game, because now you're making up whatever you want to go ahead and to be your power that you think is behind your badge. And this really has gone a little bit too far, in my opinion. And I'm just going with you guys. Pardon me?
Oh, no.
Oh, okay.
No.
Floor is yours.
Yeah. Let's not forget that the DNA results are not all in yet. Okay, Alex, I sent you an email. I was too much in a hurry to get on because I didn't know when you were going to call me up, so I just sent it to you. And 857, I still got to get yours in my contact list. And Alex, I got yours, but I didn't send it to you. But JLR, it's on you. I sent it to you anyway. So, but the DNA results are not completed. And that's the one where there's been a lot of mixtures. It takes a lot more processing to go ahead and do. And they'll work with a lot of them with what they call mitochondrial DNA. I don't want to get too complex. And the technology's probably even changed as I'm speaking right now, because things are, that's where science is. And especially during.
Liam, you think it'll be a damn DNA case though?
Boy, the way things are tidied up and contaminated, both. It was, there wasn't like a place all wrecked up, where you can get different samples and then leaving the mat there, and then not securing the place and taping it off in a quick and lengthy time until they were done. I don't know. I think a hot attorney in that area or specialist could probably make a lot of arguments that, hey, no, this doesn't apply in this case because of such and such. There's just too much that was messed up, in my personal opinion too, because if I was doing something, like when I go into a lab, I'm like, hey, I need certain things to be a certain way. And if it's not going because I'm not putting my name on it, And so, it's a lot of things that were right from the get-go, stuff that was basic.
Appreciate you stopping by. Nice to see you.
Hey, Gerald, same to you, Alex.
Always good analysis.
Okay. And 857. Hey, God bless you guys. And listen, when you tell Anita, I said congratulations, and you guys are going to make a breakthrough here. Just don't give up, because there's a loophole somewhere. I'm telling you, because they taste it, because of the way that they're acting. You know what I mean? Look what Anita is doing, and look at their actions right now. There's not a firmness there. When they rolled up on you, Alex, real quick, and I know I shook you up. You didn't expect it to come rolling up like a cop, like you were holding out weapons and stuff like that. You know what I mean? I was like, oh my gosh, look at these guys. So, but yeah, it's just, there's so much that's there. If you just don't get too excited about it, think about it. Get some kind of mission going, get some good, solid support that is going to be able to speak on your behalf, and an attorney that knows what they're doing. There is and I don't know if they covered it or not, but and I've texted it before in the chat, is the American Center for Law and Justice, and they're out of Washington, D.C. They lean heavily, which is cool, on the conservative side. And so I don't mean to bring politics in it, but they've represented presidents before, so and they do this kind of stuff. And it's a father and sons, so it's in the family. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I've heard of that one.
Yeah. They got a real good reputation. Okay, you guys. Hey,
take care.
Always welcome back.
Okay, God bless you guys.
Have a good day.
Man. Good to see you, brother. I love his passion, man. I love his passion. Yeah.
All right. So with that being said, I guess we'll wrap it down for the night. Gentlemen, I appreciate you guys coming in. You guys coming to Florida, so we'll work on the logistics on that. And hopefully I get back to you guys before in the meantime and stuff like that. And Tucson, you're doing a great thing each and every day with the scanner and putting up what's going on in Tucson and keeping Nancy out there. And Alex, we're going to support you through your criminal charges. Hopefully they get dropped next week.
Appreciate the invite, man. And thanks for all the support.
Have a good night. Keep it up.
Shout out Jail Army.
Thank you. Thank you, guys. Nice.
All right.
Stop. Thank you.
Have a good week. Welcome back, everybody. Welcome back to the first ever Friday night chill in chat. So we are just on JLR's show. If you guys want to come on and talk, share your opinion, anything about the cases, anything that's going on, feel free. Here is the link. But right now, I just want to give a big thank you everyone who gave the super chatters, Kathleen, Alicia, reluctant prophet. Good to see you in the chat. It's been a while. Reluctant. If you get a chance, go and follow Reluctant Prophet. He has a great channel. And thank you so much, Alicia, for the 10 gifted memberships. And Jody, that was awesome. She said this was her first super chat that she ever had sent. And so let me know, do you remember who your first super chat was? Do you remember your first super chat? Oh, welcome in, PI. So that is a memorable experience there. And thank you, PI, for sending the the one gifted. So let me know if you guys remember who was the creator or YouTuber that you sent, if you can remember that you sent your first super chat. I'm interested to find out. And what we're gonna do, let's see here. We're gonna pull up, just cruising around the internet, see where everybody is at right now, and it looks like DGL is over here. This is Dad's Gone Live. He's on the scene of a DUI. It looks like a DUI scene. Maybe like a DUI checkpoint. Let's see who people, their first super chat. Hey, Reluctant
right,
Prophet,
well,
if you want to
I'm
come
back.
in and talk about Pima County, feel free. There's the link. Oh my gosh, Oakley, nice. And thank you, PI56, for the membership, and Kathleen. This is
So,
Dad's Gone Live right now. He's at, looks like I'm just checking in, seeing what everybody's up to tonight. It's like they're doing a DUI checkpoint in Bakersfield near where he lives. Let's see who people are saying. Pin the link, pin the link. There's the link. I'll keep putting it in there if you don't get it this time.
I'm assuming this fella may have potentially gotten a traffic ticket or citation, maybe? I'm not too sure. We're in an undisclosed location here in Bakersfield, California for a DUI checkpoint and driver's license checkpoint.
This is Dad's Gone Live, everybody. That's exactly why I just, even if it's one beer, I'm not even risking it. Yeah, Slick Click, he's off the list there, buddy. Slick Click. He's actually on the bad list now, buddy. I'm not really impressed. They are off the list, Slick Click. They are off the list. They must have got a message or something, because I called him back and he said they're too busy or something. I don't know what his deal is, but we got better people. We got better people. Way better than him. That guy's an insider, in my opinion. Yeah, no hurry, no hurry. Take your time. Hey, Ruger. Yeah. So right now, if you guys go in there, just give DGL a big shout out. Tell him I said what's up. We were just seeing what he's up to tonight. Go give his channel a follow. If you don't, that's Dad's Gone Live. Great channel. This is kind of an interesting thing. Is AI has been a big talk in the world, right? Everything AI. Can AI help solve the case? And so here, this is from Jen Coffindaffer. I'll put a link to her chat. And she talks about, or to her page, excuse me. She talks about, could AI, and let me know if, have you guys heard any AI programs that could possibly like unmask the suspect or something like that? I mean, obviously, I think they could put like all of the prison photos and then match it up to the perp at the front with the eyes and some, you know, I don't know. I haven't heard of any of the technology, but I'm sure they're hopefully testing it out. So let's listen to this from Jen Coffindaffer from Break the Case.
This case specifically, when I saw that video that they reconstructed like from binary, they somehow grabbed it, found it. The technology was amazing, and it's such a smooth, good shot of this guy. With AI, can't we take that mask off? Do you think he's got more than one mask on to sort of hide who he is? We clearly see the shape of his eyes. We see his eyebrows. We see that he's got some facial hair. Couldn't through AI we get a better shot of what this guy probably looks like?
Well, I guarantee you, Joe Pags, that the FBI sent that up to their lab. They have this in color and they have it figured out what he looks like.
Okay.
That's what I really think. Why
not put it out then?
Exactly. There's a couple of things here I just don't understand. That's exactly what should be done. I mean, this is the first thing you do as an agent when you have an obscured license plate or vehicle. That's what they do back at the lab. There's people who saw it on Koberger that know every car in the world, right? And they can just look at a side mirror, or they can look at something else and see, right? So it made no sense to me that they're not releasing this enhanced video or advanced photography. I do not understand it.
It doesn't make sense to me either, unless, and again, I don't know anything from anything. I'm not an investigator for sure, but unless they have now identified who it is and they're figuring out how to go and get him, because there is no reason I can imagine under the sun why you wouldn't want 350 million Americans to see this guy.
You're exactly right. Unless they know, unless this is, what was it, week 5 that Brian Koberger, they pretty much had a pointer in his direction.
Yeah, they knew.
And that is the case here. And they're building a case, or they can't find, they have to not be able to find him and not have fully identified him. Because if not, what did they do at the beginning of the case, Joe Pags? Remember that? They went blitzkrieg. They had the hostage rescue team down.
Everything,
were just, they had the federal judge sign the warrant. If they know who he is and have identified him and know where he is, that's what we're going to see. So we're not seeing that.
And that's where I'm at. I honestly think the way that Pima County's handling this case, it reminds me exactly of Hollie Dasso. And just to give everybody a quick, like, how similar the Hollie Dasso case and the Nancy Guthrie case are being treated in the public eye. It is very eye-opening. So sorry for the pun, but yeah, that's what we're gonna keep bringing up see, Hollie Dasso. All right, so here is the link to the analyst casebook. She does a great video here. I just want to kind of give you guys a summary. Hey, welcome in, Liam. Liam, and thank you again, PI 56, Kathleen, Marine Girl, everybody coming in tonight and just hanging out. We're covering the Hollie Dasso case too, Liam, and everybody, Bev, because it's the same sheriff. She was essentially kidnapped from Tucson, and then they found her body the next day in Pima County, in the outskirts of Pima County, actually kind of near Vail, Arizona. So I am going to play this video real quick so you guys can just get a summary. A lot of people don't know about this case, but it has to do with everything that has to do with Nancy. Very similar as far as how they're treating this case. I cannot find one article where Sheriff Nanos even mentions Hollie Dasso's name. So give this a listen. This is the Analyst Casebook. Give her channel a follow as well. Here we go.
This channel is a place where we walk through real cases with clarity, respect, and verified information. No theatrics, no speculation, no chaos, just the story as it exists, built from confirmed timelines, documented evidence, and the voices of the families who are still fighting for answers. If you're here, it's because you care about truth, about structure, and about the people at the center of these cases. That's the work we do here. Today, we're talking about the case of Hollie Dasso. My goal is simple: to tell you what's known, what's documented, and what the evidence actually supports, while respecting Hollie and her family. Let's start at the beginning. Hollie was 34 years old, a loving mom, daughter, and sister. Her family describes her as caring and outgoing. Her father has been the steady voice since the day she disappeared, and he's never stopped pushing for answers. The last confirmed moment we have of Hollie is on September 21st, 2023. She was boarding a Suntran bus at the transit center in Tucson, Arizona. And there's a surveillance image that verifies that. After that moment, she isn't seen again. There's no digital activity, no confirmed sightings, nothing. The next day, on the 22nd, her husband contacts her father saying he can't find her. A missing persons report is filed. There's still no movement, no calls, no trace of her. Then on September 23rd, around 5:30 p.m., a Union Pacific train conductor discovers her body in a remote desert area off I-10 and Marsh Station Road. It's open desert, no homes, no structures, no cameras. The kind of place you only reach if you know the service roads or the rail access paths. The medical examiner notes trauma, but can't determine a cause of death, leaving it undetermined. The investigation is still active, and the reward is $15,000. One of the most important pieces of evidence comes from the trains themselves. A train that passed earlier shows nothing on the tracks. The next train shows her body. That gives us a narrow window, a very specific period where the offender acted. The weather across all 3 days was hot, dry, and clear. No rain, no wind, nothing that would move or hide evidence. Whatever happened out there stayed where it was placed. Here's the part that matters to understand the offender. Hollie could not have reached that location on her own. There's no buses, no sidewalks, no walkable paths. Someone with a vehicle moved her from the urban area to that remote corridor.
So everybody's looks like we got a question. Reluctant Prophet says, so no video of her getting off the bus. I'll show you. There's only video basically, it looks like, of her getting on, and then there's another like still shot, and she looks like she's on the bus, but we don't know what's happening. She's just walking. But once she gets off the bus, they have not released any other surveillance. There's no word about who she was with. There's nothing from what the authorities said. The authorities say it's an undetermined death. They won't even say it's a homicide because the way she was found. Reluctant Prophet, they found her. Somebody laid her on the tracks for the train to come, just to put it in less graphic details. And this was right. Closest bus stop is miles. And yeah, I know somebody drove her out there from downtown Tucson. Somebody drove her out there from downtown Tucson. Now, here's what I want to kind of bring up. I meant to bring this up the other day, but I got to find the article, and I'll let this finish while I'm pulling up the article. So she was found kind of way on the outskirts, right off the highway. So whoever drove her would have been seen on camera that night, because she was seen on the bus, getting off the bus, and then she was found the next day. So RP, you know that on that I-10 freeway, how many cameras are on that freeway? So they have footage of the vehicle, but they will not tell us why they won't release this footage. You cannot get to Marsh Station Road unless you're on a freeway or you pass by many cameras. So to me, this is exactly what's happening with the Nancy Guthrie case. They release one photo and then they're just like, oh, we don't have anything else. Well, I want to reach out to the husband. The husband should be on the news at least a couple times a year saying, hey, I want to know who killed my wife. But you don't hear a word from the husband.
There are only a few routes that make sense, and all of them require someone who knows the area, someone familiar with South Tucson, the East Side Corridor, and the rural access points around Marsh Station. Everything we know about the offender comes from behavior, not identity. Their actions tell us they used a vehicle, they knew how to get to that desert without being seen, and they improvised rather than planned. They avoided risk but wasn't sophisticated, and they acted under time pressure. They also may have been aware of train timing or patterns. To create the scene, they had to gain access to Hollie, transport her, navigate to the isolated point, move her body onto the tracks, place her parallel to the rails, leave no belongings, and get out before the next train came through. That's not a long-term plan. That's someone acting in the moment. The contradictions in this case are important. Trauma present, but manner undetermined. Last seen at a transit center, found in a remote desert. One train shows nothing. The next shows her body. No belongings, no phone, no transportation evidence. These contradictions aren't noise. They're behavioral fingerprints.
Okay, some good questions coming out as far as going down. Yeah, I mean, most likely, though, they probably would have took an I-10 because it's so much faster. But you're right. They could have taken down through Sarita. But, I mean, you would think that there is some cameras that way. And then they haven't released anything. So it's kind of, it's sad because we're almost at 3 years, and I can't find one article where Nanos has even mentioned her name. they have done some updates. She was married. So allegedly the husband and the wife had a fight earlier in the night, and they got separated. That's why she was on the bus alone. So the husband did not report till the next day, and he didn't even report it to the police. He went to the parents. Yeah, the police know more than we do for sure. And that's why we got to keep the pressure on, because we're at 3 years almost. And so this is exactly same Sheriff Nanos, probably some of the same detectives.
They tell us the offender relied on isolation and environment, not skill. And at the center of all this is Hollie and her family. Her father is still asking for answers. Her son is still living without his mother. Thank you for spending time with me and for keeping Hollie's name visible. Her family is still fighting for answers, and every share, every view, every conversation helps keep pressure on the system. If you want more coverage on Hollie's case, head over to 857 Tucson. He's local. He's been following this from the ground, and he has additional videos and updates that add context to what you've heard here. And as always, if you have information about Hollie's case, contact the Pima County Sheriff's Department, 88-CRIME, or submit a tip at 88crime.com.
Update now on the Hollie Dasso and unsolved murder case. 88-CRIME is increasing the reward. That reward has gone up to from $10,000 to $15,000 for any information leading to the arrest of the person or people responsible for the death. Footage captured the 34-year-old on a Suntran bus by Laos Transit Center in September 2023. A Union Pacific train conductor found Hollie's body 2 days later near I-10 and Marsh Station Road. Her father says the reward has been increased, hoping more people will come forward and provide answers. If you have any information in the case, you're asked to call 88-CRIME.
Okay, this is a case now that I wanted to bring up earlier, because this woman, it's a crazy case, but let me tell you what happened. We're about to watch this story. There's a woman, I got it off now, thank you. This is the case where they might be connected. I don't know if the authorities would, thank you, Julie, would have connected this or not. Probably not, but this is weird, because on Marsh Station Road, which let me just show you where Marsh Station Road is here in Arizona. Or in Tucson. It's way outside. So here is city of Tucson, where my mouse is. She got off the bus somewhere where this actual, like right around here, downtown Tucson. Now, Marsh Station Road, the fastest way from downtown Tucson is you get on the I-19 and you jump on the I-10 and you take this out to Vail. Now, once you get to Vail, this is Marsh Station Road. You see how remote this is? Look at that. It's literally out in the middle of nowhere compared to the city. Now, here's what I'm going to show you next. This woman ended up killing a guy on this same train track. A 24-year-old woman. She was with an old man. Now, why she was with this old man? Oh, that's the wrong one. You can only take a couple guesses. From what I'm guessing, it might been the guy was taking her out for a date, if you know what I mean. Now watch this story. The guy ends up dying on the train tracks, right in the same Marsh Station Road that Hollie Dasso was found. Is this guy possibly the one who did this to Nancy? I mean, to Hollie? And then watch, there's a woman that fights this guy, and I don't know what happened, but she drove his car on the train tracks, and just watch.
Side, the Pima County Sheriff's Department's investigating a fatal crash involving a pickup truck and a Union Pacific train in Vail.
PCSD confirms they're investigating it as a suspicious death. KGUN 9's Jacqueline Aguilar is off of I-10 and Marsh Station Road with the latest.
The pickup truck involved in a crash with a Union Pacific train has been cleared out. Union Pacific confirms that nobody on the train crew was injured, but one person was found dead here on scene. The Pima County Sheriff's Department is investigating the crash as a suspicious death. The crash happened around 12:30 a.m. on Wednesday morning, according to Union Pacific. PCSD says the Department of Public Safety had a separate incident reported as an aggravated assault, and that the person involved was taken to a local hospital for further medical treatment. PCSD says they're looking for a possible connection between the two incidents, but cannot confirm because the investigation is in the early stages. We will keep you updated on this investigation as we get more information.
So I'm trying to help you guys make sense of this, but basically on the same road that Hollie was found, this guy was killed by a younger girl who basically seems like she ended up, I have a video of her in jail. She got arrested for second-degree murder, and I'm trying to find the article. So I'm wondering if this guy was picking up people, essentially, and then he ended up picking up this woman, and she killed him. I don't know. It's weird. I haven't brought this up as far as connection, but it's when you see Marsh Station Road, this guy drove a same kind of girl, a young girl, out to this area. And I don't know if he tried to do something, but he ended up dying. Now, I don't know the story. I'm trying to, what date did this occur on? Let me see. It's a good question. Let me keep trying to find more articles. This says January 8th of last year. Okay, so here's the next one. This is where the woman was arrested for this guy dying on this train, right on the same road as. So it's like if this guy was connected to Hollie and maybe this woman, I don't know. It's something I was thinking about.
Pima County Sheriff's deputies are trying to unravel what is now a homicide investigation after a man was found dead overnight after a crash involving a train and a vehicle. 61-year-old Vernie Garrison was found dead in his truck.
So if you heard that name, Vernie Garrison, I think that's what it is. We'll play this again. This is only a 49-second video. But he was an older gentleman, probably in his 60s, and he was with a 24-year-old. Now, this woman ended up getting charged. I don't know what happened to her case, but it is interesting.
Truck that had been hit by the train. It happened right before 1 a.m. near East Marsh Station Road along I-10 on Wednesday. Deputies became suspicious when they determined the victim's injuries were not related to the collision. Further investigation led deputies to believe Garrison had been involved in an altercation of some kind with 24-year-old Kiara Tyler.
So he was involved in an altercation way out in Marsh Station Road, the same area that Hollie was found. And this woman, I think, was like doing a date, if you know what I mean, doing a date.
Who was found near the crash scene. Deputies say based on further evidence, it was determined Tyler was involved in Garrison's death. She has now been charged with second-degree murder and is being held at the Pima County Jail. Anyone with information is asked to call 911.
Why were this guy, whatever his name is, we'll get his name here in a minute so you guys can look him up. Why were they way out here? Exactly the same location where Hollie's body was found. What I'm wondering is, was this guy connected to Hollie's death? So Hollie was found out here. Now, this is the same place that woman and the older gentleman had the incident, and he died. Basically, did that guy have something to do with Hollie's death is what I'm trying to ask, guys. Thank you so much, PI. Sheriff Nanos, let me know if you guys are following me on this. Sheriff Nanos never held a dedicated press conference regarding Hollie Dayton. Never spoken about her case in standalone briefing ever. It's disrespectful. Yeah, and her son's walking the streets. Hollie has 2 brothers, and that's why anytime that anybody says Nancy Guthrie, you should be saying Hollie Dasso as well. Because Sheriff Nanos, as PI said, he's basically disrespecting the community, the family. He's over there just going about his business. No updates. And here, so this is, do you guys follow me though? This is where Marsh Station Road is. So this is very rural area. Now that guy, he took a 24-year-old woman and they were in his truck and they had some sort of altercation. Why did they have an altercation way out here in the middle of nowhere on Marsh Station Road? Because I think she was doing a date for him, if you know what I mean. Now, are you guys following me? Give me a thumbs up if you're following me. It's very possible. Thank you. Okay. So that's why, to me, Hollie might have gotten picked up by this. This is what my hypothesis, if this is connected. Hollie would have gotten picked up by this older gentleman. Now he was found here with another woman. Did he go years prior with Hollie and that's where he took Hollie? We're going to watch this one more time, because if you guys can write down the names of the people that were in this other incident, I would like to look up her case and find out like whatever happened. Maybe pull up the papers, because she got charged with homicide. Now, did they ever check this guy, whoever his name is? And you guys, they're going to say his name, so get ready, okay? It's like Garrison something, so.
Already a crime.
All right, here we go.
Stand your ground. It's a
Pima County Sheriff's deputies are trying to unravel what is now a homicide investigation after a man was found dead overnight after a crash involving a train and a vehicle. 61-year-old Vernie Garrison was found dead in his truck that had been hit by the train. It happened right before 1 a.m. near East Marsh Station Road along I-10 on Wednesday. Deputies became suspicious when they determined the victim's injuries were not related to the collision. Further investigation led deputies to believe Garrison had been involved in an altercation of some kind with 24-year-old Kiara Tyler, who was found at the crash scene. Deputies say based on further evidence, it was determined Tyler was involved in Garrison's death. She has now been charged with second-degree murder and is being held at the Pima County Jail.
So her name is Kiara Tyler. I'm going to look up her name and see if there's anything going on with her case. Kiara Tyler, Tucson, Arizona. And if you want to look up the other guy, his name was Vernie Garrison. Oh, she avoided prison. Look at this. She avoided prison. Is that it? Yeah, she avoided prison. You'll never, oh, this is welcome to Tucson, everybody. She avoids prison.
Apps you know best. Gray Digital Media. We know local. Let's connect today.
This is the scene. I don't know why it's not talking, but that's the night that it happened. She avoided prison, guys. A woman avoided jail by reaching a plea deal in an unusual case from Pima County. Kiara Tyler was sentenced to probation. She only got probation for killing this guy. You guys believe this? 2 years after pleading guilty to disorderly conduct with a weapon, Tyler had been facing a second-degree murder charge after a man was found dead in a vehicle after it was hit by a train. So she literally drove the car onto a train and she only got 2 years probation. Deputies found the body of 61-year-old Vernie Garrison after responding to a report of a train crash involving a pickup. The Pima County Sheriff's Department said the crash was minor and Garrison injuries were not consistent with an accident like that. So she tried to cover it up and have his car hit by a train. The interim complaint shows she was found with gunshot wound to the head and stab wounds, and she's out on probation, everybody. I'll be right back. This is crazy. Sorry, I had to walk away. I can't believe this right now. I cannot believe that somebody literally right here just got 2 years of probation. She literally got 2 years of probation. 2 years of probation. And she shot this guy. Pew-pewed in the head and STABBED. Do you understand how this is in Pima County, what they're letting? This woman now literally did this to this man. I don't know if anyone is warranted for that right there, unless I don't know anything, but maybe you guys can look up this case and get some documents. Vernie, what's his name? Poor guy, Vernie Garrison. And look, this is the scene of that night. This is where, right by Hollie Dasso. So this woman literally pew-pewed the guy in the head, and she only got 2 years of probation. If you guys want to look this case up, and I don't know if we got any of the sleuths. Hey, Sheila. Sheila, good evening. SOS, welcome back. Sophie. 2 years probation for doing this to somebody. Can you believe this is Tucson? Here's the link if you want, anyone wants to come chat. This is kind of an open chat night, so if anybody does want to come in, there it is. So the reason I came to this article is because, like I said, Marsh Station Road is where Hollie Dasso was found, and she was kind of, way out there in Vail, Arizona, near Vail. And then this woman right here, pew-pewed a guy on the same rural road, which is way out in the middle of nowhere. So why? I mean, I was thinking, well, maybe it's connected that this guy would pick up dates, right? Maybe it wasn't a date. I don't know. Maybe he was friends with them. Maybe he was friends with Hollie. And then maybe he would take them out to this road. So that's why I looked up this case tonight. And I found that literally this woman pew-pewed the guy in the head. And she reached a plea deal for 2 years probation. And she did this to him too. She did this in the head. Look at this. And they only gave her 2 years probation. She's literally walking right now, I think. I mean, like with nothing. Like she walked after this. And she only had to plead guilty to disorderly conduct with a weapon. Now, I don't know what happened, but I would be interested to see the interim complaint and the documents on this. Let's see. Is anyone in the chat that wants to look this up and help run? We can go over this case. Is there anybody that wants to go over this case? Here's the article, and then just email me if you. I'll send money for like FOIA documents or anything like that. But I'm wondering if this Vernie Garrison, I mean, he's 61 years old and he's with a 24-year-old and they're out in that rural area. Now you do the math. You do the math. Welcome in, Pickle Toes Grandma, Oranges, Melt Moose, welcome in. Firefly, Oakley. Yeah, Oakley. 2 years. Can you believe that? Not even 1 day in jail for doing that to somebody. And then she put the car on the trail, on the railroad tracks, guys. Yeah, and that's the thing. But here's the thing is she literally, we don't know the story, so I don't want to talk too much about it, but that just seems just crazy to me. Yep, Peachy, you said it exactly right. You said it. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So Penny, maybe it was self-defense, so I'm not going to say much other than, is this connected to the Hollie Dasso case? Did this guy take Hollie out there? That's why, I mean, I was just kind of shocked by, the whole thing. And then once I found out it was on Marsh Station Road, to me, I was like, could this Vernie guy have known? Did Vernie know Hollie Dasso? Let's find that out. Did Vernie Garrison know Hollie Dasso? I'm trying to just throw things at the wall right now, but this is very curious. I'll feel better. We feel better. Tomorrow's a new day. Get some rest. Was Hollie found with other DNA? Did they check the guy's DNA? Yeah, so basically they haven't. But what I'll do is I'll pull up a video so you guys can really hear this. I think that's going to be the best. That's going to be what we're going to do. All right. Thank you guys for hanging out. And I know we're switching a little gears. We're going back Nancy Guthrie. We're covering the Hollie Dasso case right now because I really think, the public actually could help solve this a little bit. There's lots of moving pieces with the Nancy Guthrie. We only know what we know, but with this, I think we could get. I actually had to FOIA the documents to find out how she was found, and how she was found is whoever did this to her laid her on the railroad tracks, and the train came by. We don't know her condition when she was laid on the tracks, but you can assume what you want. I don't know. So this is a video I did. Here is the link to the video if you want to. Lots of people say they like watching this because they can like turn it on like while you're driving and just listen, because we talk about the case. We actually, my friend Joe Schmo, I haven't seen him in a while, but he's been helping me. He actually FOIA'd all these documents, so we found out lots of stuff that the Pima County Sheriff is not telling people. So there is the link to the video. So we're going to jump into this so you guys can see. Let's see if I can get this here. I'm hoping we can,
condition she was found in, and I have questions. I have lots of questions.
That is Joe Schmo. I'm going to give you a link to his channel here. He has a channel, but he's also a mod on the channel.
Since I was a young child, a fan of Sherlock Holmes and Arthur Conan Doyle's books. And one of his cases actually involves a body being found next to railroad tracks. And I kind of feel like Sherlock Holmes is looking over my shoulder on this one. Like, we need to solve this. We need to figure it out. So we're gonna take one step in that direction tonight.
Thank you so much. Thank you for the super PI 56. I appreciate that. I want to read what she saw. I read that one, but thank you again. And liberty, justice for all. Thank you again. The state said she was on release for a violent felony, which could be from September 24th incident where she was charged with armed robbery, aggravated assault, and burglary. Yeah, no, I know this woman. And then she pew-pewed someone, if we're talking about the same person, and now she's out free. This is Pima County, guys. They're just letting people off, and I don't know what happened, but my main concern is burning. Is this connected to the Hollie Dasso case? This one would be interesting to read. I would be interesting to read how she got off if she did that, and then she drove his truck onto the railroad track. Does this make sense? Thank you again, liberty and justice for all. I like that name. You have an awesome name. All right, so we're going to go back. This is an episode I did with Joe Schmo.
Hollie was left near Marsh Station Road in a rural spot with no residents and no camera.
Ever since. Devastated.
But the trains had cameras. We're going to see that in the Emmy report. The train that went there before she was found showed nothing on the tracks. And then the train that went through when she was found showed her and the condition of her body at that time when that train found her. So there's two completely different train cameras, and I've actually FOIA'd those, and we'll see if the Pima County Sheriff's Office responds to those FOIA requests. They haven't yet, but that's significant.
So what he's trying to say is basically there is footage of the trains actually, but they're not going to release that, which I wouldn't even want to see that. But they do have footage of that.
He says, her dad says there's no cameras there, but there were cameras on the trains. The engines of these trains had front-facing cameras. And the one that went through before she was found showed nothing, and the one that went through after she was found showed something completely different. We're going to see that in a little bit.
My wife and I, especially your 16-year-old son that we've been taking care of ever since then, and both her brothers, of course, have been devastated by this.
Detectives have never recovered any of Hollie's belongings. While it's been difficult to piece together where she was last seen, the last known photo of Hollie alive appears to be a photo of her boarding a Suntran bus. And tips coming in have stayed consistent from the start.
So she was boarding a Suntran bus. 857, do you know where she boarded that bus?
Yeah, and that's kind of where you know, for the people that tuned into the first episode, it was at Roy Taos Transit Center, and so I'm going to pull that up right now.
Okay, no, hold on. Let's watch the rest of this video, and then you show us where she was.
Okay, I got
shown
that ready
on this
for you
video.
then. Perfect.
Let's watch the rest of this. Yep, perfect. Yep. Let's watch the.
And the crazy thing is the only people advocating for Hollie that I've seen are Hollie's friends, Hollie's family, but you have not seen even one statement from Hollie's husband.
Rest of this news clip, and then we'll link into your map.
There's been a lot of theories presented by her family, presented by her close friends, presented by acquaintances, and we've try to investigate each one as thoroughly as possible. Some of them,
They are in the process of interviewing new acquaintances and pursuing more lab on
I don't
evidence.
know why it's skipping like that. Let me try something.
Let's watch the rest of this video, and then you show us where she was
Okay, I got that
shown
ready
on this
for you then.
video.
Perfect.
Let's watch the rest of this. Yep, perfect. Yep. Let's watch the rest of this news clip, and then we'll link into your map.
there's been a lot of theories presented by her family, presented by her close friends, presented by acquaintances, and we've tried to investigate each one as thoroughly as possible. Some of them,
They are in the process of interviewing new acquaintances and pursuing more lab on evidence previously collected because Hollie's death.
She didn't have any hate or any bad feelings towards anybody in her body.
I don't know why
Now,
it's doing
when
that. So I'm gonna skip forward. I don't know if it's just right now or if that's from the original recording, but I mean, this is an hour and a half long. Here's the link. So if you want to watch this later, I'm gonna just skip around, but it is a good to put it in perspective. And yeah, I've been following this case for a couple of years now, at least a year and a half, almost 2 years, I think. So I have been knowing lots of other details. Some family members. There's a page on Facebook called Hollie Dasso Deserves Justice. At one point, the husband did reach out to me the first time I tried. I don't know, he friend requested me or something weird, but I never got it. But then it went away. So he knows that I'm covering the case. I don't know why he hasn't reached out to me man to man. If my wife, this happened to mine, I would be and somebody's helping get the word out. I would try to reach out to that person, but that's just me. Everybody's different, but he did try to get in touch with me somehow. No, I have not. They have not really wanted to speak too much other than they do their update once a year with the they have some media contacts, Mary Coleman, who does a good job. But I've only spoken through email with her friends and people that known her that just said she was the nicest person. They used to work with her. She actually went to my former high school, from what I understand, where I graduated. So it hits home. And as you could see, this for her to be found way out there on those railroad tracks, was it somebody who lived out in that area? Was this guy Vernon? Did he know Hollie Dasso? Who knows? But what we're going to do is just keep until we get answers. We got to request FOIA documents. Excuse me, like we did with this case. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to skip forward now to the FOIA documents. They never mentioned, okay, she got off. Well, she gets on the bus. Well, where did she get off the bus? It's pretty, could you let us know where so if anybody is watching, you can take notes of things there's holes in this case, just like Nancy's case. They make the people basically fear, is this a serial person doing this? But was she kidnapped? We need answers. So if anyone wants to cover this case, any of the sleuths out there, it's the same sheriff. Now, the difference with this case is she was last seen in the city of Tucson city limits, but she was found in Pima County. So it's a Pima County case because she was found out here, but Tucson police obviously They should be working together. Why aren't we getting updates from both of them? We haven't even had one update ever from the city of Tucson police. So it's weird. It's silence. They want the case. They think hundreds of thousands of people will just forget about these cases, everyone. Just worry about your life. Don't worry about this, that there's, a killer walking the street. Don't worry. And then they try to arrest people that keep these cases alive. Because that's if she was, kidnapped, or if she met up with somebody that she knew and got in a car that night, then we need to know that area, right? Not just she got on a bus. Well, where did the bus go? So anyway, good question. And then Jake says they might not have footage.
That's a great question.
They might not have footage of it. And yeah, sometimes it's real flimsy where, oh yeah, we don't have footage of that. And which is, standard. But if you wanted to, jump into that, and if you can zoom it in a little bit, are you able to zoom where you can, so you can enlarge it
on the PDF?
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay. All right. Well, I'll
like that.
Yeah, just exactly.
All right. So I FOIA'd the ME report. It took like 3 weeks.
So this is when he said he FOIA'd the report from the medical examiner. Now, viewer discretion advised. Now, here's the other thing. He said it took him 3 weeks to get this. And so everybody noticed there's a pattern with the Pima County. They take their time with these FOIA requests. They tell people, so here, well, listen to this.
And a bunch of back and forth with the ME, with the medical examiner's office. But here it is. And trigger warning, it is rough. Like, it's brutal. So if your family, if your friends, and if this is going to upset you, then you can take a break. It's okay. Take a break. Because it's not pretty. Like how she was found. Findings: blunt force injuries, head and neck, decapitation with cervical vertebral fractures, and complete transection of cervical spine and vessels of the neck. So her head was completely removed by whatever it was. Was it the train? Was it a train? Was it something before the train? We don't know. And that's honestly one of my most important questions. Fractures, calvaria, skull, lacerations and abrasions of.
All right, I'm going to skip forward a little bit. I think you get the point on that, what happened. Now, this is what it says right here. Post-mortem toxicology analysis of blood positive for methamphetamine, the C word, benzoid, and fentanyl. So she had 3 different things in her system.
Scalp and face.
Killed her before she was placed track to the road. All right. So what we're coming out with today is that we think, you think, and basically we've kind of both think that somebody actually laid her on the road in the middle. Now, did you say something about like how she was placed with her head or anything like that? Or was that?
if you want to just continue where you were
Well,
going to go.
Yeah, the thing that bothers me the most about it is that she was nude. Like if you want to like speculate that she was a trained surfer.
Well, people are canceling that, so let's not even bring up train. I don't want to upset
No. I'm going like way out of bounds. I'm going way out of bounds. I'm saying she was trained surfing. She like wanted to get down to Vail for whatever reason. Why does she end up nude in the middle of the tracks? That makes no sense. That makes no sense. Nude in the middle of the tracks, even if you're a trained surfer, even if you want to get down to Vail for some reason, like you got a boyfriend down there.
So yeah, the train surfing is not even a possibility. He's just throwing that out there to like speculate on like why someone beat. And then he's saying, you know, she had no clothes on. So whoever did this later on the tracks with no clothes.
Or whatever.
This is like serial killer stuff.
Like that makes no sense for her to be nude. She's nude in the middle of the tracks and she ends up decapitated. That's a problem. And we need to have answers. And the Pima County Sheriff's Office needs to provide us with answers, right?
Well, that's partly, you know,
and that's the whole thing. They need to provide us with answers. Now, this was way before Nancy went missing. The case is almost 3 years old now. No updates, silence. We have to actually find out all this information. They don't even help us like anything.
Their MO is, you know, oh, we'll just give as little as we can, and because, you know, we're doing an investigation when, you know, yeah, I think the public has the right to know that you know, somebody, you know, possibly killed her before she was placed on the tracks, or she was maybe, you know, like unconscious, right? Maybe they had a drug overdose. She had a drug overdose, and I don't know. I'm throwing out weird speculations, but what I'm saying is the like you said, for her to get out there and be placed on the tracks naked, the Pima County sheriffs should have been more honest about what happened, what actually happened, and they don't even say that in the report, they don't even say she was on the track. She was found near the track. So now they're leading the public that maybe she wasn't even murdered, even though.
And that's the whole thing about this. They won't even say that she's a victim of a homicide. That's what's so disappointing. This is disrespectful to me that this woman, we know somebody did this to her, and they won't even say that. They just say, oh, she was undetermined death. That's what they're calling this. They're calling this a literally undetermined death. All right, we got someone in the queue. Welcome in, Reluctant Prophet.
Hey, what's happening?
Hey, man. I'm glad to see you.
Oh, I'm still alive. I just been kind of hiding out until the county decided to go ahead and start mentioning my name in court today.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Lane, you remember Lane Myers?
Yeah, vaguely. Yep. Yeah, I mean, yeah.
He got rearrested last week, and one of his conditions of probation was he's not allowed to have any communication. Well, the prosecutor, Rachel Stiles, was in court today making up lies, saying that I was communicating with him through the chat on YouTube. So the corruption runs all the way to the top here in town.
Yeah, and so because as far as real quickly, because you know, I've known your channel for like years, but you actually have more subscribers than me.
I thought you were catching up. Yeah, I hardly put out videos. I don't really want to be involved with all these corrupt people. because you can find yourself on a railroad track somewhere. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Yeah. No, I hear you. I hear you on that. Now, tell me a little bit about not me, because I kind of know. I mean, I really don't, but I know your channel.
Yeah.
And I know you're a local Tucsonan like me, I think, or pretty much, right? You've been here a while.
Oh yeah, I've been here since I don't know, 1978.
So tell the channel a little bit about how you started your channel, and then what you've been doing with it.
Oh, all right. What's going on, everybody? My name's Reluctant Prophet. My name's actually Mark. I live here in town. And I got started here probably, never had any issues ever with any of the police. And I ended up honking at a Pima County Sheriff's deputy. And they did an injunction of harassment on me. And then 5 months later, they called me on the phone and said that they were going to charge me with disorderly conduct and harassment for honking my horn. So that's basically what started it. And then I had some issues with the new developer here, making a bunch of noise, working at 3 o'clock in the morning. So I called the sheriff's department, and I feel like since I had that altercation with the deputy, they sided with the developer and ended up arresting me again, trespassed me from a public sidewalk, kind of like you guys had done to you. And I actually sued them in court. They granted them qualified immunity. All of my charges that I've ever been charged with have been dismissed. And so I decided to start a YouTube channel just for personal protection so that I could put out everything that was going on, since the narrative was being created by the sheriff's department and the prosecutor's office. So in a nutshell, that's kind of what's gone on and how I started my channel. I got hooked up with some of the cop watchers and auditors here in Arizona and California, and went out and done some cop watching. So that's mainly what I do. If I see some sheriff's deputies on the side of the road pulling somebody over, I'll stop, pull out my camera, and keep them honest.
So basically, what happened to you is in the playbook, from what I understand and what you're telling me, of the Pima County Sheriff, to basically try, if anyone talks back or anything, basically they just sneeze wrong, and the Pima County Sheriff doesn't like it, that their goal is going to try to get charges on you somehow, right?
Yeah. I read somewhere that 2 million people in Arizona out of, I think, 6 or 8 million have criminal charges on them in Arizona. So, yes, I think that it's a form of control that Pima County and Tucson uses. If they can get you on any sort of criminal charges, they have control of your life for however long. And that seems to be their MO. If you speak up, swear, do something they don't like, they're going to come after you and just make your life difficult. The other thing that kept my channel going was there's some other people in town that reached out to me. One of them was named Jeff Gold, Mr. Gold. He had a neighbor that called the police on him over 100 times, and they had zero evidence of him doing anything, but yet they charged him with 11 crimes. Now, it gets into the whole Judge Ball thing and me going down to the court, and then Lane Myers got involved with the same judge. I put out a YouTube video that said that the judge had Lane Myers kidnapped. The judge came in the following Monday, dismissed all of the charges on Mr. Gold, and filed a lawsuit of defamation against me. So that was last year on the day after Christmas. So I went into court. The judge decided to dismiss all the charges. He actually resigned. I'm pretty sure it was had something to do with Lane Myers and myself and everything going on. But yeah, Mr. Gold, actually the fire department was at his house, rural metro. I just put a post out yesterday or this morning, and the rural metro was opening his mailbox, pulling his mail out, and thumbing through his mail.
I saw that.
Yeah, it's crazy. So,
well, and have you heard about this guy, that the Parks and Rec guy on Facebook, and they told him he wasn't allowed to go to parks, and they gave him, he also got, have you heard his channel? If you want, I won't talk if you don't yet, but look him up. He's on Facebook. His name is Tucson Parks and Recs.
Okay.
No, wait, let me get it. But basically, he started posting on Facebook because he got fired, I guess, but he was kind of a whistleblower, for what's going on. But yeah, he same thing. They gave him charges. They said he can't post about these people on Facebook. If you go to my Facebook, you can see I made a post, I think, last week. But yeah, so as far as your situation, you're are you already kind of done with all the lawsuits, or are those just like ongoing?
Well, I mean, that's the thing, man. One thing I'll suggest to you guys is it's very difficult to find a lawyer here in town, and but I went ahead because it was a time crunch, and I was going to run out the statute of limitations, so I decided to file a lawsuit pro se. I actually filed 3 of them. The first 2, they were granted qualified immunity, of course. Actually, the third one, I'm up against summary judgment right now, and I actually asked for an extension for 30 days to file my response. So it's not completely over yet, and that's the one that Paul Gattone was going to help me with, but we decided with the way they work here in the county, I'd probably be throwing another 10 grand away. So I've already spent 30 grand on lawyers for defending against these bogus charges. I've probably spent $50,000 to $100,000 of lost work and my own money on these lawsuits. And so they're still going. There may be some more lawsuits. I heard they were handing them out over there at Nancy Guthrie's house, so I was thinking about going over and getting another one.
Yeah, well, I think they got, I mean, hopefully they see that they have a community, and that's why when you popped in, I was like, wow, I remember everything you were going through. And I kind of knew that. So I was like, I never really, I mean, everybody drives around kind of scared, if Pima County, obviously something happens, they're going to do some fake charges on him, because obviously, so what do you think about, number one, the Nancy Guthrie case? Like the whole, first of all, what's your theory on the case? And then,
man, you don't want me to get into my theory. It gets fucking crazy.
Oh no, there's so many. I mean, if you've been following the channel or other channels, there's probably 25 theories.
I'm not too well versed on the case, but I've gotten some information from the outside from other people, and there's just a lot of weird things, weird connections going on here in Tucson, different cases that may be involved, people that are involved with this case, involved in different cases. That James Feather is really interesting. He, and that's the thing. All this stuff seems to come back, and that's why I end up popping in, because it all seems connected here in town.
It always has.
And the Nancy Guthrie case, the thing that piqued my interest was James Feather.
Now, who is that again? Is that the guy that came and was all crazy?
Well, I don't know if I saw the video. He didn't look very crazy to me. He looked like he just came up and was having a conversation. And
is that the guy? But was he cussing and stuff?
I don't think so. He was the one who claimed that there was a lawyer in town that was involved.
Okay, yeah. So that guy, because he came by a couple times.
Okay.
And I'll admit, he was a little bit like if he came up to you, you'd be like, whoa, there was something going on with them. I don't know what.
Yeah.
Something with mental health, and he probably was right, but there was something going on, and we were kind of shocked because he did mention those names. They made sense, but Yeah. So what do you think? You think he might have something?
Well, it's just all these coincidences that pop up. For example, the people that he mentioned, they're the neighbors of Mr. Gold. Not only that, they were the ones who spearheaded the charges at the Pima County Attorney's Office. And this person actually went down there and basically was running the show as a lawyer for a person who was claiming that they were being harassed by Mr. Gold. So very weird already to have a top high profile drug cartel lawyer decide to just pop in and be the lawyer for somebody that has disorderly conduct charges. So not only that, find out that he lives just down the street from this person in the same neighborhood, and then come to the Nancy Guthrie situation and this guy's name pops up again. So just found it very strange. And then there's some other I don't want to get into it all right here with you. I'll have a conversation with you offline about the other coincidences, but I mean, it even goes into the Gabby Giffords case. So and that's where Nanos, solidified himself in the sheriff's department, in my opinion. Him and Richard Castiger led the charge on that, while Clarence Dupnick was basically incapacitated, if you will.
Oh, yeah.
So they basically seemed to take the lead at the sheriff's department. And, when you seem to be involved in one of those high profile cases like that, you kind of get in good with the people who run things. And one hand washes the other, or one, you know what I mean?
Yeah, well, and that's the thing. So the reason that it's kind of good that you're obviously here tonight is also because, like, someone just commented, nobody knew how bad it was here. Oh, right here it says, until Nancy went missing, the entire country wasn't aware how corrupt things were in Pima County. Now we all know. And so, to me, the Nancy Guthrie opened up just like the door, and now they don't want any of this out. They don't want to know that Mark Kelly and Savannah and Nanos, they all are protecting each other for whatever reason. I don't want to get into it, but what do you think about, like, the whole connection of the Pima County Sheriff and what's it called, and Savannah Guthrie, and like the quietness, like there's no media anymore? Do you think a lot of people are wondering why aren't there people searching? There's no billboards, there's no flyers.
Come on, it's how many of the media people are Operation Mockingbird? How many of these media members are in the CIA, right? So that's basically where, after World War II, our media went, was hiring CIA agents and having news channels that are funded, dark funding by organizations that run the show. So I found it very weird that somebody got on the phone with Senator Mark Kelly right away as soon as they found out, and then he ended up calling the police or the sheriff department, which all of that stuff is out of the norm. You know what I mean? That's not typically what you do. It doesn't matter if you're rich or whatever. You typically would call, I don't know. I'm not rich and I don't have those connections that they do, but I don't have, Mark Kelly on, it's weird for me to say that, but I don't have him on speed dial, and I don't have Sheriff Nanos on speed dial. You know what I mean?
Yeah. So as far as what happened to me, and then you were saying you want to go back out there. Were you serious about going out there?
We were heading out there the next morning. I had another guy that was coming out me, and I do air conditioning business here in Tucson. So in the summertime, it's really hard for me to break away to go ahead and do that stuff. But yes, the following morning, we were heading out there to go ahead and see if we could get us a lawsuit too. Because they can't do, that's my whole frustration, and why I'm so, to be honest with you, you know, I'm not really concerned about Nancy Guthrie. I kind of think that it's not like the Hollie Dasso case, because I think that there's more important people involved, in my opinion. But the same thing that happened to you, and that's why I'm here today, is because it pisses me off that the sheriff thinks that they can go ahead and trespass people from a public sidewalk or a public easement. And I want to do a class action lawsuit for a Monell claim on patterns and practices, because this is the weapon that the sheriff's department uses time and time again. They literally have me trespass from 3 neighborhoods that are right next to me, as if I can't go walk down the public street. If some sheriff shows up that doesn't know who I am and there's a phone call, they're going to arrest me because the system says that I'm supposed to be trespassed from a neighborhood. That's the kind of stuff that they need to go ahead and pay for, you know, civilly, not, you know, physically. But, well, maybe physically they should probably all be in jail because they're all a bunch of criminals. But
well, do you think Nanos is going to survive the rest of his term? Because obviously he, you know, they were trying. Were you following it when they were trying to get him thrown out for lying on his?
Yeah, that all just went away, disappeared. Nobody's even mentioned it since. You know, he's supposed to write some questions. He wrote some bullshit answers. I read through all the answers, and it was just a bunch of garbage. And nobody's pushed it even further. Daniel Gutierrez, I reached out to him. I was going to try and help do some petitions for the recall on Sheriff Nanos, but I mean, 130,000 signatures in what, 90 days or 100 days or something like that?
No, it was not. Yeah, it was hard. Yeah, exactly. 120,000 or more.
Yeah, I mean, to get that in Tucson in just a couple of months, like you're going to have teams of people full time. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Now, do you know this guy, Aaron Cross?
Well, he just came out. What did I read about him today? He came out and was saying something about, I don't know, I'll have to look it up. Yeah, I know who he is. He's the one that he put on leave when Heather, what was the...
Yeah, he's the one who wore the outfit. He was like protest. There was a protest for Nanos, and he wore what they said was a uniform, even though it wasn't.
Yeah, khaki pants and a brown shirt.
But this is, you know, because that's the thing is, I think for all these cases, these families, the community, we got Nanos in charge. If they got a new sheriff in town, the morale would change. You know, we could even probably talk to them and say, hey, look, and because right now the morale in that department is passed on to all those deputies. So when they come out, they have this, you know, tyrant of a boss, right? And so they're taking it out because that's the, you know, the culture that Nanos has basically created.
Yeah, well, I mean, that sort of culture is in a lot of police departments where they, you have your good apples and bad apples. You know what I mean?
Yeah, well, and there's part of that, but he's given a bad name because his name now is all over the nation. Every night there's people doing, you know, shows on Nanos. So he's given a bad name. They don't like that though. You know what I mean?
Oh,
it's
yeah, for sure.
If you know this guy, Chris McDonough, he's been on Sheriff Nanos's, but this is pretty interesting to watch him. This is Aaron Cross in one of these supervisors. This is in March of 2026, so not too long ago.
Our next speaker is Aaron Cross.
Good morning, Board. I'm Sergeant Aaron Cross, President of the Pima County Deputies Organization. As many know, a reporter recently uncovered the long-hidden, terrible record of Sheriff Chris Nanos from his time as an El Paso police officer. This includes purportedly beating a handcuffed suspect in the head with a flashlight, for which he was suspended and nearly indicted. This record, if properly disclosed, would have likely prevented him from being hired or from becoming a peace officer in the state of Arizona. For over 40 years, this has been concealed from the department and the voters of Pima County. Because of this scandal, our organization, the largest union of deputies in Pima County, has taken a vote. We asked our members a clear question: confidence in Sheriff Nanos to continue in office, or no confidence, and a call for his resignation. The verdict was unanimous: no confidence. He has lost the faith of his deputies and the community. His past renders him unfit to wear the badge. That he has concealed it for 40 years does not make the concealment right. It makes the fraud greater. The 300 deputies I represent speak with one voice. Chris Nanos must show the integrity he once swore to uphold. He must show the dignity that the office requires. He must resign. If he will not, then I ask this board, charged with oversight, to exercise every authority vested in you. The power of this board should be used, not for comfort, but for accountability. There are moments in the life of a community when those entrusted with authority must stand firm against those who abuse it. This is such a moment. We ask that this board have the courage to support Supervisor Hines' item. Pima County and the nation is watching. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Aaron Cross.
I was actually one of the first people that that found out his record. So one of the people that I'm working with did a public records request back in El Paso and was able to get those records. Pretty interesting that that they're just coming up now, and he didn't even say half the stuff that was on there.
Well, that's kind of where, like, I think the iron is hot. So if you got anything, I would present that to the public, you know, especially if it's in the public domain already. But yeah, because those people said they got it on their own, like they went to, you know, El Paso. But you know, to me, that this last thing when he targeted us was like the last straw, where, you know, it was all on film. You know what I mean? And even the deputy, when he came up to go give me, you know, the arrest, he goes, I'm being ordered to do this. I don't want to arrest you. I don't feel like you've done anything. I'm paraphrasing.
Yeah.
But I'm being required to do so.
Quick question on that. Do you so you still have charges pending?
No, they dismissed him.
Ah, okay. Shit. Who else has charges? Because the first thing that you want to do, anybody on here that gets arrested here in Pima County, before you even go get a lawyer, the first thing that you need to go down is go to your initial appearance and go directly to the prosecutor's office and request the body cam footage, because you'll get it instantly and it'll be as unredacted as you can get it. So that's something I was going to try and tell you before they drop the charges, so that you could have that. Sounds like the deputy was, you know, trying to protect himself from a lawsuit by telling you that, just doing it.
Yeah.
Still. But the thing is, you know, my problem, we got to stop with I'm just doing my job and, you know, I'm just following orders. If they're violating the law, they all took an oath to the Constitution. That means they individually can decide, you know what, I'm not going to violate this person's constitutional rights today. I'm going to take the day off, or I'm not going to show up over here, or whatever. They have the ability to do that. So whether or not they're afraid for losing their job or being a marked person at the department, but we need to get to the point where these deputies are not only saying, hey, I don't want to do this, but the deputies are saying, you know what, this is a violation of this person's rights. I'm not going to do this. That's, as much as you say, you know, it's the sheriff, it's the sheriff, it's the sheriff. These people are all making their own individual decisions as well. You know, and you know, and like you said with Aaron Cross, getting somebody else in there, I would imagine that they're going to try and push Heather Lappin to be the sheriff if he does leave. And
She left town.
Oh, did she leave town?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if she still has a house, but she took a job up in like Phoenix, so she doesn't even.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I mean, they basically chased her out of town.
Yeah, and I saw one of your chatters in here. They were saying something about Savannah not being, you know, part of it. When I say that I think all these people are involved, whatever their actions or their connections in life on who they talk to or who they interact with has something to do with what's going on, whether it's the family members or business dealings that they had. I mean, she's got, what'd you say, $25 million?
Oh no, she's worth like 40 or 50, but I don't even know if that includes her husband, because her husband is, I think, very wealthy too. So
Yeah.
to me, it's like it's money that, you know, for her to not be more involved as far as like hiring private investigators and just being more open that, hey, we're looking for this guy. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
Because it's like,
they
yeah.
should have private investigators all over town asking people questions, interviewing you guys, seeing, it's definitely a strange situation, and or strange distraction maybe.
Now I'm on your page. Is there any video, like a video that you have that like shows something that like what we're talking about that you just remember? I mean, you got so many, so I'm just wondering, is there one that that like shows Sheriff Nanos and how they, I mean, I don't know which one. Is there one that pops into mind?
Well, I mean, my point of bringing up Heather Lappin, so I can't remember the guy's name right. Christ DeFrenchie. His brother's name
I was
was
just
God.
about to play that one.
Yeah, God DeFrenchie. And,
Yeah, I covered that case. I was actually, I went to the scene of that case where the person was pew-pewed.
I remember
And,
your live stream.
Yeah, and I actually talked. I mean, that was heartbreaking, because so when they found that guy, I mean, I was posting his picture every day and like, oh man, and they found him.
Yeah, and for the people that don't know what happened, was this guy who is a career criminal felon with a rap sheet as long as your arm. His name is Chris DeFrenchie, and he was booked into the Pima County Jail and went through the fingerprint, went through the interview, went through pictures, was booked into jail, and went to his initial appearance under a fake name. So even after getting fingerprints done, he went to the court. I can never forget the judge even said, well, you don't even have any record at all. Like,
no, I have it on film. Yeah, I remember that.
So the issue with that is, for me, is Sheriff Nanos is the head of the department, so he's ultimately responsible. And at that time, Heather Lappin was the head of jail intake. So both of the people that were running for sheriff at the same time were directly involved and responsible for letting this guy go out on the street and murder a father of four. So that he should have been fired for that. And then I don't know if you heard, but just a couple months ago, they also let another person out that gave a fake name.
Yeah. I remember there was one that was like he went to Mexico or something. Is that the one you're talking about?
I think so. Yes.
Okay.
But the fact, they arrested me and took me to jail one day. The fact that they put you through all that, a nurse interview, fingerprints. Did you get booked into jail?
No, I didn't.
Okay. It's very hard for me to believe that they can go ahead and book somebody in jail, fingerprint them, and they can make it all the way to court with a fake name. And especially somebody like that Chris DeFrenchie, who's been arrested here a million times.
Yeah, that was a crazy, because so a little update of what happened. The guy basically, let me see. So he ended up pew-pewing this guy in the desert. Let me take this down. And then he got arrested, and well, why don't you tell the story? Because I'm a little confused. How did it happen? And I have the video up if you tell it in the video.
Oh, we don't want to watch that. I can't.
No?
I hate listening to stuff. I hate listening to I don't ever watch any of my videos after they're made.
Well, this is the guy that we're talking about. He got out of jail. He said a fake name, and they basically let him out. And during when he was out with that fake name, he committed this homicide.
Yeah, right off of Wilmot and I-10. The kid's name was 36-year-old Santiago Jimenez Herrera, and he was a father of 4. And apparently they knew each other, so I don't know why he was out there, if it was, they were doing drugs or partying or whatever.
No, he was out there with his girlfriend. The guy who died, he was out there with Krista Frenchie's ex-girlfriend.
Oh, okay. I didn't hear that.
Yeah, that's why that he went out there.
Gotcha. And then they caught him like 2 miles down the street from my house. So he was hiding out in the desert or whatever. But yeah, that all of these things together, you got this case, the Guthrie case, the Hollie Dasso case. You've got Mr. Gold. Are you aware of the Paul Clifford case?
Yep.
So, the prosecutor, Laura Conover's office, has given 2 of the murderers probation. We just had a hospital worker who took advantage of a woman who was incapacitated, opened up her clothes and was putting his mouth on her chest, sexually assaulting her, and he got probation. So,
what do you think about this case, about this, well, number one, the Hollie Dasso case? Did you know about that? And
from you?
Yeah. And so, because you kind of know the area as far as out there and stuff. So what do you like for someone to go out to Marsh Station Road, which obviously we got the map up if you can see it. I mean, so this is where she got off the bus down here in downtown Tucson, actually right here by this 88 crime thing. And then she was found somewhere where the train tracks meet and the road, I would gather, right? So down here.
Yeah.
Now for someone to go out there, what because this area, why would someone go out there and then a woman's body's found? If you were to guess, I mean, you don't know.
Do you know what was the date and time of the her disappearance? Do you know? Was the bus at night? I mean, obviously, nobody's going out to Marsh Station in the middle of the night unless they want to take their girlfriend out there, or there's nothing to do out there.
Yeah, no. So she basically, it was at night, and when that photo was taken, and then they found her like the next day, like 24 hours later, like a train person saw her. Found, obviously there was a video of this on the train, because they have all cameras on the front. So it was on 9/22 was the last day she was seen alive. Not September.
Oh, her husband was arrested 2 weeks later for organized retail theft, theft means of transportation, narcotic drug use, no insurance, aggravated assault, drug paraphernalia, burglary, theft, embezzlement, burglary in the 3rd degree, aggravated assault.
Can you send that to me?
Yeah, I can shoot. I'll send you an email with that. This is his background check for her husband.
Yeah, because basically,
and then it said, which I found weird, it says foreign plate requirement violation. I've never seen that before, so I don't know where that came from. But yeah, he's got quite a few things that happened in 2023 that he was arrested on.
Yeah, and that's what's really strange is, like if anybody's wife, this happened to them, they wouldn't go silent. And then, pretty much, I mean, I guess everybody grieves different. So I'm not, but he knows that I want to talk to him.
Well, he doesn't sound like that upstanding of a citizen with everything he's got. And maybe, who knows? I mean, a lot of this stuff is right after his wife died, but.
Well, I think he cleaned himself up. Like, I don't think he does that stuff anymore.
Yeah.
So that's what's even more weird. is it's not like he's like running from the law still, from what I've heard. He's actually like, he like goes to the gym every day, and he's like that part of his life is over, kind of a deal. You know what I mean? So he
Well, I
might have.
mean, if I got away with murder, I might fly straight myself.
That's what I'm saying but you know, I don't know if somebody's telling him not to talk or whatever, but you know, he knows that I keep doing these videos. More people are doing video weekly. I do posts. He like friend requested me or he messaged me or something a long time ago. So it is kind of strange, but I would like to talk to him just to say, you know, who are the people? Because you know.
Well, that's what's interesting about Tucson. You know, any other of these cases you see across the country where a young lady has disappeared, you know, the news is out there questioning everybody. You know, a lot of times they end up questioning the neighbor or the ex, and you can pretty much see that they're guilty, and then it comes out a couple of weeks later that the husband or the neighbor was arrested. So the news department out here in Tucson is as big a failure as the sheriff's department, in my opinion.
Well, and they work together.
Oh yeah, for
you
sure.
know, I mean, you saw what happened with KVOA. Like right before we got arrested, the Monica Garcia was driving around, taking pictures, stopping her car, getting out, and then she kind of waited in the wings. And then as soon as we got arrested, it was like almost 5 o'clock. She went live with the story. YouTubers arrested.
Wow.
It was like, and so to me, they were, and then guess where she was before that? She was over at Nanos's office doing an interview.
Oh,
So
wow.
so when the 5 o'clock hit, the interview with us, or the interview with Nanos aired, and then us getting arrested was all ready to go at 5, packaged.
And his interview was such a load of garbage. He didn't even state anything that anybody was doing over there that was illegal that they could arrest him for. They're just saying that people are being a nuisance. Like, you know, anybody can say anybody's a nuisance. If you're going to go out and start arresting people because I think you're a nuisance, I got a whole bunch of people lined up you can go arrest.
Well, the thing is it's like, how does this guy basically, we're waiting because the charges were supposedly sent to the AG, right?
Yeah.
So supposedly Nanos is supposed to be charged, right? Because the charges were sent to the. So what do you think? Do you think that he's gonna be charged, or is that just
who, Nanos?
Yeah, because right now we're waiting for So the supervisor sent a complaint to the AG.
Oh yeah. Well,
Yeah.
You know, the AG is supposed to be having a conversation with the governor of Arizona, and the governor's doing interviews saying that they can't find a time for them to have a conversation, but yet they're going and doing press ops together. So I don't trust any of these people here in town to do real justice. You know, I called the Attorney General's office when they first arrested me, and they told me that there was nothing they could do for me with them violating my rights. So I have little faith in anybody in Arizona.
Yeah. And it seems like, you know, some of them, because I mean, I keep telling people, and I'm not getting political. Like, we're not political, right? We haven't talked politics.
No.
So, but with that being said, every single elected official in Pima County, except for Steve Christie, is Democrat. And so Chris Mays is also a Democrat. And so they don't like going after each other for whatever reason. I don't know. And so to me, they protect each other. And
for sure.
This is the where the sheriff's controversy.
Pima County Sheriff Chris Nanos, after the Pima County Board of Supervisors voted last night to have the Arizona Attorney General's office investigate whether he committed perjury. The board is expected to submit a formal complaint to the Attorney General's office. News for Tucson's Eric Fink is live at the sheriff's office on the south side, where he just spoke to Sheriff Nanos. Eric, what did he have to say about this latest move by the board?
Sean, the sheriff says he has never lied to the Board of Supervisors. He says he heard the board last night and their concerns about issues of mistrust and issues with his leadership within his department. And he says trust and leadership.
So after this, he's talking about he hears the Board of Supervisors mistrust and blah, blah, blah. And then he goes and arrests us three. So this is how he's doing it.
Issues fall on him.
I wonder if he did it because they also, they told him to.
Oh, I don't know about that. I definitely think it could be a distraction from what he's got going on, and make him save face a little bit, like trying to shift blame since he's not really doing a good investigation over there to say that you guys are screwing things up, making it hard for people to live, hard for people to do things because you're over there standing on a public easement. I want you to all look right behind this guy where it says public entrance.
Yeah.
Every other police department in the United States, you could walk through that door and go into the public area. But for some reason, the Tucson Police Department and the Pima County Sheriff, that's the thing. Every bit of what they're doing is trying to control everything around here. So after COVID, everybody opened their lobbies back up, police departments all over the place, except for Pima County and Tucson Police Department. And if you look, you can't see it, but right behind this guy on the sign, after I was trespassed, I went up to the sheriff's department several times and filmed Richard Castiger out front. And right after I did that and put out a video for the internal affairs woman, Tiffany Hogate, they came out and put on that it was a critical facility and it's a felony trespassing if they trespass you from the sheriff's department. So,
wow.
Everything that these people are doing are trying
what can we do to like hold them accountable for that? Because that's completely illegal right now. There's no reason that should be closed, because I had to go use the bathroom. Maybe they don't love public, but we were in there. They don't?
No.
Oh, okay. Well, anyway.
The only way you get in there is if you're going to do an interview with internal affairs, which I did the first time I went down when I made so that the original complaint, when I went ahead and I said I honked at the sheriff deputy. So I honked at the sheriff deputy and he sent 2 deputies over to my house and they threatened me on my porch. So that's when he went down and filed the injunction of harassment, and I went and made a complaint on him. And then as soon as I made a complaint on him is when he filed the injunction of harassment. And like I said, Tucson wants to get control of people, so they want to put criminal charges on you. I didn't see the guy, talk to the guy for 5 months. All of a sudden I get a phone call saying they're arresting me over the phone. I needed to show up at court for the next week. So
they're arresting you on the phone.
They arrested me over the phone. They said, Mr. Kelly, you're arrested. And that was in November. And I said, for what? And they're like, well, you committed disorderly conduct and harassment on June 1st of this year by honking your horn at a sheriff's deputy. So, I've been down there, and every time you go down there or do something, they tighten the screws. They make new rules. They make new laws. I'm not sure if you're aware about 122.1 Section H. That's the audio recording for the Pima County courts, Tucson courts.
Yeah.
So Supreme Court Rule 122.1, you have to request to use video media to broadcast or watch a court hearing.
Yeah.
But under Section H, if you want to audio record or audio broadcast, the only thing that you need to do is notify the court or any of the officers. So you can basically go in and say, look, under 122H, I'm going to be audio recording today, and you're not asking permission, you're just notifying the court. Well, since we've been doing that and going in there, like I said, with Judge Ball, I went down there and I audio recorded every time I went in there. So did all the other people that are doing this. And the guy, him and his wife, so let's move over to the city of Tucson. There's a prosecutor named Matt Walker, and his wife, Shannon Walker, got upset because Lane Myers was calling him out, ended up calling her. She's a public employee too. She works at the U of A law department. Like, this is just one big incestuous cesspool they got here. So she works at the law department, and they have a program for pro se litigants. So he called down there to talk to them, found out his wife worked there, and left her a voicemail saying that her husband's a crooked ass prosecutor. So since we've been going in and we've been audio recording, Lane Myers kind of took it to the next level, because he realized in there it wasn't just only audio recording. You could actually broadcast live stream on YouTube under that rule. So he started broadcasting, live streaming all of his hearings with this prosecutor that he pretty much made look like an idiot. And so a few months before they filed the 20 charges on Lane Myers, her husband, Matt Walker, went to the Arizona Supreme Court, filed a petition to have Rule 122 changed so that we could no longer audio record just by giving notice. And it was thrown out, but then, like I said, all these people are involved. Anytime you do anything, it's like they double down and they, start working together even harder. So the Pima County, or the Arizona Supreme Court, actually created a task force, and now they brought that petition back up. And a friend of mine, his name is This Is a Public Service on YouTube. He did a video today, was a 5-hour live stream of this task force talking about how they can change Rule 122.1 and why it's so important. And it's literally just people going in and audio recording on a personal recording device. Not a big camera, nothing gonna disrupt the court or anything like that. It's just simply audio recording, and they want you to ask the judge's permission.
Well,
so back to what can we do about walking into the sheriff's department? I don't think anything.
Well, but see, here's the thing: is we're coming in it from being like on the boots on the ground. We got thousands of people all across America that are kind of seeing what's going on. So I think, if you were to able to do any videos just exposing, comparing it like what a normal sheriff would be. I mean, I don't know what the normal is, but this to me, everybody, I mean, it almost seems like Russia. Like, if this is how a Russian, like province would run, is there anything like that you could do maybe in the future? Or we could do a video where, we're doing it now, but obviously to keep getting the word out, because people are, they're willing to do work. They're willing to write letters. They're willing to, people are even willing to travel here for a protest. Or so, if there's anything that you think of, we definitely will help.
Well, I'm going to start putting out video. Like I said, I've been trying to move on and be a little bit quieter because, it's doing this is pretty stressful. I'm sure you're figuring that out now. After going out and filming the police. I know you went out and filmed the police, but we get a little bit closer. So Sheriff Nanos started I can't remember what the name of it, but some kind of a vehicle task force. So now he's going after people for civil infractions. I think, in my opinion, to make up for the shortfall in the budget where he was over budget on labor. So I live right off of Houghton and I-10, and they just widened Houghton and I-10 to like 6 lanes. And the sheriff's department is out there about every week, just plucking fish like fish in a barrel, pulling people over, ticketing them. They pulled my mother over and they threatened to take her to jail because she was going criminal speeding. I caught another deputy making this lady cry, telling her that he was taking her to jail. And then I actually saw, I videotaped an interaction where they did take the lady to jail. It wasn't the sheriff's department. It was the DPS. So the DPS is even running speed on Houghton. Yes, I'm going to put more of, I've got about 15 of those videos of them pulling people over. I've got a video that I'm working on now that is about ICE in town. With I don't know if you saw with Adelita Grijalva when she got supposedly pepper sprayed.
Yeah.
So that was an inside job. I actually went out to an ICE raid the same day at the same restaurant. What's it, Taco Gyro?
Yeah.
But it was Taco Gyro in Vail. So I went up my.
Oh wow! I remember that.
Yeah, my interaction was totally, spontaneous. I had a conversation with the guy, but now you go and look at her situation. Not only did Laura Conover admit that they were going after these people for more than just illegals, they were going after their documents and papers inside there, and she was trying to get the feds to let them know when they were going to do an ICE raid. I think that ICE raid, they let Laura Conover know. She let her buddy Adelita Grijalva know about this raid that was coming up. And I don't know if you saw, there was a whole bunch of protesters out there.
Yeah.
Their Telemundo was out there. So if I just show up at this random Taco Gyro spontaneously, how am I going to get 25, 30 protesters, Telemundo to show up, and then a congressperson? I was just happened to go to lunch there. So they were completely lying about that situation. They were trying to boost her image so that she could go ahead and take over her dad's spot as soon as the elections come up in November. So that's her big thing. She's trying to solidify herself as some kind of a, hero for the illegal residents that are here. Now, whatever you think about the illegal residents, there's a lot of legal residents here that need Congress people to be on their side and on their back and looking after stuff that they've got going on. Let's say how about a data center that's going in down the street for me? I mean, and to get back to Steve Christie, the biggest problem you have with Steve Christie, even though he's a Republican, is he's one of the biggest bootlickers around. So
well, that's the thing is that if he wants to keep his job, he's got to be able to not. I mean, I'm wondering, like, why isn't he speaking out more? Why is he? And he's just, I mean, he almost is in retirement age. I hate to say it. Like, he almost like he could be in like Joe Biden status here pretty soon. Like, in my opinion.
I see him. He hasn't even been showing up. He's been on video. But yeah, they did the new. That's when I lost all faith with him. So when all this was going on out here with the housing development, I actually made a phone call to his office, and I called like 3 or 4 times, and they kept telling me that he was in meetings. He's in meetings, and I was like, okay, well, he's a public official. Let me have his schedule. What meetings is he in? And so the next thing I know, I get a phone call from Steve Christie. I have a conversation with him. He tells me that I should sue the county, sue the developers. I should sue everybody. What I didn't know is as soon as he got off the phone, he directed his staff to call the sheriff's department on me and make a report saying that I was asking for his schedule and all this kind of stuff. So I completely lost faith with him. And then that was right at the time when they opened up the new Vail substation out here at the Pima County Fairgrounds. And he was out there holding hands, shaking hands, hugging people, cutting the ribbon, all that good stuff.
Now, have you ever talked to Nanos in person, or is this just kind of like, cause he kind of has his bully lieutenants, right? They're like his, and so those are the people that like listen to him, right? And then he has all his little minions that the supervisors kind of order around. Is that kind of how you view it?
Yeah, he actually told his guy that he would have a conversation with me and to have me give him a call. So I went down there to have a person-to-person conversation with him, and he denied seeing me. And then when I called him, they would never let me through to him. So,
are you going to keep trying?
Yeah, well, I don't think he's going to talk to me now that I have 3 current lawsuits against the sheriff's department.
Oh yeah, actually, yeah, that's so that's kind of the pattern that, you know, it's kind of good you came on the show, because you basically have been kind of tormented in a way just for, you know, speaking up, you know, and they're going to go after you, and then they're going to go after situations like me. Anybody who, you know, speaks up, it sounds like they're going to try to get charges on you. And that's their,
for sure. And even my lawyer, I don't know if you're aware of Michael Bloom. He's a really one of the top lawyers here in town. He was the one that defended my case for the unlawful arrest. And just in speaking with him, they confirmed that the sheriff's department MO is to basically terrorize you once they get you in their sights. So I've definitely felt that. I mean, yeah, so his, you know, do you hear about Buddy James, Harold James? He was his top chief deputy.
No.
So after the Castigar situation, so when I filed the lawsuit with Castigar, and then I don't know if you remember, so Castigar was a chief deputy right underneath Nanos.
Yeah, so here's the thing is if you kind of do a little bit of research, they just found out that chief Castigar, if you follow the interview room,
yeah,
so they just did a whole thing on him where he changed his name because he like beat some guy too. And did you hear about any of this?
No.
Yeah. So you need to watch the interview room probably like a week ago, and it's titled something about, I'll see if I can find it, but it's yeah, they go over all this.
So was this pre him being chief deputy, or is this post?
It was pre. So basically for him to get this job, he had to change his name because he had something that happened at the prison.
Interesting. Because he so Richard Castigar was the Nanos's right-hand man during the Gabby Giffords shooting.
And what is he doing now? Is he still working now, or
who? Castigar? No, so he found got the bag of ammo and weapons from the Gabby Giffords situation. That's where I think him and Nanos kind of came together and solidified their power with that big, huge case. And so Castigar, he not only that, he was investigated by the AZ Post. There was even something in there about him, PDF file. Not only that, he slammed his finger in a Mercedes, cut his finger off, and he was suing Mercedes for $15 million. That lawsuit, he dismissed it himself. And then I think he kind of strong-armed when Nanos got back in. He kind of wrote himself a position as chief deputy. So he got in as chief deputy, and right after he got in, that's where I come in, and my first video was out in front of the sheriff's department, right where this guy's at, and I was videotaping their internal affairs chief, and he walks by and comes up and asks the guy if he was okay, and I said, that's kind of rude that you interrupted me. He said, that's okay, I can be rude to the public. And then he walked back inside. I asked him for his name, and he refused to tell me his name. So I filed a complaint against him, and that's where like the ball started rolling with them really going after me. I've got emails from the top of the sheriff's department asking to look into my mental health. I've got emails between him and the internal affairs guy asking about the public records requests that I've been making. So that all went on. Then I filed the lawsuit against the sheriff's department and Richard Castiger. And at that same time, Richard Castiger, and why I dovetailed in the $15 million lawsuit, is because he basically told him that he couldn't do anything, that he had to have his wife wipe his ass, that he couldn't even button his shirt, all this BS. Well, not only was he holding a dainty little mask out front in that same hand when I saw him, but he pulled over a kid on the road who he said that was road raging, and he got out and he was holding his gun up to the kid. And I don't know if you ever saw that video, but he was questioned on why he was pulling somebody over and pulling out his service duty weapon. Well, come to find out, he's not even certified for by AZ Post. So he's not even allowed to do any enforcement duties. He's not allowed to carry a service weapon or to brandish the service weapon. So between the lawsuit and that situation where he was being investigated by the AZ Post, he decided to retire, and that was in 2023. So since then, I saw that he's done a couple of interviews and came out against Nanos, talking about the investigation.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that guy. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so I think we might be, but there is a couple, if you go to the interview room, there's one that's titled Behind the Scenes of the Nancy Guthrie Law Enforcement Internal Struggle. And they literally basically go through all the different leadership and some of these people, how they got their positions. And then he did one last week that's titled, he went after Laura Conover.
Is it under the lives or is it under the videos?
It's under live.
Okay.
And there's another one called Nancy Guthrie Case Fallout. It's like an hour interview with Aaron Cross. And I mean, the details in that one where he talks about kind of what you're talking about, all these different things that they've done. And then 12 days ago, he did one called We Investigated Laura Conover's Controversial Deal. And
really?
They went all into Laura Conover's record, and she had I guess she got written up. Did you know that?
Yeah, and she's refused to release the she had to do diversion. So her agreement with the law board in Arizona, I can't remember what it's called right offhand. But yeah, so they found her responsible and told her that she needed to do diversion and write some kind of letter, and she's refused to let anybody see that diversion or the letter.
Well, I'm going to see if we can play this video, finish this up, because I know we were talking about this. No one's allowed in that entryway.
Him to fix. But now the possibility of another serious issue looms. The possibility that the Arizona Attorney General's office could present perjury charges against the sheriff. Now, the vote refers to this matter to the AG, or the vote rather, a 4-1 vote last night to refer the matter to the AG's office comes after Sheriff Nanos is accused of misrepresenting his work history. In addition to that, Pima County Supervisor Matt Hines says a list of questions that the board sent Nanos last month was answered, but ultimately not under oath, as required by a territorial law passed back in the 1870s here. Supervisor Steve Christie called for a motion to remove Nanos as the Pima County Sheriff, but it didn't get a second, so that failed. So now the board will send a formal complaint to Attorney General Chris Mays' office. Supervisor Hines has been very vocal on all of this. He believes this is the right move. Now, several weeks ago, the Pima County Deputies Organization took a vote of no confidence against Sheriff Nanos. Sheriff Nanos says he wants to repair any issues or perceptions that pertain to a lack of trust. Let's listen.
You think he really means that?
No, and isn't it amazing how these people are so unliked? They know they're not doing a good job, but they just refuse to go away. It just makes you wonder, like if I was in a position and nobody wanted me, all of my deputies didn't want me, the board's calling, I'd be like, hey man, I find something else to do. But just for some reason, these people don't want to go away.
Well, it's because they're political pawns. They look the other way for the people that are in power. Like we just saw 500,000, undocumented people come into America, and Nanos looked the other way, and that's why they have him there. Is because he's not gonna raise his mind. He's not gonna raise his voice.
That gets into the deeper conspiracy that I was talking about. So he's got. There's lots of stuff going on with the border with this guy, and other things going on. That lawyer, that lawyer that I was telling you about, that's around this situation. There's a lot deeper things going on here than just him being a bumbling boob. You know what I mean?
Oh, exactly. Well, it's getting exposed, and that's why there's other people that are finding this stuff out, and they're not just letting it go. It's going up higher places. They, like I said, Brian Inton, I don't know if you know him, but he's the one who kind of cracked this open, and I admit, I told him about what was going on here in Pima County early on in that Nancy Guthrie case. And I said, just watch what's going to happen. And then he started seeing it. And then the next thing you know, he's doing reports on Nanos, and Aaron Cross came and talked to him. But I gotta be right back. I'm gonna finish off this video real quick.
First, a part of my conversation with Sheriff Nanos that happened just a short time ago, and then to Supervisor Hines.
Maybe a quarterly meeting, monthly meeting, whatever it takes to sit down with those members of the labor groups and find a way to improve on how we do business. Because, it really comes down to simply this. We are committed here to providing the best public safety service to this community.
I hope that is truthful, but I have my concerns. I'm hopeful for the future, but I'm listening to the unanimous voices of the deputies that voted anyway. They don't have confidence in him. I hope that he can restore it, but that's going to be a tough road.
Now, we don't know yet whether that formal complaint has made its way to Attorney General Chris Mays' office. Supervisor Hines says it should come by the end of this week. I checked with Pima County Board Chair Jen Allen, and last I checked, she said she was checking. We'll have more on all of this coming up at 5 o'clock. One thing Nanos did tell me at the end of our interview, he says he's happy to answer any questions the Attorney General's office may have.
Of course.
Yeah, right.
And then what's funny is they haven't done any follow-up interviews. He just said, hey, we're going to follow up. Jen Allen's going to follow up. And here we are, how many months later? No, not one media has done any report on, is Nanos going to be thrown out of office?
When was this interview just recently, or was this a while back?
This was like 1 month ago on May 13th.
Okay, so 2 months ago.
Yeah.
The interesting thing that I saw in that video is they said that Steve Christie called for Nanos to be removed, and he didn't get a second. So,
yeah, I got the video
the
right
County
here.
Board of Supervisors saying they are
doesn't that
not
seem kind of strange? Steve Christie's he's the bootlicker of the bunch, and he calls for him to be removed, and nobody else seconded. I almost think that, again, my conspiracy mind makes me think, hey, let me go ahead and call for a removal of him as the conservative, and you guys can say no. I don't know, but it just seems
Well,
weird.
I watched it. It was all planned. It was like they actually, it was like they contrived that, yeah, he was going to stick up. Everybody what else was going to do. So here, watch this, because this is where I think they play it.
To remove Sheriff Chris Nanos from his job. Instead, they'll be asking Arizona Attorney General Chris Mays to look over perjury allegations against him. Sketchy Noir David Chazanoff was joining us from the newsroom after hearing what county leaders had to say Tuesday night. David.
Yeah, that's right. Turns out the Pima County Board of Supervisors did not mention the ongoing Nancy Guthrie investigation whatsoever. Instead, they talked about some controversy involving Nanos from more than 40 years ago. One county supervisor tried removing him from his job last night,
Watch this.
but his efforts failed.
I move that the Pima County Board of Supervisors.
Now watch all their body language, okay? Okay, now look at all of them. They know this is coming. Okay, they know what he's going to say.
Yeah.
And they're all looking down.
Declare the office of
Watch
Pima
this.
County Sheriff as vacant and begin the process to replace the current sheriff immediately.
Hearing no second, the motion fails.
It was like that.
Motion from Pima County.
Give them a chance to think.
Yep. Well, anything else you want to cover tonight? I'd like to have you come back, so you're always welcome, but maybe we could plan something if we can, obviously there's lots of topics and we can just, I'm just trying to educate the people.
Yeah, I definitely want to go out. I want to go out and see if I can walk down the public easement over there and see what's going on for sure.
Yeah, I think they're scared now. They just wanted, basically they targeted us. That's what I think.
Sure.
And,
Sure.
And so other people now, probably they're just going to ignore them, and maybe a sheriff will come by just to intimidate, because a lot of what they do, it's intimidation tactics. And, their county, even though they have this big area, they don't have that much crime per capita, like compared to like city of Tucson. You know what I mean?
No, definitely not on the north side of Tucson either, in the foothills. They don't hardly do anything over there.
No, most of these deputies, I hate to say, they're just twiddling their thumbs because nothing's going on.
Oh yeah, I know. That's where Mr. Gold lived. They had a detective and 2 deputies hiding out in the desert for 3 days by his house, trying to catch him making noise. So, I've pretty much known that they don't really have anything to do out there.
Somebody's asking if you know anything about Matt Hines. Before the board meeting, Matt Hines, he was all over saying, we're getting him. And then when the time came, he flopped like a fish.
They're all spineless, man. Everybody, I went in, my 3 minutes is up there on YouTube where I went in and talked to him. And I got a smile out of Jennifer. Matt Hines, I'm not really sure. The only thing really I know about him is the funny video where he's got his buddy running around in the background with his underwear on.
Yeah, somebody posted that up today in one of my posts, because I called him out, and So, well, any other questions for Reluctant Prophet? Like I said, everybody go follow his channel. He's you taking a break, but you're coming back to YouTube. Is that what I heard?
Pretty much. I got a lot going on with the lawsuits. I actually got another lawsuit that I'm dealing with. I got rear-ended in a vehicle. So I've really been busy on that. I've had some health issues in the last 6 months.
Well, I hope everything gets better, and let's plan to meet up.
Oh yeah, for sure. Definitely.
You emailed me, or you got my email?
I did. I sent you an email with my phone number.
Okay, perfect. Well, I'll text you, and then
came in and said nice things in the chat. I appreciate it. And we'll go a little bit deeper. There's some interesting things about, the YouTube people. I'm connections with, people around this case that are dealing with. I'll have a conversation with you afterwards. I don't want to get anybody upset for giving too much information, but
Yeah, well, we got to get it out. I mean, but the one thing that what was I gonna ask you? I forgot. I think. Yeah, I think I forgot. What the hell was I gonna ask? It'll come to me probably as soon as we leave, so I'll probably email it to you.
that's all right.
All right, well, go give them a follow and see if there's any last questions. Oh, here's his YouTube. All right, cool. Well,
Yeah,
thanks for
and
coming
I
on.
try, and just so everybody knows, I try and play it cool, but when they just start making me angry, I'm an asshole to them. So if you see my community post from this evening, I found out that the head prosecutor for the murders in town went into court today and was making up lies about me on the record in Lane Meyer's case. So if you see my post there, I do get pretty upset with them. I mean, I've been kidnapped, I've been held hostage, I've been thrown in a cage, forced me to do COVID tests. I mean, on and on with these people. So I'm not big fans of them, that's for sure.
I remembered what I was gonna ask.
What's that?
So when this happened to me, I had all these First Amendment people that were reaching out to me and like, oh, we support you and Allah, and hey, we're gonna get you on this show, we're gonna get you on this show, and then now 2 weeks later, I mean, I have not heard back from any one of them. No, and so to me, with all this going on with you, why don't they all plan to come out here 1 week? You know, like all these First Amendment people, and try to bring some awareness to what's going on. Is that you think that would be possible? So like organize something, or is that not in the MO?
I can probably get something together, but if you're in this community, you'll have to know that there's some fracturing that's happened in the last 2 years, and the community is not as tight as it was when I got in 2 years ago. There's a lot of things going on, people not getting along with each other, and it's created some friction, specifically here in Arizona. When we meet up or talk on the phone,
Yeah.
I'll tell you more about it. But so it's been pretty tough. I don't know if you're aware of like James Freeman. You know who he is?
Yep.
He was one of the larger YouTubes. He just got arrested on a high-speed chase, has some family stuff going on. So he's actually going through criminal charges, and he's not doing any YouTube right now.
Well, and that's kind of where like I'm not at that level where what he's doing, and even what Lane Myers, it's really they're like very educated in all that, and I'm more standing up for the general citizen that hey, maybe you want to start a community page for the the south side of your city or the east side or whatever, and they want to go out and report, and so give them the tools, but also exposing what's happening to just something little. I think what happened to me versus like what's happening to you, and their false things on the record, and they're taking people into jail for or the guy with the Parks and Recs, and it's spelled Rex, WRECKS, so that's like the play on words. But they basically went to his house, they gave him a ticket, has to go to and he's filing a lawsuit, this guy. So if you go to my page, you can see. But yeah, thanks for coming on. Let's talk about, everybody loves what you're saying, so we'll have another show.
Okay, cool. Thanks for having me on. I appreciate it. Thanks for everybody in the chat, and we'll see you soon.
Yeah, good to finally meet you too. We've been typing for so many years now. We can.
Well, I've seen you because I watch your live streams. I don't do too many, but
yeah.
Now you put a face to a name.
Cool. Well, have a good night, and I'll talk to you soon.
All right. Thank you, sir.
Later.
Bye.
All right, everybody. That was Reluctant Prophet. And like I said, he's been doing his channel. He took a little break, but I think he said he's coming back a little when when he can, but there's his channel. And we are going to get back to the Hollie Dasso video, right back to that video. Be right back, everybody. I'm going to just play this. This is the Hollie Dasso case. It's very similar with the Nancy Guthrie case because it has the same sheriff, most likely similar, maybe the same detectives, but here we go. I'll be right back.
So everything is pointing to that, right? Is that kind of what you're saying? They should be more forthcoming.
Yeah. We need answers. I guess that's the bottom line. We need answers. Like, how do you have somebody who is decapitated near the railroad tracks? So if they are decapitated before they get placed there, then there should be tool marks on their neck. Like, unless it's a guillotine, like if it's a sword, if it's a knife, it's whatever it is that does the decapitation. And trigger warning, I'm sorry guys, then we should see that in the ME report, and we don't see that. But I'm going to show you in the tox report where we do see cocaine and fentanyl. And meth.
And meth. So she had meth,
yes,
fentanyl, and cocaine in her system.
Yes. Yes.
I mean, that was expected. I mean, they were obviously, like I said at the beginning, they were homeless and high on all kinds of stuff, I'm sure, out there.
Right. But how does that lead to being decapitated and laying prone in the center of the railroad tracks? How does that lead to that? Is a question we need answered.
Well, and I told you before that, and this is a sidetrack, has nothing to do with this story. So it's just kind of a kind of about 4 months ago, there was a young girl that got charged for second-degree murder of a man near this same area. And it was, it kind of looked like a situation where maybe the woman, the younger woman, was on a date with this older man, right? Because it was like the guy was definitely older, gray hair, older guy, with like.
Wow. So it looks like I'm talking about the case we were just talking about with that Kiera who got off on the charges with probation.
Like a 22-year-old. And what ended up happening, and I'm just kind of speculating, or just kind of saying what I remember, is the guy had stab marks or something, but his truck was placed on the tracks. And so what I'm saying is, in this same area, if this guy, and he's now dead, was a part, because this is in the same area of Vail, it's one of those things where I'm like, and that guy's he's dead now. And so that would be, and he was known to pick up younger girls and have dates with them. And so that's just a kind of little side piece that down the road, like, I would like to find out like where the two locations are from each other. And that's kind of all I'll say with that.
Yeah.
All right. If anyone wants to
We got
come
some
in,
comments.
So I had somebody in my chat Yeah, I had somebody in my chat ask for the entire Emmy report. So I'm kind of like scrolling back and forth over that.
Can you zoom in a little
it's
bit?
Brutal.
Can you
It
zoom
is.
in a little? Are you on
Yeah.
Because a lot of people,
Absolutely.
I don't think
Yeah.
they could see it.
Linear scars ranging from 7 to 0.7 to 1.2 centimeters. All right, this is tough. Blunt force injuries, head and neck. On the right frontal scalp, 3 centimeters below the top of head and 2 centimeters right of anterior midline is 2.9 by 0.5 centimeter laceration oriented 6 to 12 o'clock with surrounding dried red purple abrasion on the right frontal scalp 6 centimeters below the top of head and centered 1 centimeter right of anterior midline is a 4.5 by 1.5 centimeter curvilinear laceration oriented 2 o'clock to 8 o'clock with exposure of the underlying calvaria.
This is kind of hard to listen
from
to,
the
so I
left
don't know
frontal scalp
if you guys
to
are
the
getting
left
anything out of this, but I think we're gonna
occipital scalp, centered
I'm gonna
4
put the link
centimeters left.
if you guys want to listen to this. It's hard to listen to, guys. But here it is. Good thing about getting on late is that you can actually keep up with the chat. Yeah, it's nice. Damien responds. Yeah, I mean, I try to acknowledge everybody because I've been in chat rooms when you type and then like nobody responds and you're like, that's not cool. So that's why I always ask people, who was the girl you found? No, that was not her, Shayna. That was Zasha Pickett. So yeah, I mean, I try to respond, but I'm actually feel bad that I miss a lot. So I try to go back, but yeah, if someone like if I go and type in a chat room and no one responds, it's kind of like it's boring. So thank you though, everybody, for answering each other's questions as far as if someone answers questions. FinFan, thank you. And so we're going to switch gears back to Nancy because we do have a new video out from the Brew Crew. We haven't been following really all his, so this is a new one. And this is what we need to know. Is this how they finally find the porch guy? So how are they going to find the porch guy is what everybody's asking. Is it going to be DNA? Is it going to be somebody, turns him in? So let's see what Brew Crew, here's his channel, Brew Crew Beyond 50.
This month, we've talked about ransom notes, Bitcoin, DNA, Nest cameras, genetic genealogy, and new technology. But today I want to ask a much simpler question. Where are the boots on the ground?
Exactly.
Where is the renewed community push? How do we build on the attention that content creators have already brought to this case and get Porch Guy's image in front of even more people in Tucson? Because Porch Guy is not a theory. He's not.
He just said, shout out to us. Shout out to Brew Crew.
A rumor. We can see him. We've all seen him a few times. And somewhere, somebody may recognize the way that he walks, the way that he stands, his eyes, his build, and maybe even the clothing or equipment that he was carrying. But people have to be looking before they can recognize him. So after nearly 6 months, have we placed so much confidence in technology that we've forgotten what old-fashioned police work really looks like?
Whoa,
Maybe
look
this
at him.
case needs more than another computer. Maybe it just needs more people on the ground. Hello, everyone. Welcome back to my channel. Thank you all for being here today. I'm Charles Brewer, and I hope that you're having a great day. And as always, thank you for spending just a little part of it here with me. And if you're new here, I spent 21 years in law enforcement. I worked patrol, I supervised officers, I investigated many cases. And today I take a look at cases like Nancy Guthrie's, and I try to help us understand what may be happening behind these scenes. And if you enjoy calm, common sense analysis from a law enforcement perspective, hit that thumbs up button for me and subscribe if you're new, and share this video out and hype this video for me if you don't mind.
Hype it.
Because today I want to bring this investigation back to where it all started, the community. And think back to February. You know, everybody was.
Shout out to Brew Crew. He gave us a shout out at the beginning. He wants people to go hype his video, comment, leave a comment. And thank you again, Reluctant Prophet, for coming in. I know you got a whole bunch of people. They said they subbed up. So that's awesome to keep the community growing. Educating people.
Talking about Nancy Guthrie. Her picture was everywhere. News trucks were in Tucson. National media was covering this case every day. People were studying the timeline, the cameras, the vehicles. They were studying the front porch and that masked person. Yes, some speculation went a little too far, but people were paying attention, and attention matters in unsolved cases because, you know, the person who gives investigators the break that they need, they may be the ones sitting at home watching television. They may be scrolling through YouTube. They may see Porch Guy's picture for the 10th time, stop, lean forward and say, wait a minute. I know that guy. So my question is, who is making sure that people are still looking? Now, we don't know everything that investigators are doing behind the scenes. We don't know every interview or every lead. We don't know every person that they've looked at. We don't know exactly where the DNA stands today, but we know what the public sees. And this case has slowly become buried under its own noise. Are the ransom notes real? Are they fake? Was this kidnapping for ransom? What does Derek Colella know? Is the DNA usable? Is genetic genealogy underway? Question after question after question. Some of those questions matter, but somewhere along the way, we've lost the simple one. Who took Nancy Guthrie? And how do investigators finally put a name to the person standing on her porch? You know, a former FBI special agent, Jennifer Coffindaffer, she was recently asked how she believes that this case may ultimately be solved. Her answer caught my attention because she believes it may come down to somebody identifying Porch Guy from the video. A person, somebody who recognizes his walk or his build, his posture, and the way that he moves. And I agree 100% with her. But Jennifer, she did not dismiss the forensic evidence. She believes investigators may have more DNA than the public knows about. She also pointed to camera footage that may show vehicles moving through corridors away from Nancy's home during that critical time. And that's where I think that these two sides come together. It doesn't have to be boots on the ground or technology. It may take both. Somebody recognizes porch guy. That gives investigators a name. Then DNA may connect that name to Nancy's home. Camera footage may connect a vehicle. Digital evidence may help establish movement. That's how cases are built. One piece gives you a direction. The other evidence either confirms it or eliminates it. One may provide the name. The other may provide the proof. And that brings me back to porch guy. People recognize people in ways that technology sometimes cannot. You know, a wife recognizes the way that her husband stands. A coworker recognizes a walk. A brother recognizes a pair of shoes. Somebody may recognize those eyes. Somebody may recognize that backpack. But here's the problem. You cannot recognize somebody that you're no longer being shown. That's why I agree with the idea of billboards, posters, a renewed media campaign. Put Porch Guy's image back in front of Tucson.
There we go.
Businesses, gas stations, convenience stores, social media, the local television, and yes, Spanish language outreach as well. Reach the entire community, because we sometimes assume that everybody knows about this case. They don't. We follow Nancy's case every day. Most people don't. I have grown kids living right here near me that don't know much about Nancy Guthrie. They only know what I have told them. You know, there may be somebody living in Tucson right now who has never taken a close look at Porch Guy. That's why you should show him again and again. And that's also why I want to talk about content creators.
Whoa, here we
I
go.
want to give credit where credit is due, because content creators have helped keep Nancy Guthrie's case in front of the public.
Oh my gosh. Brew Crew gave me a shout out. Oh, look at this. There, I'm in the back right there. Oh my gosh, look at Brew Crew just gave me a shout out. Look at that. I'm on Brew Crew's channel. Holy, oh man, I am starstruck right now. Here's a link to the go give him a comment on his channel. Check that out. And Alex and JLR.
Keep Nancy Guthrie's case in front of the public. Some have gone to Tucson. Some.
Oh, look, they even got Dolly Vision with JLR in the background. Look at that, Dolly Vision and then JLR in the background.
Live there.
This is awesome.
Some have walked public areas connected to this case. And some have studied the timeline. Some have talked to many local people. And many have spent hundreds of hours keeping Nancy's name in the conversation. Have creators gotten everything right? No, they haven't. But neither has the media.
Exactly.
And I certainly haven't claimed to have every answer myself. But, you know, responsible attention to an unsolved case, it should not be suppressed. It should be encouraged responsibly. And I'm not talking about accusing innocent people. I'm not talking about chasing families or even trespassing. Those lines matter. But showing Nancy's picture, showing the publicly released image of Porch Guy, reminding people about the reward, asking the community to just take another look. There's value in that, because it only takes one person, one memory, one conversation. It just takes one phone call. I've seen investigations turn on less than that. And here's something else that I learned during my law enforcement career. You don't always wait for information to come to you. Sometimes you develop information. There were times when we needed information from people who weren't exactly lining up at the police station to help us. Now, you could sit in the office and stare at the telephone and hope that somebody decided to talk, or you could get in your patrol car and go to work. You went where the people gathered. You talked to people. You asked questions. And when law enforcement keeps showing up, people start talking. One person points you toward another. That person remembers a conversation, and suddenly you have something. That's police work. That's old-fashioned police work. So when I hear that tips have slowed down in the Nancy Guthrie investigation, my first thought is, of course they have. We're nearly 6 months into this case. The question isn't whether tips have slowed down. The question is, what are we doing to create new ones?
That's what it's about. How can we keep the case going? How can we keep Nancy's name out there? And that's what it is. People are posting up on X. They're holding the sheriff accountable. Every day that goes by, they don't update us. That's how we do it. So thank you, everybody, for being a part of that, doing your role. And other cases, advocate for other cases in your state as well. It helps.
Maybe it's time for another community push. Put Nancy's picture and Porch Guy's image back everywhere. Put them on the billboards, posters, in storefront windows, local businesses. Put it in English and Spanish outreach. Properly coordinated search teams were appropriate. And yes, content creators helping expand the message. Imagine if creators who have followed this case did one simple thing this weekend. They put Nancy's face back in front of the public. They show Porch Guy. They remind people about the reward. No accusations, no wild theories, just one message. Nancy Guthrie's still missing. Somebody knows something. Take another look. Could that generate a tip? Maybe, maybe not. But what have we lost trying? Because people's circumstances, they change. The person who wouldn't talk in February may be ready to talk in July.
There we go. Hopefully they are, because I mean we're almost at 6 months. And Melted Moose says, who's talking? This is Brew Crew Beyond 50. He has a great channel, and he gave us a shout out. I'm like over here just shocked.
Relationships, they fall apart and friendships end. People get scared. Somebody who once felt loyal may no longer feel loyal. So after nearly 6 months, I wouldn't only ask who saw something on February the 1st. I'd ask who knows somebody who has acted differently since February the 1st. Who suddenly left Tucson? Who maybe stopped showing up? Who unexpectedly sold a vehicle? Who got rid of a phone? Who became unusually interested in this case? Who talked about details before those details were widely known? Or who suddenly refuses to talk about Nancy at all? None of
The media pretty much refuses. Nanos pretty much refuses.
that proves guilt. Investigators, they don't need public to decide who is guilty. They need information. They decide where that information leads. And maybe somebody watching this video has quietly wondered about someone, but never called because they thought, surely I'm wrong. You may be. Let investigators determine that. But if something has bothered you for nearly 6 months, make the call. Because the public messaging surrounding this case has become confusing. We've heard conflicting reports about the ransom communications. We've heard questions about which may be legitimate. And we've heard the FBI say that this continues to be investigated as a kidnapping for ransom case. That's a lot for ordinary people to process. And when the message becomes confusing, people start asking, is this case going anywhere? Maybe that's unfair. Behind the scenes, investigators, they may have a very clear direction. DNA testing may be progressing. The video and digital evidence may be narrowing the field. We don't know.
Well, I've never seen that video. Wonder who walked up and got that video. I do not remember ever seeing this.
DNA testing
I do not remember seeing this video.
The video and
so there's two walkways. They can either go to right or the left. The bar is in the middle.
Digital evidence may be narrowing the field. We don't know. But public confidence matters for one reason, and that's tips. When people stop paying attention, they stop looking. When they stop looking, they stop calling. So maybe the public message needs to become simple again. Nancy Guthrie is missing. An 84-year-old woman, widow woman. She was taken from her home. A masked person was captured at the home. That person has not been publicly identified. And when I say captured, I don't mean he was captured. He was captured on camera. You know, there's a $1.2 million reward still sitting out there. And investigators, they need information. That's the message. Because the ransom notes have almost become the main character in this investigation. They're not. Nancy is. Her family still does not have her back yet. And the person responsible has not been held accountable. Now, maybe investigators already know who Porch Guy is. Maybe the FBI has identified him. Maybe.
Well, let's go. Let's make this arrest. Come on.
They're building a case. Maybe they're just waiting on DNA. Maybe they're comparing digital evidence. All of that is possible. But until there's an arrest, you keep working. You don't slow down.
And that's what is weird, is basically it seems like they've slowed down. There's no more tips being released to the public, right? The last thing we pretty much got was the suspect photo. They haven't released anything else that could give us any clue of what the hell happened. Was this an international group? Was this one person, do they think? Give us a damn clue. This is not fair for the public, the community that has to worry that this guy's still out there. Or is it multiple people?
You keep working, not until you have a good theory, not until your instincts tell you you're right, but until you can prove it. And sometimes the piece that helps prove it comes from the last person that you expected. Maybe it was a neighbor or a coworker, a relative. It might have been that convenience store employee, or possibly a patrol officer who remembers stopping somebody months earlier, or maybe a viewer watching YouTube late at night who pauses the screen, leans forward and says, I've seen that person before. That's why boots on the ground matter. That's why community involvement matters. That's why responsible content creators matter. And that's why DNA and forensic testing still matter. One may provide a name, the other may provide the proof. So as we move into another weekend, I hope this case gets another wave of attention. I hope people share Nancy's picture, because I plan to do so more and more on my content. I hope they look at Porch Guy again. And I hope investigators receive that one tip, that one name, or that one forensic result, the one that moves this case forward. And on a personal note, I'll be turning 60 tomorrow, 60 years old. Saturday's my birthday, and I've been blessed with a wonderful family, a long career in law enforcement, and this community here on YouTube that I truly appreciate.
Stop the press, everybody. Happy birthday. Okay. So what we could do is, if you could go, oh, this is going to be awesome. This is going to be awesome, everybody. If you guys could do me a favor, he just said his birthday is going to be Saturday. So I'm going to put a link to his channel and go type happy birthday in the comments. He's going to wake up in about probably like 3 hours, and he's just going to see all these people wishing him happy birthday. So if you go to his channel, just type comments in the comments and put happy birthday, Brew Crew.
And listen,
Charles is his name.
I don't need anything for my birthday, but I'll tell you what would make an incredible birthday gift. Waking up tomorrow morning and finding out that Nancy Guthrie case has been solved, or at least hearing that investigators had received a major break that could finally lead them to the Porch Guy. That would be awesome, because this is really much bigger than a birthday. This is about an 84-year-old mother and grandmother who deserves to be found. It's about a family that deserves answers. And it's about holding the person responsible accountable. I still believe that this case can and will be solved. There's too much evidence. There's too much technology and too much video. There's too much forensic testing, and too many people who still care about what happened to Nancy Guthrie. And to the person responsible for what happened to Nancy, maybe you believe that the public is losing interest in this. Maybe you believe that the confusion has helped bury this case. Maybe you believe that people are just moving on. But understand something. There are still thousands of us looking. There are creators still talking. There are viewers still sharing. And we're doing something very simple now. We're refusing to forget Nancy. We still see you standing on that porch. And somewhere, somebody knows who they're looking at. The only question is, how much longer are they willing to protect you? Friends, let me know what you think down in the comments. Do we need more boots on the ground? What do you think? Do we need more boots on the ground? Do we need another community push in Tucson? And do you believe that this case will be solved by someone recognizing Porch Guy or by DNA and forensic testing, or maybe a combination of both? If you've enjoyed this video, hit the thumbs up button and subscribe if you haven't already. And by all means, share this video out. And let's keep Nancy Guthrie's name in the conversation as we move into another weekend, because until Nancy is brought home or until the person responsible is held accountable, I'm going to keep talking about this case.
And there we go. Happy birthday, Brew Crew. So if you guys could, he's going to wake up probably in a couple hours, Brew Crew, and he's going to see all these happy birthdays all over his page, wherever. Tomorrow, his birthday. And welcome in Misty. This is Brew Crew Beyond 50. He's one of our favorites. He's a retired sheriff's deputy. Every day he comes out with a new Nancy Guthrie video. Just a really wholesome. He's got a great accent. So Brew Crew, happy birthday. And he gave us a shout out. I don't know if you saw, I'll rewind so you can see. He gave us all a shout out, including Alex and JLR. Let's see if I can pull it up. Where the heck is it? Right here, he gives us a shout out. Watch.
I have told them, you know, there may be somebody living in Tucson right now who has never taken a close look at Porch Guy. That's why you should show him again and again. And that's also why I want to talk about content creators. I want to give credit where credit is due.
Shout out Brew Crew. Look at this, everybody. I remember that day. That was right in front of Annie's house. But look at there. There's JLR, Alex. Now watch this.
Because content creators have helped keep Nancy Guthrie's case in front of the public.
Oh, look at Brew Crew.
Some have gone to Tucson.
And that's when this is when Arizona Republic came out, and they were like doing a story on YouTubers. Arizona Republic's actually the one who just wrote the article on us this week, and they're actually really good. Like, they are very fair people. And then look, Dolly Vision, and then got JLR over here. That's when it was cold. Well, this guy isn't cold. He's out in shorts and a t-shirt.
Some live there. Some have walked public.
So that was Brew Crew. Happy birthday. So welcome in. Nancy didn't celebrate. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing, is somebody was saying on her Facebook she used to post, and then she didn't post after her birthday, which I haven't been able to verify that, but that is kind of interesting. So real quickly, we're going to do a little pit stop if you're okay with it, because one of our awesome members, I was going to do it at the end, but if anyone, I know a lot of people want to hear it, right? Because she just made this video for the 857 community, and everybody, anyone can use this song, I'm sure. So we're going to play this. Thank you to Timu Girlfriend, one of the best names on YouTube right there, Timu Girlfriend. And I know Reluctant Prophet, she wanted for him to stay. And welcome in Misty, Honeybee, Victoria, Gia, Chris Talks Truth. Welcome back. Some good connections going on tonight. Reluctant Prophet, thank you. Sleuth Intuition thought he recognized the porch guy. Yeah. I mean, that's the thing is I've seen so many people that I could be like, that looks like the porch guy. Oh my gosh. But it's like, I mean, you just can't, you just don't know. And Patriot Pride, welcome in. If you want to come in, I know it's probably late where you're at, but if you're up for it, sometimes I just, always put the offer. Anybody wants to come in and chat for a little bit longer since it is the weekend, right? This is the weekend. So this is Timu Girlfriend. We're going to listen to her song. She just made this song for everybody. And hey, the good thing is you're doing it. You're staying creative. You're having fun with it. I'm sure it's amazing. And I look forward to your next one. So here we go. Make sure it's not too loud. I don't know where though. There's the volume. All right, here we go. It's called The Fury of Liberty. I think I got a good banner for this. There we go. This one will be. All right, we're going to listen to this. Here we go. It's called The Fury of Liberty by Timu Girlfriend.
To witness the physical abduction of our uncles Juice and Alex from the very streets of your own hometown, right from your own doorstep, shattered something deep within myself and my closest friend, a proud patriot who marks his 92nd year on this earth next month. But sorrow is broken completely into a blinding righteous fury. The American eagle is rising and he is screaming with a profound anger that demands absolute justice. His talons are unsheathed and he is coming to tear down the walls of tyranny that dared to touch Juice and Alex. And by God, Lady Liberty has dropped her torch to raise her shield. She is the mother of every single American citizen, and right now she is fiercely enraged. She has watched her children being hunted down and dragged from their own home, and her maternal protective wrath is shaking the very earth. This was an act of war against the United States Constitution, against the Bill of Rights, and against humanity itself. You cannot abduct innocent men who are defending and looking for a missing 84-year-old grandma and expect the people to remain silent. The absolute fury of God, the unyielding wrath of Lady Liberty, and the striking vengeance of the American eagle are coming directly for the Pima County Sheriff's Department and the deputies involved. The shadows are closing in on the terrorists who live and operate in Tucson, Arizona, whose actions are exposing deep-rooted signs of their own guilt. Let this be the spark that sends chills of reckoning through the corrupt and a wave of absolute courage through every American soul to rise up, stand unified, and smash these Satanists.
Love it. Very nice. Very good. Very good. That was powerful words. Holy. I mean, that woke me up. Thank you, Timu Girlfriend. I was ready to go get my American flag shirt on. And be like, man, thank you. Thank you for that. That was awesome. All right. Gotta love Suno. If you want to make yourself a song, definitely go check that Suno app out. It really see here. Sorry, I'm multitasking here. Thank you again, Timo Girlfriend. All right, everybody. So anything else we got? I am out of things to go over. I'm looking at my queue here and there's nothing. We went through it all. So I'm just going to check the chat. See if there's anybody that wants to come in. But other than that, we might just call it a night. Unless someone wants to come in and share anything they thought about what's going on. What we'll do just while we're waiting, we're going to stop over here to DGL and see where he's at. He's at DUI checkpoints.
I don't know that.
So this is Dad's Gone Live. We're just doing a live check around right now. Sikorsky, welcome in. I don't remember any we could talk about. So yeah, that's where he's at. I guess DGL. He just parking up here at the in Bakersfield. I think he did say he's coming back at some point. So, oh yeah, let me put the link in. There's the link. There is the link. Come on in. And I'll put let's see here. Looks like Patriot might come in here. Been wanting to talk to him. I know he's been covering the case pretty extensively, lots of different angles. Welcome in Honeybee, Ollie Leo, JMQ. What is up, man? Welcome in.
What's up, brother?
You know, just a Friday night on the computer.
Just another Friday night. It's good to see you, man.
Yep. How you been?
Hey, man, every day's a blessing, brother.
And you're better now, because last time, well, not last time, but last like a week and a half ago, you were sick, right? Or did you just lose your voice?
Dude, it was awful, man. I could not speak at all. I was trying to get it out, and it was tough, man. But yeah, praise God, I'm better now. So how are you doing, man?
Amen. You know, it's just, I feel like it's just kind of like I'm just flowing like on a river, you know, like you're on a raft and sometimes you hit some rapids and, you know, so I'm just kind of flowing with it right now.
I heard that.
Trying to educate myself, you know, so obviously there's lots to learn, you know what I mean? You're probably in the same boat with this YouTube, but also with the laws, you know, that kind of thing. I never thought I would have to worry about something like this. So,
man, you said it perfectly. I'm learning so much, you know, from you guys, and you know, I don't know that I've talked to you personally, but I'm just sorry for what you guys are having to go through out there, man. And you know, we're so proud of you guys for standing up, you know, for your rights and for everything. And we won't get into all that, but you know, I'm just sorry you had to go through it. I'm proud of you for standing up for everybody. And you know, I'm honored to hopefully we'll get together on you know, the association thing, because I think that is a great idea that you came up with. That they, you know, hopefully we can help people across the country not have to deal with these type of things, you know?
Yeah. And that's basically it. Did you email me?
No, I don't think so.
Okay. Yeah. If you could just email me, you know, your number, or, you know, I'll send you mine, or however you want to do it. Yeah. Cause I've been kind of, you know, wanting things to, just settle down a little. And now they have a little bit, you know, now that things are dropped, the charges. So, and I have a whole bunch of people that are like, they're willing to help, right? Because that's the thing, is something like what I'm envisioning, you know, to hopefully have it for every state eventually, you know, and then so there's people on the ground for every state, and then there'll be like you know, so that's, but yeah, I mean, so what are some ideas with the association that you have? Because I know a lot of people, they like that idea as well.
Yeah, well, first of all, congratulations, on the charges getting dismissed. I mean,
Thank you.
they shouldn't have been there to begin with, and we all know that. But no, I applaud you, because I mean, what a great idea, and I think we need to have at least one representative, at least in each state, because like you said, I mean, this is this is huge for the future of content creators, what's going on right now. So this kind of is going to set the precedent for future for a lot of people, man. So I'm just so proud of you guys, Alex and Juice, and you guys are really good friends, man. And people talk about things that doesn't really affect them, but when it hits closer to home, and it starts affecting people you really know, it's tough, man. So, but you guys are the ones having to deal with it, and it's just unfortunate. So, it's a bad thing. But what I really wanted to kind of touch on is, I saw your show last night, and I wasn't really educated on the Hollie Dasso case, but man, to know that the same law enforcement agency, is dealing with that is dealing with the Nancy Guthrie case, and how there's no information coming out on that either. It's so crazy to me, man, coming from a state, I'm in Georgia, and, we just don't do things like that, man. And I don't know if it's just a county thing and it's just the leadership in that county, but I mean, what is going on out there, 857? I mean, what is up?
Well, with that case specifically, it's been really weird. And so as far as the county, I don't know to compare it to, but a lot of it comes down to like where Pima County is compared to like the city of Tucson. They don't have that much crime compared to the city, right? So the detectives out there obviously were changed. Remember, I think the Nancy Guthrie detective, did you hear it was his first homicide?
Yeah, and intentional at that. I mean, he changed the tenured guys to other roles, and allegedly it was for I don't know, but publicity purposes, to put this certain particular person in a position of power. And you tell me if I'm wrong, but I think it's also the same person that got fired and then went back and took it to the court systems, and he was allowed to resign and then came back under a different name. Is that not the same person?
Yeah, that's what we were talking about that earlier, and I was trying to figure that out. And yeah, I'll have to get back to you on that, because I don't want to. But yeah, there's so many shenanigans that have been going on, stuff that hasn't even come out yet. That's the thing. The stuff that they're still trying to hide, that it'll come out eventually. But with Pima County, compared to like Georgia, like how big is your sheriff's, or how does it work in Georgia?
Yeah, so our towns, I mean, other than Atlanta, larger cities, Atlanta, Macon, Savannah, we don't have. I mean, you guys' population is, I don't know what, 400,000 or 500,000 people.
Well, it's like when you include Pima County, so like city of Tucson is like like 400,000, but with Pima County, it's like 1 million.
Okay, gotcha. So yeah, I mean, Georgia, we have some larger cities, right? But Georgia's comprised a lot of smaller towns and smaller cities, But I mean, there's corruption everywhere. But I mean, it's just so crazy to me how much it seems corruption is going on there in this particular county. Because I've done some research, and I got to give you kudos, man. You do a really good job of researching things, and Miss Juanita, you guys do a really good job. And I've done some research as well, and it's it's kind of crazy to me, the things that I uncovered, relating specifically to Pima County and Nanos particularly. But, you know, like we always talk about, man, he's in a position for a reason. He's there for a reason. And I think that he's a puppet for other people, you know, and it just falls down the chain, and people are put in those positions for reasons, you know?
Well, I also think it comes down to like Georgia. Somebody said the other day, you know, like you guys have this very like Southern hospitality, like, you know what I mean? Very, you know, yes, sir. Yes, ma'am. You know what I mean? Like, which is awesome. Right. And so out here in Arizona, we're kind of, I don't know what personality we have, right? Or what Nanos has, right?
Yeah.
But, and I'm saying this with all the love, you know, I mean,
Yeah.
I appreciate all the different cultures and person and going around to different cities and just seeing, you know, that different how different cities are. And so what you're seeing is a somewhat of a personality of like Tucson, and they're used to like having everything kind of like the media in their back pocket. You know, they get to control the narrative. So, you know, the only thing that's going to change, I think, is like awareness. You know what I mean? It's kind of like that's how America was built, is, you know, things they would do, protests and standing up for our rights, and a lot of people live in Tucson kind of in fear, right? Number one, of the law enforcement. But were you listening earlier with Reluctant Prophet?
No, sir, I wasn't. I was
Okay.
a little busy.
Yeah, if you want to pull up his channel, because he was just on a little bit and he's been harassed. He's got lawsuits against the sheriff. I mean, because so this is kind of a pattern that they do. And now the thing with you were saying with the you know, how silent it is here with the case. Now that to me is, if they don't have any leads here in Tucson, or in, you know, they just don't talk. And that's what you know, with the Hollie Dasso case, they just, for whatever reason, they don't have something, and so they don't try to like shake the trees like Chris McDonough is telling us to do. They just want people to just stop talking. So I don't know, it's weird.
Yeah, that is kind of weird, man, because I mean, you know, you would think at least they would put someone in front of the camera to at least, just for optic purposes, if nothing else. You know what I mean? And
Yep.
even if they don't have any answers, just put somebody in front of the camera, a PIO. If, I mean, Nanos is not the guy. Put somebody in front of the camera that's got some tact, you know, and that has some type of communication skills. And if nothing else, just have them say, it's an ongoing investigation. I can't answer those questions. But at least you have someone there that's forming some type of committee, that it makes the public seem or feel at least you care in some form or fashion. And I've just never seen anything like this, you know, in my opinion, that they just, like you said, just go silent. They just don't say anything.
Yeah, and I don't know, as far as what we're doing, shouldn't, you know, they kind of focused on us, and it was like we're just reporting on the case. And so what is your new, is there any new theory? Like, what is your, do you have multiple theories? What are you thinking on where we're at? Because I know I never even known your theory, or I've never heard it.
Well, you know, and thank you so much for checking us out, man. I've seen you in the chats a few times, and I really appreciate your support.
Oh, I'm
But,
always in there. Yeah, I'm always, yeah.
well, thank you, man. I appreciate
And
that.
how do you know your buddy?
So Mike and I, his name's Michael. We go back,
Michael.
man. We've been best friends for about 25 years. Yeah, and he's
Oh.
former law enforcement, so he brings a good perspective as well to the case, or the cases that we cover. And so, kind of what we do, man, is we just put as many theories out there as we can, and then we allow people to form their own opinions, right? Because at this point, that's all we have. You know,
Yeah.
all we have is theories, you know, and that are plausible, not something crazy off the wall. But you know, a lot of people ask me this, and, you know, I always go back to, if anybody asks me, what is my actual theory? You know, I try to go back and look at the facts and the evidence that we have. Right. And so, you know, we know that the facts are what has happened. We know Carlos got detained. You know, we know Kalela got arrested, and we know Luke got detained, and we know Kayla got arrested. So to me, there's a lot to be said in the fact of a federal search warrant being signed and carried out for that property. All of those resources that were allocated to that property that night. Coincidentally, you know, allegedly, Kayla going in and getting arrested the night before, and then her staying incarcerated, you know, in the entirety of that. To me, there's some merit in that. We haven't heard anything since then. So again, my hope is that we're just in a stalling phase, and that.
Well, real quickly with that, so you're saying Luke Daly, you're saying that's kind of suspicious.
Yes, sir. I think so.
Yeah, because here's the thing: is what I remember is when this case first broke, all the people who are, we probably see them in the chat today, they literally hit the internet like the world was on fire. And they were looking up anybody that was close in the neighborhood who had a record. They were going to every house, pulling up the people's, whoever it could have. I mean, so everybody. So to me, his name came up right away, and it was because he had previous charges. So to me, you could be right, but you could also be pointing out a failure on the sheriff's department where they heard it, right? Because they were watching our channels, and anything that came across it would get to them. And so I think that name got to them, and they somehow, because it was really weird how that name first came up pretty much on our channel, on JLR's channel.
Yeah, I mean, that's a great point. That's a really good point, 857. But like I said, going back to it was a federal search warrant that was signed and issued for this, right? And so it wasn't just a local law enforcement. And so, I mean, but still, even that fact, like you said, it could have been that they relayed that up the chain. But I just know it's very difficult to get a federal search warrant carried out, and the amount of resources, you know, allegedly over $1 million worth of resources in federal resources applied. And so that to me holds a lot of merit. And now we just have had silence since then. You know, we've heard nothing at all since then. So when somebody asks me my theory, you know, it may not mean anything, but I just go back and look at exactly the facts that we know, the evidence that we have, and we have literally, well, that they're releasing pretty much zero evidence from the crime scene, but we do know the facts of, you know, what they've done as far as law enforcement goes with those people. So I don't know. I mean, I think that does hold some merit with the dailies, but you know, we'll see. And I hope they're just dotting their I's and crossing their T's right now. And that's why we haven't heard anything. And I said from day one, really, I said a long time ago, I said, if we get more videos or we get more clips, then they don't know a lot. They need the public's support and help. But if we don't hear anything, I think they've got this thing, you know, pretty much. They're keeping it close to the vest, and that they have a lot more than what they're putting out there. And we've heard nothing. And so that speaks a lot to me. And again, it may be nothing, but that's what I want to hope for anyway.
Yeah, well, that's kind of where, back to the Luke thing is, to me, I think they found him out by his phone. If it wasn't for, like I said, he had an extensive record, and his name came up right away. And then the next thing you know, like his name was out, I remember, and they were like, there was a couple other people that had other charges, and you know, everybody, these sleuths, when something happens, they literally hit that. I mean, but the other thing is, I think his phone pinged in the area, and there's not a lot of traffic in that area at 2 a.m, or
Yeah.
so I think his phone pinged in the area. But now, as far as your question or your like the federal search warrant in Tucson, these people will. It's like a good old boy. They could get a federal. I mean, I think it's that close of a network that it's not as hard as maybe in Georgia, if that
Really?
makes sense. Yeah,
Yeah.
I really
Wow.
think.
Okay.
Yeah, these people are all connected.
Gotcha.
Literally. Yeah. I mean, being this close to the border and stuff, it's yeah, I mean it's weird, but
It's a great point. Yeah. Well, I mean, what is your theory, Damien? What do you think? If somebody asks you, where do you think we are on this? If you want to give that out.
oh yeah, I mean I think obviously I got two theories is and now the third one's popping up is basically, well, here I'm going to ask you this before I tell you. Because
Okay.
Jim Clemente, do you know who he is?
Yeah. Hmm.
Yeah, so he came out with the theory that this is only one suspect, and he's the top FBI profiler, like retired, I think now, but he was like in it for 30 years or whatever. Long story short, he said it was one person. Now, here's the reason is you right now probably assume that there's multiple people. Well, maybe ask you, do you assume like multiple people pulled this off?
I assume, good question. I assume that there's more than one, but it goes back to, I don't think there's a lot because secrets are hard to keep. So I think there's more than one, but I think there's probably less than three.
So here's the point that he makes is there is everybody in the world, even me, I'm like, there's got to be more than one. It's got to be two or three. But we only have a video and a suspect photo of one.
Yeah.
So everybody who says there's multiple, they're literally creating that evidence that we don't have.
Yeah. Yeah. True.
So Jim Clemente, I didn't say this. This is the FBI profiler. It makes you think, why is everybody putting more when technically there's just one guy at the door? So that's something to think about, where it could be a parasocial, somebody that was just either for revenge, or they just did it. I don't know.
Yeah.
And just one person, because we don't have, it's not like they're sending out another video of another suspect we should be looking for. So everybody in the world now is thinking, not everybody, most people are thinking, oh, we just don't have it. We just don't have, well, we can't form a case with facts we don't have. So essentially everybody's theory is wrong if we're thinking there's multiple people, because all we see is one.
That's a great point. Yeah. And so, I mean, but to me, it's got to be one. There's three motives. It has to be.
Yeah, but it has to be. That's what I'm saying. So if we assume that there's more, what do you think? And I'll tell you mine after.
Well, I mean, I was just going to say the motivation has to be money, revenge, or I don't know if I can say it on here, but the three-letter SEX. It's got to be money, revenge, or SEX. In my opinion, it's got to be one of those three. And so, I think the least likely of the three is the SEX one. I think the second least likely is revenge. I think the first one is money. I think that's just my opinion. So, but what do you think?
So if it's multiple people, my first gut was burglary gone wrong. Brianna Whitney, she said that, her sources said that early on in the investigation, but of course Nanos said nothing was stolen. To me, they wouldn't want to tell people everything that was stolen, right? Because they're trying to track this. Maybe it's jewelry, So they're checking pawn shops and they don't want to tell the suspects what they know, kind of thing, right?
Right.
So it's like a game of chess with the suspects and the public. So to me but it's always kind of fading away from that because Savannah, other people recently confirmed that they think, even the FBI confirmed that they think that the first 2 ransom notes are real. Right?
Right.
So if those things are real, then that changes everything, right? We have to go with that. So right now, with the facts that we have one suspect. I mean, we could assume there's more, but let's say there's one, and that they're investigating a ransom. So it could be like a boyfriend and girlfriend. They sent the boyfriend in to do it, and the girlfriend's writing the notes, kind of like a chef and a waiter.
Yeah.
And because the notes, so they might not like even know each other. It might be like the wrench thing where someone was hired to do it. And then now this other person who's not emotionally attached to what happened to Nancy, like, because she wasn't there to see her in pain, kind of thing. She's over here writing the notes. But so that's kind of where, if it was the ransom, that's where I'm thinking. And, the revenge is also revenge ransom because they never had a good plan to get any money. Like, to me, like, how were they? I mean, the 2 days, hey, you got to have either 4 million on Friday, or so everything just isn't makes sense. But based on what the FBI is saying, they're telling us, they're trying to make us believe that the ransom notes are real, which I just can't wrap my head around it.
Yeah, I think they're just distractions. I think those notes are distractions or deflections, in my opinion, because if and again, we're not accusing anybody here. We're just talking, not defaming or slandering anybody. But if we go back to what makes the most sense in my mind, and who has the most to gain from this, and and we know that a couple of people are self-proclaimed poets. They say that these ransom notes are very poetically in nature written. I think they're just distractions, honestly. And I could be totally wrong, but who has the most to gain from this? But again, you think of this: everybody in that family could be wealthy. They could have been great investors and all that stuff. But I just go back to they call it Occam's razor or whatever. What makes the most sense and who has the most to gain is always what I look at. And I hope I'm wrong.
Well, that's the thing. You said it kind of perfect. I don't think these, like, to me, Annie and Tommaso were not money hungry people. Like, they don't appear to be, just like based on what I'm seeing. You know what I mean? Like, they're like a jeweler and stuff. Like, it's not like, you know what I mean? They're driving a Subaru, I think. Is that okay?
Something something like that, or Toyota, or something like that.
Yeah, something that looks like that. I mean, I know there's like 90% of the people in Tucson are like, they're not real like showy, you know what I mean? They're not so to me, I don't put the family on anything. I think someone targeted Nancy, or I can't put that in their lap ever.
Yeah.
I just never have. Like, I can't.
I know you've never gone down that avenue before. But you also did a great job last night. You pulled up some photos of Nancy, wearing some, it looked like, probably pretty expensive jewelry, and so, maybe it was something like that. Maybe it was like you said, a burglary gone wrong, or, and I don't know what you think, if there's any merit in your opinion on the Jim guy's house. Maybe they hit the wrong house. I mean, what do you think about that?
Well, that's what I had top thing, you know what I mean? And then the next day he's going out with all these gems, and And even if it wasn't that, okay, here's another thing I was thinking at the beginning, and I kind of had to go quiet because I would get shamed. Oh, why do you think that? And I'm like,
yeah,
dude, I cover crime in Tucson, and this is like seems like just like right up, another escalation of what people are doing. But yeah, the gems, I think I don't know the strategy of like the FBI, and if they would try to like throw the public off so much. So that's what's confusing about this is usually in any case they let the public know a little bit, like, so they can just rest easy.
Yeah, just something, man, just something.
And that's where, to me, they don't want to, it seems more likely, like the Occam's razor, that it would be somebody that's targeting her. And this is what I was going to say is, to me, these people might have not even known that Nancy Guthrie was the mother of Savannah. And they found out the next morning, and they were like, oh shit, that's a celebrity's mother.
Yeah.
Right. That's how stupid these people,
Yeah.
And then now the reason they took the body, that's the big, well, why did they take the body? Well, there's all kinds of DNA on the
Certainly.
body.
Yeah.
And if they left it, that's a homicide. And so, to me, it's the most likely because, I've done videos where I can show you maps where like the most dangerous areas of Tucson are within, 15, 20-minute drive. So to me, it was either one or two or three thugs that jumped in, probably a stolen car. And, maybe they worked in that area at some point. So they seen the houses, right? They noticed, and they did a little stakeout before. But what's interesting is they might have been doing this to other houses too, right?
Yeah,
Within
that's what I was going. I don't mean to cut you off. That's what I was going to ask you. I mean, because and you know this way better than I do, but from what I hear, that house was not one of the larger or more prestigious houses in that neighborhood. So if that's the case, my thought process was, if they were staking out a house potentially to rob, why would they not have, hit a more prestigious home? You know what I mean? Or something that they thought would be higher value possibly inside.
Yeah, well, that's a good point. And because I actually talked to the wife of the person who built a lot of those houses, the first houses in that neighborhood, Nancy's house. And the way it worked is there was like 3 different phases of houses. You see what I'm saying? So like,
Yeah.
So Nancy's was one of the first like 1 or 2 phases.
Phase 1. Yeah.
And then, so there's a whole bunch of those scattered in. And then once those were done, then people started building in, and you could go build. And so there's still houses being built there because, like if you own 4 acres, you could sell off 2 acres and someone could build a house. So that's what's happening now.
Well, it's funny you say that. I wondered if Nancy had done that previously in the past, because we did a little research as well, and allegedly her address and the neighbor's address had shared the same address at one point in time. I don't know if you knew that. So
yeah, because that's what I was gonna say is the neighbor's house, where the gem lady is, that's a brand new, like within the last probably like 20 years, maybe. Like that's a new house. Like Nancy's has got the old ranch, they call that ranch style.
Yeah.
And those are the houses that were built in like the 70s. Like that's more like I have a house like that.
Right.
They're always brick. And so yeah, to me, if you look at that neighborhood, most people have big driveways. a lot of people have the signs up that say security, right? ADT.
Yeah.
Nancy didn't have that.
I gotcha.
Now, Nancy's door, you could see from the driveway too, like her front door. So these people could have been like, look, if we can get into this house, we can see the front door from where we're parking and be out and gone. Now, if you go look at all the other neighborhoods, driveways and stuff, so to me, the Occam's razor, somebody drove up, you know, if the ransom notes aren't real, and targeted her because she did have a husband that was a minor, if that's a minor.
Yeah, right.
So, like, I know a lot of older people that, you know, were born in like the 50s, 60s, 40s even, and they all have safes.
Yeah.
Big old safes. So to me, they never have mentioned anything about, oh, well, nothing was taken. Well, I think something was taken, but do you think it could be a burglary or?
Sure. I mean, it could be anything, you know, I mean, it definitely could be anything. And, you know, for them to allegedly be in there as long as they were, in my opinion, there's only a few things they could have been doing, right? One is they could have been cleaning up. Okay. Two is they could have been searching for something, i.e. getting into a safe, trying to get information from her, or three, trying to calm her down, you know, so definitely could have been a burglary, and they, you know, they were trying to get things while they were there. And like you said, everybody's like, well, why would they take her? Well, they would take her because she probably put up more of a fight than what people think she did. And now you've got DNA everywhere.
Yeah. Well, this is an interesting video I did. It's actually called, you know, Occam's razor, burglary gone wrong. I don't know. I made this a couple months ago, but the main thing is it comes down to statistics, and that's why a lot of people keep saying the family does it, because statistics show. Now,
yeah,
the statistics show that, but they don't show it on an elderly 84-year-old woman, right? Usually it's like younger age, right? If so, that might throw off the statistics a little. I don't know, but that's where this video. I gotta run and get a drink real quick, so I'm just gonna play this. Have you seen this video I did?
I'm not sure. I mean, I've seen a lot of your videos, but I'm definitely interested.
Okay, so I'm gonna let this play. I'll be right back. Hey, and real quickly before we start, how many? I want to see if we can get you to 10,000, like at least close, because I know you're close. So here is the sub up button. So I'm sure a lot of people already sub up.
Thanks,
But
man. I appreciate that.
Yep. Let's get it to 10,000. All right, so we'll play this. This is called Occam's Razor. Welcome to this special edition. I am bringing the Tucson insight right now as far as the Occam's Razor connection. Why is the simplest explanation in any investigation? Why does that matter? The Tucson connection is, look at what I'm about to show you. I'm going to bring up the map of the crime crisis that has been going on in the city of Tucson, which is only a couple miles away. So what we're going to listen to first, so you can all learn, is Occam's Razor. Here we go. Thanks for tuning in today. Hit the like button. What I'm going to do right now is break down Occam's Razor in a matter of minutes, just so a lot of people can understand what it is, what that kind of way of thinking. Here we go.
Not pneumonia. See your neighbor digging in their garden? You guessed they're planting flowers, not hiding treasure. It's our go-to method for making quick, sensible decisions. This principle is named after William of Ockham, an English philosopher who popularized it. though he wasn't the first to talk about it. Think of Occam's razor as a philosophical razor that shaves off the unlikely complex answers, leaving us with the simplest ones. It's not about finding the absolute truth, but choosing the most probable solution. Let's put Occam's razor to the test with an example. Imagine 2 ways to fix a problem.
2 ways to fix a problem. It's the most likely thing. We're going to get into the final thing. Thanks for tuning in for this video today.
One method has 5 steps and the other has 20. Each step has a 90% chance of working.
It comes down to statistics a lot of times. It comes down to statistics. Here we go. Thanks for tuning in as this video breaks it down.
Every step succeeds, the solution works. Math tells us the method with 5 steps has a 59% chance of success, while the 20-step method has only a 12% chance. More steps mean more chances for something to go wrong.
So a lot of people want to have wild conspiracy theories, but most likely, just like Dr. Brucato says, it's the highest chances, the most lower number of steps for things to happen. In not all cases, but this could be a case of Occam's razor, the most likely thing, and we'll get to that in a minute. Thanks for tuning in.
Occam's razor isn't about guaranteeing truth. It's about betting on probabilities. It tells us not what is true with absolute certainty, but what is most likely to be true given our current understanding.
What is most likely true is the suspect, and a lot of detectives, a lot of profilers have said the suspect is most likely to be from Tucson. Here we go. What groups in Tucson would be doing this? Why are we not looking in the city of Tucson? Have the city of Tucson detectives been involved in this case? Here we go.
So, in line with Occam's razor, the simpler 5-step solution is often the better choice. Now, applying Occam's razor to our current situation, if you enjoyed this video and are wondering...
All right, everybody, we are going to get to the next and the final portion of this video. Thank you for tuning in. I really want to have everyone explain that Occam's razor is the simplest explanation to what might have occurred at Nancy Guthrie's house. It doesn't have to be some big wild conspiracy. The family have been cleared. It could be a local group with a burglary gone wrong. Thank you for tuning in. Now here I'm going to dive into the final portion of my video today. Let me know in the comments where you are signing in from, and thank you again for tuning in to all my videos. And now here we're going to look into the next map, which is the important map of the map of Tucson. I'm going to break this down. I'm going to pull myself out of here. Thank you for tuning in today. This is a angle that I want everybody to see, all the crime sleuths to see, and where Nancy's house is. Occam. This is exactly what I wanted you to see, kind of, is like, so can you see my mouse? Yeah. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. I'm looking for your mouse.
It's
Yeah,
up here.
I got you. Yeah.
So yeah, this is kind of where Nancy's house is. And then the different colors, like the darker the color, the more dangerous the neighborhood is. So this one, it shows Nancy's is kind of like the orange. Another one shows it to be like good. So the whole point is in this, it shows how close some of these real dangerous neighborhoods are.
Right. It's very interesting.
Razor, think Occam's razor. Here is Catalina Foothills. This road right here is Nancy's road. This is actually her neighborhood. Now, as you see, A+ is meaning it's got a good, safest. C is kind of this yellow color. And then F is the orange. Now, in between C and F is an orange. F is the red, I should say. Now, in between C and F is this orange color. So Nancy's neighborhood is not in the green. It's more of a D. Okay. so it doesn't have good ratings. This is crimegrade.org. Go check them out for your neighborhood. But look at how close the red is to Nancy's neighborhood. All right. Sikorsky said, ask Adam if he's okay with the photo on Discord, like what he thinks about it.
I'm good with whatever, Sikorsky. It's okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you, Sikorsky, for the super. And we got criminal couple Trav. I've seen him in the chats and he's always helpful and real nice. Seems like he says, let's get you to 10K. So
Let's go.
I keep putting the link, and I think everybody, because we're such a community now, everybody follows. So we need to get like the word out to some other people somehow. I don't know.
I appreciate that. Yeah, Trav is one of my mods. He's a great dude.
Oh, good.
Yeah.
And does he, because there's another name, and I was getting it confused that it looks exactly like, is it his wife or something?
Yeah, it's his girl. Yeah. They've got the same name other than his is Trav and hers is Lena.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I was like, wow, that's cool. I mean, that's cute.
Yeah.
Right? Like if we ever get a girlfriend, we're gonna have to come up with like I don't know, maybe you have, I don't know. I'm just saying that would be funny. Now we have like matching YouTube names.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh. What would be your matching? No, I'm not gonna go there. Oh man. Yeah, everybody's saying they subbed up. Show Adam the photo. What photo am I showing him? Is it, I thought she was, is it my Discord or is it your Discord?
I don't have Discord. I guess yours. I'm not sure. There's no telling. There's no telling, man.
I think yesterday she was making these photos with dreads. So maybe she might have put you in dreads.
Beautiful.
Yeah. Oh yeah. You're gonna love this one. Oh my
Sweet.
God. This one might be the best. I don't know though. It doesn't. Yeah, there it is. Okay. Wow. Everybody gets a dread photo.
Nice.
It's a badge of honor to have a dread photo.
Nice.
I mean, it would be cool if this actually starts like one of those viral trends.
Yeah.
And then everybody tomorrow, like Donald Trump's posting a photo with dreads and stuff. I don't know. So yeah, when are you planning on doing any traveling?
Yeah, Mike and I were actually talking about that. We want to cover, I mean, we'd like to go boots on the ground in some places, but speaking of traveling, what we really want to do as far as, kind of relating back to my channel is we're wanting to start covering or traveling around the country and hitting some different military bases and talking to some military, men and women and giving back to some families. As far as what we're doing on our end, giving back, but we do want to start traveling as well, hitting some true crime stuff as well. So he stays real busy. I stay real busy. I've got all kinds of stuff going on, man. So, I think that's another good thing about having people across the nation is we can kind of lean on each other, for when things are going on in our parts of the world,
Yeah. I mean, I like watching things, grow with this. And so as far as the association, I think that could be something, and it just, everybody has their own skills to add, right? And that's what it takes. Is I was around so many people for so many years that didn't have any ambition, and to meet people that actually have ambition, it's like, what the heck? Where have you guys been all my life?
Yeah,
I don't know. Have you experienced anything like that?
I have, man, but I just, I've been blessed and, God's put it on my heart to just surround myself with good people and good things will follow, and so
yep.
It doesn't matter who you are or, whatever. If you're a good person, I want to surround myself with those people, because, positivity creates positivity, you know what I mean? And so I think as long as we just continue to do that, then, good things will happen for everybody.
Exactly. Yeah, that is the definite goal, because I think it's harder for people to make friends too with the way the world is now, so people can come online and they can maybe meet new people and open up their their horizon a little bit. But have you met a lot of new people since you started doing this, I assume?
Oh man, yeah, I met so many great people. I met so many great people, man, and so supportive. I mean, and I just got to thank you, personally, man, for all your support. And I met, been blessed to meet Alex and Juice and Miss Juanita, and I mean, just there's so many people, in the YouTube world that have been so supportive for us, and and I try to show that same support for everybody else, and it's been kind of a humbling experience, man. So we can't be more thankful. I met so many great people.
Yeah, and I got the yeah, and I'm excited to meet you. That's the main thing is everybody has their just learning about, what everyone's about as far as their channel, and what you're doing is just incredible. So I hope to help, into my when people come and they're my friends, I hope they're friends for life. That's the thing. So you're stuck with me, man.
Hey, brother, that's the way I am too. I always tell people, hey, once I'm a friend, I'm a true friend, and I'm a friend for life, man. And unfortunately, Damien, I think that's what the world is missing nowadays, is that
Yeah.
that true sense of community and friendship and family. And that's why, I don't know if you've noticed, but I mean, even just as something simple as in my chat room, we've created a very safe space, a very family oriented place for people to come. And I just want people to have a good time with each other, enjoy one another. You know what I mean? So I think that, we all should be here for each other, because at the end of the day, one day we're all going to need one another. And so, why not be here for each other instead of causing chaos and controversy and negativity, man? There's
Yeah.
enough of that in the world, man. Let's change what's going on and be positive and help each other out.
Yep. And that's the excuse me. That's the thing, is a lot of these some of these channels that make I don't know if they go after you. Hopefully they don't, as but the thing is, they actually like watching our shows too.
Yeah.
They're entertained by it as well. I mean, they won't admit it, but the reason there's just other reasons that they go after us. But mostly I'm sure they enjoy it, right? But for whatever reason, I think it comes with the territory, from what everyone's saying. But we do have something that just came through, which is this dread photo. So are you ready for your
I'm ready. Let's go.
your unveil?
Let's go.
You might need to get a t-shirt made with one of these on.
Okay.
All right, ready?
I'll get one with this on it and one with Magic Mike on it. I don't know if you saw that, but yeah, let's check this out.
I'm gonna have to get a drum roll though. This is
Let's go. Let's go.
all right. Do you hear the drum roll? All right.
Yes.
All right, perfect. There it is.
That's great.
Yeah.
That is great. I love it.
So Sikorsky, she's been making these. Well, last night she started. I'm thinking it would be a good trend, though. Like if we could start this, and then like all across America, like people are making grandmas with their dreads, and
Anything to cheer some people up, man. That's what we need more of, for sure.
yeah, it's it's fun.
It is.
So,
but yeah, going back on what you're saying, it's just unfortunate, because there are people out there that they don't have anything better to do, and unfortunately, they get joy out of other people's pain, and it's just an unfortunate thing. And I think the more we continue to stay on course and be positive, I've been blessed to lead some pretty large organizations, and that's kind of what I do in my real life. But I say, persistence will always cause a change in behavior. So if we can be persistent enough to be positive, it's always at some point gonna cause a change in behavior for those negative people. We just got to stay on the course.
Yeah, yeah, and there's so many levels to it, right? As far as like where people are coming from, right? And some of that is coming from they're wounded as well.
Exactly.
And that's why anytime that someone comes in that like wants to like I say like send them hugs. It's weird,
That's
but like I don't want to have any enemies or like people like sending pizzas to my house. It's weird, right?
Yeah.
Like, dude, I just want you know what I mean? So
Hey, but you know what? You hit it on the head. I mean, the larger you're a lot bigger than I am as far as the following, but the larger, you grow and the more, notoriety it's just, unfortunately, it's part of it, man. And it's just that those people are out there, and, that you've got 1,000 people that love you and care about you and are so happy to, everything you're doing, to that one person that's not. And that's what we have to stay focused on is, all of the people that do care and that are positive, and not worry about that negativity.
Yep. And that's where, just trying to bring value, but the value is also in the community where people can go and they can express their opinion without being, like cussed at or, and so that's where the mods, I know you have great mods. I think some of them were my mods at one point, which is fine. Like, I mean, I don't like need mods as much as I did at the beginning, because it was I wasn't able to watch the chat.
Yeah.
But I know everybody is just amazing as far as like I see all these familiar faces, right?
Right.
And they come back and they're like, hey, it's like now I'm, so you start to recognize that. So this is all new to me as well. And the main thing I think is what value we can bring in with this. Like I didn't expect to have the biggest case in the world happen in my little channel.
Yeah.
So what happened is right before Nancy, I didn't have, I was just, kind of scooting along, and then here we are. But like you said, God, things happen, and he provided for whatever reason the platform here, and it's growing. But the main thing is I've always advocated for the crime that's happening, missing people. Last year I was up on the mountain because the Patricia Wu, she's still missing, from Pima County. It was the same sheriff, Pima County sheriff.
Wow.
We were flying drones up this. So it's like when this happened, it was like people were like, oh, well, you're just taking advantage of it. I'm like, no, I had a channel and this happened. And it's just I don't know. I can't explain it. But the main thing is the value in the future of bringing the change. Like you were saying, you do it for the military families, but crossing those boundaries or of helping people, and I think you're doing what you're doing for the military, you also do for YouTubers. And I think this association, because everybody wants to have a YouTube channel, not everybody, but and even if they just had a couple like tips or a place to go, I think it really could bring people value.
Certainly. I agree 100%.
So the last thing here before we get this video, this one guy, he said, he's in the chat a lot. He said he has a he goes alligator hunting. Have you ever done this?
I've never been alligator hunting. Mm-mm.
Yeah, and I'm not a big hunter, but he was like, you got to come out. And so I was thinking of like doing a road trip, and then, you know, my uncle lives in Georgia as well, and my cousins live in Georgia.
Okay.
So, you know, maybe we get to shake hands one day in person.
Certainly, man. Yeah. I mean, alligator hunting looks, I mean, I am a hunter. And alligator hunting looks, it looks a lot like a lot of fun to me. Where's your family from in Georgia? South Georgia, North Georgia?
No, let's see. One of them, I got twin cousins, and one of them lives in downtown Georgia. He's a lawyer. And then my uncle lives there, I think in like Marietta.
Okay. So out around Atlanta. Okay.
And then my other cousin though, he works at the White House.
Oh wow.
And he's worked at the White House for the last 4 presidents.
Nice.
So yeah, if I ever get up there, I could get like one of those tours, you know, but
That would be awesome.
I guess where he works, he can't bring a cell phone in. So like, you know, you got to go through all this security and stuff.
Yeah.
I think he said he works in cybersecurity, like for the government.
Well, definitely. If you ever get near Marietta, we're only about an hour away from there, so we'll definitely get together.
Yeah, and my business partner, she lives out there as well. I don't remember what city.
Cool.
All right, so this video is pretty much almost over. Here's Nancy's neighborhood. Here's it red F. That means it is one of the most unsafest areas in all of Tucson. Now, if you zoom out, here's Nancy's up here. You see, here's Nancy's. Okay, now watch my mouse. Here, I'm going to zoom out so you can all see it. Now, look at here. In the city of Tucson, it is red. Where do you think the suspect could be? Occam's razor, everybody. This is what I want to point you out in the Tucson angle of where Nancy lives, and then where the high crime areas could be that have rated F. All right, so I think everybody gets the point on that deal. So what do you think about, you know, like, we're out here in Tucson. You got to really want to come to Tucson to do, you know what I mean? So to me, this guy or multiple people lives in Tucson. What do you think?
Yeah, certainly. I mean, like I said, my main theory is always going to go back to it's unfortunately, I think it's an inside job. And I know you're not on that train, but I just think there's too many things that add up, too many coincidences that add up, and there's too many people in the same areas that could have, you know, kind of gotten together to make something like this happen. Now, it could have been a burglary gone wrong.
Oh, and I hear you real quickly. The burglary gone wrong is kind of, it's like 49, 50-50. But what you're saying with the family, I'm not ruling it out, but I'm not ruling it that they like instigated it in the sense of, you know, like hired the people or whatever. I think it could be someone that like knew Tommaso and Annie, and for whatever reason, you know, did it.
Yeah.
Now, how do you think the family could be? Obviously, no one's like connected.
Well, I mean, again, I just, what would be the motivation behind taking an 84-year-old woman? I mean, you know, unless again, it was a burglary gone wrong. But
yep.
I mean, what other than, again, you had some pretty good pictures that showed her wearing some, you know, probably some pretty expensive jewelry. But, and I know Savannah, and I'm not by any means putting this on Savannah, but I know Savannah did feature, or the Today Show, NBC featured her, and they kind of put her out there in the public, right? I mean, they did kind of do that. And so that's why I don't understand why Savannah or the family didn't have better security measures in place. If you're going to have someone in the public eye that much, in my opinion, you've got to have some type of better security measures, whether it's a fence around the property, whether it's some type of life alert or medical alert device. I mean, something, and
It's a good point.
Another thing that goes back to, in my opinion, and there's a whole story about this, but obviously we know or allegedly we know the garage door opener was a smart garage door opener, right? Because that's how we got the timestamp that it went up at a certain time and came back down at a certain time. It had to be a smart device, right? Okay. So now Nancy could have had that app on her phone. Maybe. I know that my parents,
most people, yeah.
They didn't really want that type of technology. Maybe Nancy did, but I would think that probably someone close to her, AE, Savannah, or Tommaso, would probably have that same application on their phone. That's just my thought, because again, we go back to my parents. My parents have cameras at their home. I actually installed them, and I actually am also, an administrator of that account, so I can see those cameras. And so you would think that if they are taking care of her or overseeing her well-being, the cameras that she has, that they would also have, authority to see what is going on there. So a lot of this stuff is why I think it's close, kind of an inside thing, because we know from the dispatch calls that the family says allegedly they didn't have access to the cameras, but they had access to the phone. So if they had access to the phone, they could have done anything they wanted to do, manipulated it any way they wanted to manipulate it. And, if they do in fact have access to that application, that when she gets notifications, they get notifications, like I get notifications. I mean, there's just a lot of things that go on there in my mind that are just too coincidental for me, 857, and I could be totally wrong, but I don't know.
Well, the thing about, her, okay, so like my grandparents basically bought a house that, I mean, you could almost, it looks identical from the outside as Nancy Guthrie's. It's got the circle driveway. I mean, it's in the foothills, but it's, far away in a different area. And, I don't know if I told you, but, they got robbed. My grandma got robbed. This was in the 80s. And then they installed like a security system that I remember that thing going off when I was a kid, and you could hear it like a mile away. It called the police, and then they put these shade things that you like roll up, so at night they would put these shades all over their windows that were like, you could hit it with a bat and nothing would happen. Have you seen these?
I haven't seen that.
Yeah, they're like roll up shades that you put up on your windows.
Okay.
And so that's how, I mean, my grandparents were like, that's not happening to me again, because so this was in the 80s and the 90s. And then, so to me, because she lived there for so long, and my mom was the same way, because I've lived here my whole life, and my mom bought the house, her house, same time Nancy did in the 70s. Growing up, we never locked the door. Everybody just, I don't know. It was like, we just took things for granted. And I think that's what happened is nothing ever happened at Nancy's for how many years? 34 years. We haven't heard of like something happening, right? So I think they just took everything for granted. And to me, Nancy was very independent, like just based on living by herself for that long, that she wasn't really dependent on Annie and Tommaso, right? And so to me, she was more of the caretaker probably for Annie than anything, versus the other way.
Yeah.
And because that's the relationship they have, right? She
Right.
probably saved Annie anytime Annie needed anything. And money wasn't an issue, I don't think, right?
Yeah.
And some families are like that, and so I don't personally think, like, I don't know if you knew, but my cousin was best friends with Savannah Guthrie.
Yeah, I heard you say that. Yeah.
And my cousin is like straight and narrow, like you know what I mean, like preppy, you know what I
Yeah.
mean,
Yeah.
like in
Yeah.
high school.
Yeah.
And so I just don't think that this family is that type of family, right?
Right.
But somebody that knows them could be, you know what I mean? That's kind of where,
Yeah.
But
so it goes back to that, though. I mean, I don't mean to cut you off, but if that's the case, so if it was someone that knew them, do you think it was more of, then we go back to, it's actually a ransom situation? They abducted her, meaning to hold her for ransom, maybe didn't mean for anything to happen to her while, they were in there. Crap hit the fan while they were in there, and either she fought back more than they thought, or something medically happened to her. I mean, that definitely could be a possibility. Is somebody that knew them, knew she had money, knew the family had money. They went in there. You know, the priority was to take her for ransom and get money and return her back. I mean, what do you think about that? Or do you think
yeah,
she was an elimination target from day one?
well, that's the thing is, to me, the revenge makes more sense, because if they did that, they don't need money, because that was never the goal. The motive was just to get Nancy, and then, to send a message to Savannah. That's always been a topic, right? I mean,
Right. Well, I mean, if it was somebody that knew the family, that thought they could get some money out of it, maybe they thought they could take her for ransom and, get money and return her back. And then, something hit the fan once they were in there and they had to course correct. That's why they were in there for so long.
and those like, when we go back to the Occam's razor, these are the percentages I think are smaller, right? Because, like, it could be, but I don't think the percentages are that high.
Yeah.
Because did I ever show you the video, or were you watching when I showed the inside edition when that grandma got kidnapped?
Yes, that was a great video.
Yeah, so, and there was another one on that same segment, and they were both targeted by their people that worked
Yeah.
on the house.
Yeah, I saw that.
So, as many people as I saw working in that neighborhood over the months that I spent there, somebody, could have just somehow picked however they picked the house, they picked it.
Yeah.
My reason is I think is because it was so close to the street, and how they got there, and they figured it out. That's why they did the test run that weekend before. But I honestly think these people were probably snooping around at other places. And so, why the city didn't, or, the sheriff didn't put out a like, anybody send me anything of anybody snooping your house around the last 2 months, right? Because these people probably were doing it for months. But they only asked for this little area, you know what I mean, of cameras.
Right.
They should have asked for everybody's camera that on a main street that night.
Yeah.
So
I totally agree.
So it's got it. Yeah, go ahead.
So let me ask you this again. From your theory, if it was someone that was a worker, do you think it was to eliminate her, or do you think it was to take her, like I said, and try to and hold her for ransom? Do you think it was? I mean, what do you think the motive behind that was? Let's just say it was a gardener or a roofer or whatever the case may be. Do you think the whole initial motive was to take her to get some money out of the situation instead of harm her? What do you think?
And that's what the frustrating part is. Kind of like we have a puzzle. We're trying to do a puzzle, and we're about 3 pieces short.
Yeah.
But we want to finish this puzzle, man.
Yeah.
We want tonight, like, and now we're starting to look around for, you know, the pieces on the floor, right? Oh, maybe this, that, but you know what? The 3 pieces, somebody took those out, who we bought from or whatever.
Yeah.
And we'll never get until we get those 3 pieces, that puzzle, we can't come up with a like a higher percentage other than, well, it could be, but it could be this, but, and that's what is so frustrating. I don't want to say frustrating. It's it tugs at us emotionally, right? Because humans are empathetic creatures, right? We want to have closure. We want to, when this is festering, and so that's why I think the Pima County and they're doing a disservice for people's health, because there's people that are literally
Yeah, I mean, well, here's another thing. You're totally right. I mean, we as humans, we want instant gratification, right? I mean, that's just innate for us. But we do have to remember, unfortunately, I think the hard part about this is that there has been so little transparency. But we still really are in the infancy stage of a criminal case. It takes time, and we go back and looking through history. It takes time for them to put the evidence together, and hopefully they're just saying they don't have anything, and hopefully they do. But it takes time, even with 100% evidence right in front of you. It takes time for everybody to put the pieces together. So I'm just hoping that they're doing things behind the scenes, and hopefully we're going to get some answers sooner than later. But who knows, man?
No, I'm telling you, I've seen this, but I woke up so many days thinking that, and now I'm thinking they're just they don't have
Just let it
anything.
go. Yeah.
No, I just don't think they have anything. They
Wow.
can't just pull anything out.
Well,
Like,
do you think there were cameras inside? Do you think? I mean, because Nanos he said, I'm not going to discuss the cameras inside or outside.
that's what we don't know is obviously, but we don't know if they just have like, notification, or if they actually have an image, or you know that's where you would think that they would release something. And I think I mean, I don't know, because why would she have a camera inside? Like,
Well,
she's
again,
never had anything ever happen to her house.
but that goes back to she lives alone, right? She's 84. She's got limited mobility. And again, to me, that goes back to the caregivers, which, in my opinion, I think I remember Savannah saying that they were the best caregivers they could be, or whatever, about Annie and Tommaso. You would think it would be in case she fell, for safety reasons. If there was a they call them nanny cams, to make sure of her safety. That was, one of the motives. I would think that there would be one inside.
Yeah, and I mean, he did mention it, so that's why we keep, another day goes by, another week.
Yeah.
And it's like, and then all the distractions where, he's not talking with the FBI, he is talking with them. It's so, to me, I only think the only thing that's going to change them to like put out more information is, well, what happened this past week? TMZ came out with something, boom, boom. Next thing you know, FBI released something. And then next thing you know, Nanos is doing an interview. So that's what they respond to, is pressure.
Yeah,
and so
exactly.
I'm only one person here, and then people are like, you need to do a protest, and that's where the public, eventually might need to like plan something here in Tucson, and we get the media involved. You know, they cover it, and that's the only way I can. The media get like the media involved, where they run the story that we're protesting, how they're covering it. Maybe it gets picked up by a national.
Yeah. That's a good idea. One other thing, and I'll let you go. It's getting
It's getting late.
It's 4:30 here, Damien. But one thing I do want to ask you, and correct me if I'm wrong. Did Nanos not say originally that there was, because people are asking him, hey, should the community be worried? And he said, I don't think so. I think this was a targeted attack. If I remember correctly, he said that initially.
Yeah.
Right? Okay. So what made him change his course from he thought it was a targeted attack to now saying that, everybody needs to be careful and everybody needs to be mindful and, blah, blah, blah. So why would he say initially he thought it was a targeted attack and then now change the direction on that? That's what I've been wondering here lately.
Well, what is he saying now? Because I thought he's still saying that.
I mean, and I could be wrong again, but I thought that he was saying now that, the community everybody should,
Oh, now, okay.
Yeah, they should be mindful and they should, be careful and safe because there's still someone out there. So I just didn't know what made him change that,
No,
shift
you
courses.
made a good point, because if it's a targeted attack, then nobody else should be worried, right?
Right.
Because they were just after her. But was it a targeted attack because it was an elderly person living alone?
Exactly. Or
And
was
that's
it a
why-
target? Or was it a target attack because it was her? We don't know.
And that's where Brianna Whitney, when she came out with that X post that one day, and I'll pull it up one day, and it said, my inside sources, which are FBI Phoenix, because she lived in Phoenix at the time, said this was a burglary gone wrong, blah, blah, blah. And then, like, not even 5 minutes after she put out that X post, Nanos came and he did an X post and said, we did not say anything about this being a burglary gone wrong. I don't know where they got that information. And it was so weird how quick it came out. It was like, they don't want that out. That's the way I took it. It was like, they do not want that out. Because here's the thing is, if it was, then, they might start, banging down more doors here in Tucson, and we don't have enough time to go in what's going on here in Tucson.
Yeah, exactly. Well, we know he doesn't want anything out that's not his narrative. That's the thing about him. And that's why he doesn't want you guys out there, because you guys are bringing the truth instead of, whatever false narrative has been told to be, has been relayed to be told to the public. So, and that's why probably many cases have not been solved, because he can't solve them and he doesn't want to ask for help. And he's so egotistical and arrogant that he'd rather just let things go cold instead of asking for help. And that's just so unfortunate.
Oh, yeah. You nailed it. That's it. Is basically, like, did you know that we have a chief of Tucson police? Most police stations do, right? But have you heard her talk one thing about Nancy?
Not at all.
And so to me, that should be a red flag for anyone that like understands what's going on. Like, why isn't she standing up there with the police and the sheriff going, hey, we're both working on this case,
Exactly.
But I'm the only one really questioning it, because the media doesn't, they just let them get away with it, because it's just how it is.
He controls them, man.
Yeah.
He controls the media there, and he doesn't control it. Whoever controls him controls it. You know how that goes.
Yep.
But anyway, brother, hey, it's been an honor to be up here with you, man. I thank you so much for letting me come up and chop it up with you tonight.
Oh, no, it was fun, man. Everybody's loving it. So we'll have to do it again. Email me, and then, let's start talking about getting that launched, because yeah, I want to get it launched before this year's out. And, you know, the best thing would be is put the first event down on the calendar.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
it would be like sometime next year, like way ahead of time. And then we'll like find the place to do it. We'll have a ballroom, right? And just, it'll just be a get together for that night. And there we go.
I love it, man. Let's do
Yeah.
it. Yeah. I'll shoot you over some information, my contact information, and let's make it happen, brother. I think it's a great thing that you've come up with. And so, but again, thank you for that. And thank you for everything that you guys are doing, man. And I don't
Thank
think
you.
you guys don't hear that. Well, you guys have put, you know, yourself on the line out there, and you've done it for the right reasons. And you just want to keep her name alive, and, you know, and you want to report the truth. And so thanks for everything. I'm sorry for what you've had to go through, but keep up the great
Thank
work,
you.
man.
You too, man. Keep it up. And oh yeah, what are you at on your subs?
I'm not sure. Like, I think it's like 99-24. We'll hit it Monday night, God willing. We're gonna have a pretty big one Monday night.
Okay.
So
All right,
Richard,
there's his link.
thank you, man. Richard's coming back, and we're gonna have a panel. He thinks he's ready for take some questions. So we're gonna have Alex and Juice and Jennifer from Thornbridge, X Unfiltered, as a panel, and he's gonna be answering questions. So I think it'll be pretty interesting.
Nice.
Yeah,
I'll be
so,
there.
nice, man. Well, hey, I appreciate you, man. You guys have a wonderful evening, and we'll see you next time.
Have a good night.
Thanks, brother. Good
Later.
to talk to you. Yeah,
See
man.
you.
See you.
All right, everybody. Patriot Pride. Go get a lot of people already sub up. I was hoping we could get them a lot more tonight, but a lot of people already subbed to them, I think, which is awesome. And I'm missing lots of comments. We were just chatting away and missing these comments. Chris says, Chris always has great comments because he didn't put his Bitcoin address in the text. You can't receive it unless you leave the address. Tomas, I need to know. Huh. Well, so maybe you come on to the panel some night, Chris. I mean, you always got some great. Anybody can come on the panel. I mean, not tonight because I'm getting ready to wrap it up, but anyone can come on. So if you ever want to come on and I do the open panel nights, feel free. Thank you, Sikorsky, Starsky. I know, I believe that too. Can you explain then why Nanos would say he is clear if the family? Yeah, and that thing is the whole Nanos clearing the family. That throws a wrench in people wanting to point it on the family, because it's now like you almost feel bad, like, oh well, people will shame you if you blame the family. I've had it happen. He did say that, and I've been wondering that, wouldn't the family have access? Yeah, and sometimes families, they just take things for granted. You know, it's just, but it seems like at 84 years old, I mean, that's when you start to see things happen with elderly, as far as they are fall prone. You know, you obviously saw the Band-Aid on that one photo with Nancy. So to me, there are some weird things that if the family just I'm up late. Yep, I'm up late. I'm heading out here, guys. I'm heading out. But it's been a fun night. I started off with the JLR, and it's just, we had Reluctant Prophet on. It's been a great. He's at 9. Yeah, almost 75 more. Good night, Silva. How do you pronounce it? Silva. Silva. Huh. Cool name. Yeah, Chris said, oh, nice. Awesome. Can you play the Nanos interview? Which interview? He has so many. Green shirt. I will next time if you can email me the video. Well, I was thinking actually of doing a whole Nanos kind of like update of all his interviews, one show, like where we just do his first, second, third, so we can see. We just have to be ready for that much Nanos. I can only take usually like 1 or 2 interviews, but if you could email me that interview. Thank you, Starsky. Where did you read that? Yeah, definitely inspiration. Good night, Trav. Good to see you in the chat. Good to see you. That's what it's about. Keep up the good fight. So great night. So I think I am going to end it there. We do have a Adventures with Angela song we're going to sign off with tonight. So thank you guys. I mean, this has been a great Friday night. Trying out new things, you know. I mean, obviously in our younger years on Friday nights we might be going out or doing something, you know, but it's been just fun just hanging out here, talking with people, watching these videos. And so thank you everybody commenting, all the comments. Hope you guys sleep good. I know some people are just waking up, so I will talk to you guys tomorrow. Oh yes, Starsky. Oh, nice. Good night. Good night. Natasha, good night. Epiphany, good night. Esmeralda. Yeah, it's been awesome talking with Patriot. So thank you, Patriot, for coming in. Bruce in the house. Have a good night. So we have this song we're going to play off, but thank you everybody and everyone who was able to help out with the supers and the memberships. Amazing. We got so many people supporting. Thank you. And tomorrow is a new day, but it's already today. It's already 1:30 here. So we'll have to sleep in a little bit tomorrow, I think. So, all right, everybody. Good night. And here is, I'll put a link to her song. Here is Adventures with Angela, the closing song of the night. And I will talk to you all tomorrow. And thank you again for just being awesome, positive comments. So peace and love, everyone. Sleep good. And I will talk to you tomorrow.
The courthouse stands on a hill of stone, with promises carved into every wall. Words about justice for everyone, but sometimes justice doesn't answer the call. They came with cameras, not with guns. They stood beside a public road, beneath the desert's orange glow, trying to shine a light on a missing 84-year-old. The law was meant to be a lantern, not a shadow cast by fear. But when the scales are tipped by influence, the truth can disappear. They were sitting on the easement line, where the public's got a right to be, holding up a camera lens, trying to help the world see. If asking questions is a crime, then what are freedom's really worth? The truth don't belong behind a gate. It belongs to everyone on earth. The sirens painted red and blue across the desert evening hue. A story bigger than one street, where liberty and power meet. Some said move on, some said stay. Some watched their rights get tested that day. And every lens that faced the scene asked what accountability means. When citizens begin to fear the questions people need to hear. They were sitting on the easement line, where the public's got a right to be, holding up a camera lens, trying to help the world see. If asking questions is a crime, then what are freedoms really worth? The truth don't belong behind a gate. It belongs to everyone on earth. Maybe freedom isn't proven when everybody agrees. Maybe freedom is tested hardest when someone speaks what others don't believe. Maybe rights are more than words printed on a faded page. Maybe they were meant to live outside the courthouse gates. They were sitting on the easement line under Arizona skies, looking for a missing answer, searching for the reason why. And the First Amendment still remains, no matter who is in command. A free people keep watch together. That's how freedom stands. So raise the cameras, raise your voice, peacefully and in the light, because truth survives the darkness when ordinary people fight for the right to ask, for the right to know, for the right to know, for the right to stand where the public roads still go, for the right to question power, for the right to speak our minds, for the right to seek the truth and leave no missing soul behind.